on our condolences to the families of all those who lost their lives in the train disaster yesterday in the Aberdeen area. And can we wish a speedy recovery to all those who were injured and all the firefighters who were injured out doing their job and saving so many lives. I think if it wasn't for our emergency services again, potentially lot more lives could have been lost. So thank you to them for all the hard work they've done, and we'll get our condolences passed on to everybody who lost their life in that. So can I welcome everybody to the first remote meeting of North Lanarkshire Council. I'm sure throughout the day we will have our challenges with some of the IT, but let's hope we can get through it. Before we go to the business of the meeting, I will go through some of the functionality which will assist with the smooth running of the meeting. Unless you're speaking, all members, please ensure that your microphone is muted. If you've declared an interest in a particular item of business, the clerk will remove you from the meeting to the lobby and reinstate you once the item of business has been dealt with. Can I remind members that if you wish to declare an interest during the meeting, please type DEC in the chat bar and hit return. If you wish to raise a point of order, please type in the chat bar PO and hit return. If you wish to ask a question, please hit the space bar in the chat bar and then enter, and the clerk will notify me of the order of speakers for each individual item. Please do not use the chat bar for any other purpose, because the chat bar potentially will go out live tomorrow along with the council meeting. In regards to the operational reports, where I ask if we can agree or note the report, members only need to reply if they are otherwise minded. I would remind members that the meeting will be recorded and uploaded onto YouTube for future viewing. Colleagues, I would like to confirm that the urgent items of business notified to you recently will now not be taken. Can I take this opportunity, and I'm sure on behalf of everybody, to thank Irene, Louise, Andrew and Mark. They have put in a tremendous amount of work to make sure that everybody feels as confident and they can on this. We were still working on the report last night that everybody got out to give them a kind of frequently asked questions that have been raised over the last few weeks. So a big thanks to the four of them, because I know they've been working tremendous hours to make sure that we've been able to go ahead with this meeting. Finally, this is likely to be a long meeting, so it's my proposal to adjourn the meeting for everyone to have a break at approximately 5 p.m. or as soon after as that is possible, because I'm conscious that we don't want to be sitting at a screen for any longer than a 3-hour time slot at one time. I have a note of apologies from Councillors Bannon, Feeney, and I heard Councillor Masterson's name mentioned as well. Do we have any other apologies? Agenda item 1, declarations of interest of Ethical Standards in Public Life Scotland 2000 Act. Are there any declarations of interest?
Provost, can we go back to apologies? Councillor Barclay has intimated that she wishes to come in.
Right, thank you. We've got a couple of declarations of interest. Councillor McPake and Councillor Linden have both declared declarations.
Thanks, Provost. I would like to make a declaration of interest on item number 15. By way of, I've got a private hire operator's licence in North Lanarkshire, so I will take no part in that business. Thank you.
Councillor Linden, did you declare an interest as well?
Thanks, Provost. On agenda item 8, by virtue of my membership of the Children's Services Partner, my membership as a member of the Children's Panel for North Lanarkshire, of which I'm currently the only elected member currently serving.
So we'll then move on to agenda item 2, standing orders and amendments to facilitate remote meetings. and submitted a report by the Head of Legal and Democratic Solutions seeking approval for amendments to standing orders to permit the Council and its committees to meet by remote access. In respect of recommendation 3, there remain 2 aspects of the proposed amendments to standing orders outstanding, namely the start time for Council meetings and the committee membership substitutes, both of which the Council requires to decide upon. Do you have any motions? Councillor Logue. Who moves this report?
Provost, I believe Councillor Rorty is moving the report. I think Councillor Logue has left the call.
Right. So Councillor Rorty then? Is Councillor Rorty still on? Councillor Rorty, I believe you're moving the standing orders report.
That's correct.
And who's seconding it?
I'm seconding it. Provost, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments to this report?
Yes, Provost, we have an amendment. I'll just bring that up. Just give me one moment. An amendment from Councillor Tom Johnson. Are you ready for me to display the amendment on screen, Provost?
Hello? Hello, Councillor Cathy Johnson, can I speak? Hello?
So, sorry, Councillor Johnson, if you put your name into the chat bar, once the amendment is put on and there's a seconder for that, I'll advise the Provost that you want to speak in relation to that.
It's actually that Councillor Tom Johnson wants to make an amendment and he's been cut out.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson.
And I believe Councillor Damasio is seconding the motion, the amendment, Provost.
Provost, Councillor Pettigrew is also having a problem with her connection. If one of the clerks could maybe give her a call.
There's a phone number I should tell everybody if people can phone them into that number as well, because we don't always pick up on it. Andrew, we're waiting on an amendment coming up in this.
Apology. It's over 2 pages, I'm afraid. So I'll just put the first page up and then I'll scroll down.
You want to put in an amendment?
I'm scrolling down to page 2.
Kind of thing. No, I don't.
Answer this.
Aye. Who's that? Him to move it.
Here. And you,
Hello. I press a button and I disappear off the screen. I mean, I press the chat button.
Andrew, can you take us back to page 1 of the amendment to allow members sufficient time to read it, please?
Yeah, that's page 1 now.
Hi, sorry, Andrew, is there any way of making the amendment a wee bit bigger?
And I'll scroll down to page 2 now, so members can read that again. And I'll make it a bit bigger as well. Have members all managed to read that now?
Everybody quite happy if we call in Councillor Johnston, if he's managed to get back on to speak to this?
Thank you, Pro.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes.
The points in red, of course, are the points on the amendment. The first one is fairly simple, that we want the council to start meeting at 2 o'clock in future as its regular meeting time. Further down at 4.2, we're asking that the standing order number 64A be deleted. In other words, what we're calling for is there should be no system of substitutes for any group whatsoever. Alternatively, that there should be no change to standing order 64, which of course means that the current position stands where the 3 political groups are allowed substitutes. Now, a lot of the reasoning behind this is to remember that the whole electoral system is complicated and based on the fact that we're trying to get proportional representation for political parties. Only 2 of the independents were actually elected under the description independent. Now, what has happened? So this is what we want. We want it to be representative of the political parties as they were elected. So we want that to stand. Further down at section 6, we added in the letter C for contribution, because over the practice sessions there seem to be things for PO for points of order, D for declaration. I think there was a queue for questions, but there wasn't for a simple contribution to the debate. So we're asking for a C to be put in there, or the word contribution. Item 9, we want very much clarification there because it seems to contradict itself later down at number 9. Later down at number 9, it says you're free to bring amendments during a debate. At the beginning of the thing, it says that they want you to submit amendments to officers, which then won't be seen by conveners, but we want that this is simply an option. So we're putting in asking you to put in the word where practical, so that you have it's clear that you have the option if you want to hand in your amendments beforehand to the officer so that he or she can put it up on the screen. That is fine, but it seems to imply that you have to send it into an officer. So we would like clarification of the wording there. It doesn't change the actual sense of the thing, because the actual sense is that you don't have to, but it's clarification of wording, I think, is a reasonable request at number 9. And then finally, at the public viewing section, we want it made clear that where it says the convener has the power to stop filming of committees or full council, we want to make it clear that the convener has the power to stop filming of full council where what is being filmed is not acceptable. It may be an incident in the middle of a full council or a full committee, and we agree that that be taken out. But what we're making crystal clear is that the whole principle of this is that the public are allowed to see what's going on. We have a public gallery, and of course the televising is to widen it out to the public. So we are saying that the bits which are totally legitimate could be shown, whether there's an interval in between them, the other bits later on are shown, so that there's no censorship of perfectly legitimate parts of the meeting because there's been an incident halfway through a meeting. So that's what we're moving there. Thank you. So can it be clear whether there's maybe 2 votes needed at section 64?
I'm going to get a seconder, Councillor Johnston, and then I'll get some clarification of the officer on what you had asked for.
You. Right.
Sorry.
Councillor Damasio was seconding the amendment, Provost.
There's a point order come up on the screen. Councillor Linden, do you want to make a point order?
Yes, Provost. Is it possible for the clerks to make an audio declaration that there's a minute remaining, as opposed to on the chat, for members that may not be using the chat functionality whilst contributing to the debate?
Andrew, are you quite happy to say a minute to go?
I can do that, Provost.
Rather than put it up in the chat. We were just trying to work out what was the best way to do it. And obviously today will give us some things to go away and think about after the meeting. Councillor Damasio, are you seconding this?
Yes. Yes, Provost. You hear me okay?
Yes, thanks. Can I get some clarity in the points that, is it yourself, Archie, will give some clarity in the points that Councillor Johnston's raised?
Thanks, Provost. If I understand the question, I think what we're suggesting is any composited motions or amendments that arise out of debate are permitted, but what we're seeking is advance notice of amendments before the meeting. But Andrew will correct me if I've misunderstood the point.
Yes, whilst we would seek as much information as possible in advance of motions, amendments, etc., standing orders would permit you to move an amendment on the day if issues arise out of the debate that takes place that makes you wish to move an amendment.
Councillor Johnson, I trust that gives you clarity that you can still move amendments on the day. Councillor Tom Johnson.
So we would stand by what we have moved.
Right.
That you're free to raise amendments You're free to walk into a meeting with an amendment which you want to produce during the meeting.
Well, I think that's what the officers already clarified you can do.
Well, sorry, Provost, if I may, I think what we're saying is that if an amendment arises out of debate, as opposed to, dare I say, premeditated. So I take Councillor Johnson's point.
Right. That's fine. We've got your full amendment there. There's nobody indicated they want to speak, so can we go to the vote, please? Andrew?
Provost, I don't know if you want to give the mover of the motion and the seconder an opportunity to speak.
Well, because it wasn't really a motion or amendment, it's a report, we would not normally know, but I see somebody's now, Councillor Stubbs has now come in wanting to speak. Councillor Stubbs.
Thanks, Provost. Apologies, I wasn't aware that the thing had been fully moved, because Paul's obviously not spoken to second it. I do have points I wish to raise, Provost, but I don't know if you would rather take the seconder first.
Councillor Damasio seconded it just by saying he was seconding it. He didn't. He had that opportunity then to speak and he didn't. So, Councillor Stubbs, if you want.
Sorry. Point of order.
Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Damasio, point of order.
Yeah. I do have a point of order. I've been sitting waiting for an opportunity to get in. It's not.
I asked you if you were seconding it, and that was your opportunity to speak.
You had a discussion with the officers and then Tom, and then you should have brought myself back in. I didn't.
Councillor Damasio, I'll chair the meeting. I'll let you back in if you wish.
I can.
Right, Councillor Damasio, if you wish back in, I will let you back in, but I will chair the meeting and decide who gets in. And
please chat again.
Promise, I think we're Councillor
Damasio.
I'm not chairing the meeting. Okay, the recommendations outlined in the SNP group amendment, as articulated by Councillor Johnson, may seem minor in parts to members, but they're important in making watertight arrangements for members as we are coming back into the digital era of council business, I guess. I've listened intently to colleagues within other councils across Scotland as well as within this council, people close to me within this council, and the time of 4 p.m. just does not suit those who wish to have a fulfilled life with their families. Is also determining the policy of the council. No meeting, therefore, is more important. No committee meetings, for example, within the council timetable itself are held at 2 p.m. So why the full council, the most important meeting of the council? And transacting our business, we should set an example for the type of environment we want to create, forcing people to consider whether they want to put their children to bed at night, read them a bedtime story, get home to see their loved ones at a reasonable hour, as the case may also be for many of our staff, who are often expected to stay late hours and well into the evening after their working day is finished. A 2 p.m. full council, recognising, reflecting and adapting to those issues. Indeed, here we are today, 2 p.m, at a meeting called by the Provost and the Chief Executive for the first time digitally. If it's okay today, why not always? We have a civic responsibility as councillors to represent our constituents at these meetings in a professional manner, ensuring fulsome debate and representation of our constituents, which evening meetings, in my opinion, do not facilitate. Councillor Johnson has articulated clearly the logic behind their view and standing Order 64A. I don't believe merits lingering upon that, and with some clarification, that any individual in communities across Lanarkshire would accept that the ability to substitute a party political representative for another one in a whip system makes sense. but how one can expect a truly independent councillor to be substituted by any other member, including those of party political origin. Thank you. Second motion.
Councillor Tom Johnson, you put up a point of order.
Yes, I have. As I understand it, you wanted this SNP amendments simply moved for or against in a simple vote. I would respectively suggest that...
That's not a point of order, Councillor Johnson. It's not a point of order.
No, the way that there's a bit where there's an either or an or. There's two choices to be made. I don't think you can make two choices.
Andrew, could you mute Councillor Johnston? I've asked him that that's not a point of order. Councillor Stubbs.
Thanks, Provost. Although it might have not been a point of order that Tom was making there, I think he's got a fairly serious point that it makes it impossible to vote on an issue when there's two choices, two very opposite choices in an amendment, and I think that has to be taken into consideration. The contribution that I've got is very brief, and it's specifically on the issue of amendments at committees. Archie's given a wee bit of clarification there that Tom had asked for, and I think that it begs the question: who decides if something is something that comes out of debate, or if it's something that's been pre-planned? Who gets that decision? Likely answer, I suppose, will be the convener. And very often the convener will not come from the same party as that's making an amendment, because conveners tend not to accept on the agenda things that they don't agree with. So I think that is eroding quite a lot of the democracy, and taking away a lot of the responsibility of us as councillors, particularly opposition councillors. In terms of the logistics of amendments, anybody can share a screen. Andrew's obviously done it there for this amendment. I could share a screen right now from my laptop with an amendment on it. It would be a much more efficient way than the physical meetings where we have to stop and have things handed out. I could have my amendment up on the screen in seconds for everybody to read and then speak to it. It seems that there's absolutely no reason for amendments to be sent in advance of committee meetings, given the cycles that we're on, and I think that should be taken into consideration. But more specifically, I think the point that Tom was making really has to be made. What is Archie?
Archie, do you want to answer any of these comments?
No, Provost. I'm happy that the report has been based on the input from elected members, with the exception of the two matters that are outstanding. It's really a matter for the elected members present today to vote on what they wish to see in the standing orders. So unless there's anything in particular that any elected member wants to ask me about the report or the appendix, then I'm happy to leave it at that.
Can I ask?
Provost, sorry.
Can you wait till you get a chance to come in, Mark? You've got a list of speakers.
Yeah, Provost. Councillor Beveridge wants to come in, followed by Councillor Linden.
Thanks,
Councillor Beveridge.
Provost. It's just before we go to the vote here. The vote for this report, according to what I can see, is for three different things. One of which is going to be covered by a motion. Now, do we have to vote? Are we voting for the three things in a one here, or will they be separated down? Thanks.
We're either voting for the report in whole or the motion in whole. I mean, Andrew, you can correct me if I've got that wrong.
Provost, yes. There's three recommendations on the report. The only one that isn't a yes or no is item 3, where there's two issues to be dealt with, namely start time for council meetings and the issue of committee membership substitutes. The amendment covers this, and the motion, which I didn't put up, but does include a proposal that the start time be 4 o'clock for council meetings. I believe that the motion and amendment could just be taken straight against each other without a need for an item by item vote.
Thank you. Councillor Linden.
Thank you for that, Provost. I'm not questioning Andrew or the monitoring officer, but I don't understand how it's possible for the amendment to be taken straight against the motion, given that the amendment at section, I don't have it in front of me, but I think section 4, part 2 articulates two potential options in terms of the deletion of one of the standing orders or simply the status quo. Those are two opposing ideas. Therefore, it's simply not possible to put the amendment against the motion because there are a preliminary matter to decide upon whether or not it's the deletion of substitutions or substitutions as is status quo at the moment. So I think officers, in particular the monitoring officer, needs to give an opinion on that, given that it was clarified in advance of the meeting that that was possible and that it would be a matter for members through debate to decide upon in terms of what they would like to arrive at. But there's clearly two particular options within that one amendment that are opposing ideas, and therefore it's simply not possible to put it against the motion in the way that's been articulated. Thank you, Provost.
I'm conscious that the officers have seen the amendment prior to today, and the first I've seen it when up on the screen. So I'm relying on officers keeping me right in this one, because contrary to what Councillor Stubbs seemed to think, we will not see them before the meetings. I will not be asked to judge them before the meetings. The first I see them when they come up on the screen, the same as anybody else. Andrew or Archie, do you want to take that point on?
Of course, would it help if I put the amendment back up on the screen so members can see what's the specific issue? So it is in relation to this part here where there is an either or, if I'm understanding correctly. And if you wished to allow a vote in the first instance between the motion and that part of the amendment, and then the second part against the motion on that one, the issue would be if the amendment were to be successful in the first vote, you then having a vote between the amendment and itself, which proves difficult. My suggestion would be that the mover should determine which one of those options he wishes to put forward as the amendment, and that is the vote.
If I can say, Provost, sorry, I was going to come in, but I was too slow as usual. But that's exactly the position here. Like yourself, or not like yourself, actually, I did have sight of this somewhat earlier today, but only this morning. My understanding of the amendment process is the member wishing to propose an amendment and to move that amendment needs to be clear in their own mind what it is that they're asking council to do. So I take Councillor Stubbs' point that we have an amendment here that apparently contradicts itself, and I think it's for those seeking a decision today to be clear what it is they're asking council to do. So what Andrew has said, I would absolutely concur with.
Councillor Johnston, you've been asked.
Provost, Councillor, sorry to interrupt, Provost. Councillor Linden has wished to come in with a point of order. Thank you.
Councillor Linden.
Provost, it relates to advice issued by the monitoring officer and Andrew. I'm afraid the officers were subject to extensive discussion yesterday about this particular amendment, and the clarification was sought in advance of it being lodged. So I'm disappointed, frankly, to hear it being claimed that the amendment is contrary to itself, because I did specifically ask, recognising that very point, and I understood that it would be subject to members' debate, arriving at which of the options for each of the different elements of the amendment members would like to approve. For example, members may wish to approve item 4.1 but reject item 4.2. And that would be up for members to decide. That was the articulation I received from officers. So I'm a wee bit disappointed in that, but nonetheless I appreciate the position the monitoring officers in at this time.
Provost, if I could just apologise, I obviously misunderstood the conversation yesterday, because I probably didn't pick up that you were talking about different options within your own amendment. So I do apologise for that.
Councillor Johnston, you've heard what the officer said. Which of the options in your report do you wish to go for? Your amendment, sorry.
Hello, Provost. I suggest that what is really here is there are actually 3 options about substitution in the actual original paper. And there was option 1 the SNP group wanted. We had a reserve option if we didn't get option 1, and then it would have been moved on to the third one, which we don't want, is everybody can substitute for anybody. So could I suggest that this item is taken as the first vote, and we'll move that standing order 64A be deleted, and then we have a second vote. Say that one falls, we have a second vote simply on that no change should take place in standing order 64A, and if that's defeated, obviously the will of the council is that anybody can substitute for anybody. It's actually
the officers have said that, you know, if that was the first one was to win, then you would be asking for a vote against your own proposal. So we need to
perhaps somebody will want to
go to the vote on this.
Somebody will want to come in with the one about standing order 64. It should not change, but what I will therefore do.
You've heard what the officers have to say. There's a list of speakers wanting in. Mark.
Well, if we're forced to do it, I will move that this paper be voted on. But what the SNP group want is that standing order 64A be deleted. In other words, there should be no substitutes. And if any member subsequent to that wants to move the second part, then that's up to other members to so move.
Right, I've got
64 should remain.
Right, okay. I've got a list of speakers. I've got 2 points of order. Councillor Rorty first. Councillor Rorty.
Thanks, Provost. I would just like to move to the vote. I think we've had the paperwork now for a good number of weeks.
Councillor Rorty, it's only me who can say to move to the vote. I'm sorry. Councillor Damasio, is it a genuine point of order? Councillor Damasio, you put up for a point of order as well. It's a point of order or not?
Hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, it was just, I mean, given the fact that, you know, be it but in error, we were given the wrong advice yesterday.
That's not a point of order. You need to take that up with the officers out. You need to take that up with the officers out with this if you think you were given wrong advice. This is not a place to say that you were given wrong advice. I wasn't party to that advice. I think you need to take that up with the officers after
the officer has just confirmed that
McNeill, you wanted a point of order.
The motions would have been lodged differently.
Yes, Provost. We're sitting here at the start of the agenda. We're on item 2. Item 2 is a report that's been put before the council. Surely we must either vote in favour of it or against it and then progress. That's my point of order.
Councillor McNeill, we will be doing that just shortly. I'm just about to check with Mark Hamill that there was no other speakers and indicated they wanted in before I go to the vote.
Provost, Councillor Logue has indicated he wishes to speak.
Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Councillor Logue.
Hypothetical scenarios. It seems to me that there are 2 substantive issues. The one substantive issue is about the powers of substitution. And I do think, on reflection, that, I mean, what has been said about independents not having that power does make sense. And I think if we can try and make progress in that one. On the second one, clearly it's an issue. Is it either a 2 o'clock start for a council meeting or is it a 4 o'clock start for a council meeting? And to me,
there are two different conflicting views here. The administration position is very clear. It should be 4 o'clock. The opposition, clearly, SNP opposition, are clearly saying 2 o'clock. On the basis of that, I think there is now the potential or the way to go ahead and go for a vote in this and decide whether it's 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I think hopefully that'll reassure members. Consensus on the power of substitution. Let's try now and get consensus on the timing of the meeting.
Archie, do you want to come in and that?
All right.
Thanks, Provost. It may have, events may have overtaken what I was going to say, but really going back to the point that Councillor Johnson had made, I do think that if there is a decided position now in relation to Standing Order 64A, that the mover of the motion should be given the opportunity of amending the motion before any vote is taken.
Can I let the speakers in first, and then we'll let Councillor to make.
Provost, sorry to interrupt. We've got a point order raised by Councillor Stubbs, and Councillor Gallagher wishes to come in with a question as well.
Councillor Stubbs.
Thanks very much, Provost. Very briefly, that was quite a helpful clarification from the council leader there. I wonder if he would clarify on the third item, which is the amendments to committees and when they should be put in, if he'd be willing to compromise on that issue as well.
Since it was Councillor Roach who moved the report, we will ask her to do that. Councillor Gallagher, you wanted in to speak?
Yes, Provost, it's just quickly regarding substitution. The Conservative group are content with the sort of composite that we're all coming up with here on the powers of substitution. However, will the report need to therefore be amended so the motion is getting amended? It's just for clarity, Provost, because I think we're now entering into a little bit of a grey area here as to what exactly we're either voting for and what the amendment will be.
Would you like me to clarify, Provost, what I understand the position to be?
Right, Andrew, on you go.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the motion is the terms of the report to include that Standing Order 64A in relation to substitutes remains, as detailed in the report, which is that all members have an option to appoint a substitute, and that the council meeting will start at 4 p.m. and that the amendment is for a 2 p.m. start time, and that's Standing Order 64A be deleted in its entirety.
So, Councillor Johnston, you've heard what's said. Do you want to sum up and add if you're happy with that summing up that the officer made, and that you can sum up at the same time?
Right. If it seems to be that the overall position would be that 64A remains, well, we would rather have that than the free substitution for everyone. That means it's just the political parties that have status quo and 4 o'clock for the meeting. Personally speaking, that's all right by me. It's different, obviously, from what the group wanted, but it would seem to be a fair compromise.
Councillor Roach, do you want to sum up? Councillor Roach, we're having difficulty hearing you.
I don't know what it is here, Jean, sorry. Yes, our group would go for we want the 4 p.m. Start for the council meetings, and also for the substitution that we stick with 64A for the political groups. We would be in agreement with that.
So we've got agreement, we no need to divide in this? Unless somebody tells me otherwise, we can move on to the next agenda item.
Just a clarification, Provost, the motion is saying that Standing Order 64A should stay as it currently is, not as proposed in the report, so that the substitution is only applied to political groups.
Yes. Councillor Rorty, can you just confirm that?
Yes, that's correct, Andrew.
Provost, Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Linden have both raised points of order.
Councillor Stubbs.
Provost, I'm glad we got to that after such a long debate on it, but we still seem to have missed the issue of amendments to committee reports and when these should be made available to clerks. There's a clear position in the amendment that amendments should be able to be moved at the meeting, and I haven't heard from the administration what the position is on that issue.
Councillor Linden, you're the point of order. Is it making sure it's a point of order? Because Councillor Stubbs was a statement rather than a point of
It was the point of order is simply clarification on the point that was made there, Provost. The amendment has a number of strands to it, and I appreciate we've got to where we've got to on the time of the meeting and indeed on the power of substitution. But there are other issues there that are remaining around the protocol for remote meetings. Is it the case that we now have a composite position with no divide? If we agree that 4 PM is okay, that everything else that we've suggested in the amendment is also acceptable?
Well, again, it was said earlier on, you know, motions can be done on the day. That is something that needs to be tweaked after today's meeting and how feasible it is, because that was a very difficult to sit and read an amendment and try and you've not got in front of you and to try and have a dialogue around it. Councillor Johnston seemed to be happy to move to the way it is, and I'm sure we can have ongoing discussions about the amendments going forward, because these documents will never be in tablets of stone until everybody's comfortable with them.
Provost, there were changes to Appendix 2 of the report. You're forgetting them for some reason.
Councillor Johnston, do you want to still continue to go to the vote on that one item as the mover of the amendment? Councillor Johnson, Tom Johnson.
Well, a compromise position on the timing of meetings and on Article 64. Is the administration or groups worried about putting in provisionally this word where practical about the right to bring an amendment, if you like, at a meeting?
Councillor Rorty, are you quite happy for the word where practical to be added in?
Provost, I would prefer, as the report has been written and how it's been read, if that is what we agree to today.
Councillor Logue, do you want it in a comment? Councillor Logue.
Do you hear me? If we go to paragraph 221 in the report, yeah?
We can hear you, Councillor Logue.
Right, I think everybody's got that,
To resume physical meetings at a later date. This is the first virtual meeting we've had. I think after this, it would be entirely appropriate for the business managers to meet with the chief exec, the monitoring officer, and Andrew, and reflect on what has happened today, and also look at, if we do go back to physical meetings, the congruence between physical meetings and remote meetings, and how the business can be transacted in such a way, rather than go into a position today. I'm not keen that we put in nuances like whatever practical or likely to, as we've seen elsewhere. Let's not put the nuances in. Let's take time, reflect on it after this meeting today. There might be benefits and additionalities in what's been suggested by the SNP. But do it after today. Let's try and expedite the business for today and leave it open so there is the potential for further amendments or further clarification.
Councillor Johnson, are you quite happy to take that invite up that we will bring this back once we have had a chance to reflect on the outcome of today's meeting, whether to add in the words where practical, and that can come to the October meeting if necessary?
Yes, quite happy.
Right, so we'd no need to go to the vote on that.
Provost, sorry, if I could come in, can I be clear then, just for the purpose of the minute, and obviously in terms of committee meetings that will flow from this meeting today before the next meeting of council, that what is effectively been agreed as a compromise is what we're doing and will be subject to review as suggested by the leader in due course. Talking about the protocol in particular, Provost.
Yes, that's what's been agreed, and I think we all knew that after today's meeting they would need some time for reflection on what needed to be done going forward, and that's what's been agreed, that there'll be an opportunity for political groupings to get together along with the Chief Executive, yourself and Andrew, to have a discussion about how we take anything that's we've learned from today forward.
Thanks, Provost.
Can we move on to agenda item 3? That's the minutes of committees, subcommittees and panels in cycle 1. In accordance with Standing Order 20, the volume of minutes has been distributed to you. There are 7 C paragraphs. Can we approve the volume of minutes, including the C paragraphs, unless anyone is otherwise minded?
Agreed.
Agenda item 4, the decision-making process during COVID-19 emergency. There is a report by the Head of Legal and Democratic Solutions providing details of the decisions made by the Chief Executive in the period from the 22nd of March to the 30th of June under delegated authority provided to him in the scheme of delegations to officers and confirmed by the Council at a special meeting on the 19th of March 2020. For clarification, please be aware that the report only contains details of decisions. Any report that was for noting or for information only is not included in the list. However, these details can be found in March on the Council's website. I understand there has been an amendment to this report, but before I take an amendment, can I ask who's moving the report?
Sorry.
Councillor Logue.
I'll move the report. So,
And seconded it?
Second the report, Provost, Councillor Kelly.
Before we move to the amendment, can I bring in Archie Aitken, the Head of Legal and Democratic Services, in his role as monitoring officer of the Council?
Thanks, Provost. I wonder if while doing that, Andrew might put the amendment on the screen, because I think it would be helpful to make reference to it in terms of what I need to say. As with the previous amendment, Provost, I've only had sight of this one this morning, so I haven't had an awful lot of time to consider it. However, in particular, and I think it's paragraph, if you can just take it down a wee bit. Yeah, it's paragraph 8. Sorry, can I say to members, some of you will appreciate that I'm not the greatest expert in IT, but something I did discover, if you want to increase the font, is you can do that yourself by hovering over the WebEx screen, and you will see a magnifying glass, 2 in fact, one with a plus and one with a minus sign on it. So you can actually increase the font if you use that plus sign on the magnifying glass. I'm now impressing myself, Provost, so I'll move on to the amendment. I have a concern, I have to say, about what is being asked at paragraph 8 of the amendment. It's asking for publication of the Gold Command Structures minutes from 22nd March 2020 to 30th June 2020. And I wonder if perhaps this is being conflated with what the report is actually doing, which is recording the decisions taken by the Chief Executive alone in the capacity as agreed at the Council meeting on the 19th of March, namely in terms of his pre-existing delegated powers and authority to exercise those in a time of emergency. So what the Chief Executive has provided me with for the purposes of this report is a list of all those decisions that he took in place of a committee meeting on the dates that are specified in the appendix.
Archie, can I stop? Archie, can I stop you for a minute? Councillor Lennon's made a point of order. Councillor Lennon.
Provost, thank you very much. Within this amendment, Provost, and again, we number of months information being recommendation is anything that's confidentially sensitive.
Councillor Lennon, I'm going to hand it back to Archie. Archie.
Sorry, apologies, members, if I'm being a bit long-winded about this. I'll get to the point, and apologies, Councillor Lennon. I really couldn't hear very much of what you were saying, unfortunately. It's a point about competency, so if I can just get to that, Provost. This is a report dealing specifically with the powers that were vested in the Chief Executive as a consequence of the COVID situation, and specifically the powers that he exercised in place of committee, which was agreed previously. It doesn't deal with what was an operational forum, which I attended, namely the Gold Command. And so while it would be open to any member to put a motion to Council seeking particular information.
Sorry, Archie. Councillor Lindon's come in with a point of order as well.
I apologise to Archie for interrupting him. Can I just ask for clarification, Provost, by way of a point of order? If the monitoring officer was aware of the amendment earlier this morning, why the Scottish National Party? Sorry.
Thank you very much.
I think Councillor Curry's just joined us and has his microphone on. I'll just start again, Provost, forgive me. My point of order is to understand why, if the monitoring officer had reviewed the amendment this morning, the SNP group on North Lanarkshire Council are only being made aware now of the competency of the amendment and not in advance of the meeting, which would have been helpful, given that, once again, the indication was given yesterday and today of what the amendment would be asking for. It's another situation, I'm afraid to say, where we did try to engage with officers on the amendments that we were lodging in advance. Unfortunately, it seems that the competency is now in question, and it is in no way a critique of officers who have been exceptionally busy doing amazing work in difficult circumstances. But I do hope that you'll appreciate the question.
We'll let Archie back in. As I say, any issues that you've got with what the advice you've been giving the officers, I suggest you take it over the Chief Executive, etc. after the meeting, because again, like other members here, this is the first time I'm seeing this. I was just asked by Archie to let him in prior to this amendment. I didn't know the contents of the amendment, etc. So if you've got issues with the advice you've been given by officers, please take that up with the Chief Executive and officers after the meeting. And let's get on with the meeting. Archie, back to you.
Thanks, Provost. I like to think that as the Council's monitoring officer, I am available to any elected member, both by phone and by email. And I would encourage any member in future, if they have any issues like this, to contact me direct, because as they know, and you know, Provost, it's my advice in relation to competency that you very often will rely upon. So I'm afraid timescales this morning and commitments elsewhere have not afforded me the opportunity to get into dialogue about what was already published to all elected members. So I'll take this opportunity, if I may, just to get to the point, which is The amendment seeks the publication to members of minutes of meetings of an operational forum that has no bearing whatsoever within the confines of this report. And I may say that even if that were not the case, then the amendment as it stands, seeking all those minutes to be released to elected members, would cause me great concern as the Council's monitoring officer because of some of the content from external sources that was discussed at those meetings, where the Chief Executive, like the Chief Executive of every other of the 32 authorities in Scotland, was required to give an undertaking to the source of that information, that would not be disclosed beyond the members of the Gold Command. Beyond that, Provost, other matters were discussed, in some cases commercially sensitive issues about financial assistance to certain organisations. So it's on that basis, Provost, it's my advice that as the amendment stands, it's not competent. Thank you.
So you've heard the monitoring officer. He has ruled that the amendment isn't competent. I'm happy to take questions on the report, but there is no amendment to the report. Mark, who have you got in for questions?
Provost, we've got Councillor Tom Johnson, Councillor Burrows and Councillor Stubbs wish to make a contribution.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Thank you. If you look, there's a lot of words in it, but the essential bits are at the bottom. Now, most of the others are approved and noted, and it's from the report itself. And I think that makes us lose the key bits, which are at 8 and at 9. I would agree that 8 is very dubious, and I'm quite happy to accept that bit might not be covered. I would be very enthusiastic about, and I think other political groups might be, and we just simply move 9 and on its own, which is request that a member and officer.
The whole amendment has to be ruled out order, but it has been ruled out order by Archie. So therefore, none of the amendment can be will be looked at unless Archie wants to tell me I've got his advice wrong.
Well, Provost, like the previous amendment, where I did say that there would be a facility open to the member moving the amendment to seek to further amend, then notwithstanding what you've said, I don't think I would be strenuously objecting to that process, taking into account what Councillor Johnson has just said.
Provost, before you bring the next speaker back in, Councillor Lennon has intimated he wishes to raise a point of order.
Councillor Lennon.
Apologies, Provost. Apologies, I'm still trying to get my computer to work properly. Johnston's points, that was which I was going to raise. Point 9 is still, if you look at it on the face of it, competent in that. So if we can proceed to that, then I'm happy to withdraw 8 and then incorporate 9 and move that to 8.
Archie, are you quite happy with that change to the amendment?
I don't see any competency issue with point 9, Provost, and being consistent with what I've said before, if there was a move to amend, then I don't have a difficulty with that.
Thank you. The amendments been put back up to let people read it again before we bring in Councillor Lennon and Councillor McManus to propose and second the amendment with the exclusion of number 8. So if people can take a chance to read it now.
Andrew, can I just clarify you're sharing an email at the moment?
Apologies.
Provost, I've got a point of order. Can I make it while everybody's reading that?
Yes.
Thank you. It's on in relation to item 8, and I've listened to the contributions. I wonder if you or the monitoring officer can give us a little bit more detail about exactly which standing order that this goes against. I get that Archie's uncomfortable. I wouldn't like officers being uncomfortable to be a reason to rule something incompetent. I wonder if you could clarify exactly why in standing orders point 8 cannot go forward.
I think Archie's more in the rules as a monitoring officer, the way I read what he said, but I'll let him Archie in.
Okay, thanks, Provost. Councillor Stubbs, it's quite simply that I don't see the minutes of the Gold meeting being in any way relevant to the content of the report. So as I said earlier, had it been a motion, then it may have been, and I won't preempt any decision about a motion, but it may have been ruled competent. However, if that were the case, then I would be saying to Council that as monitoring officer, as I've done before, in terms of documents that members have requested, I would have to, even if a decision was made by members today, that this set of minutes be disclosed to all members of the Council, then I would have to invoke my authority as monitoring officer to stop that happening because of the content of certainly a number of those documents. So that's the basis for it.
Thank you. Councillor McPake, you're up for it, saying a point order as well.
Thanks, Provost. I would just maybe encourage my learned friends in the SNP to add into number 9 the budget core group as well, as well as the COVID. So that'd be a good idea to kill two birds with one stone.
Councillor.
Members happy for me to stop sharing the amendment now.
See, before you stop sharing, Archie, can I or somebody give me some clarity? There's parts of it, the kind of the reports, the decisions that have been made, but we have already at an earlier stage approved the minutes and all the C paragraphs. Is there any contradiction in that prior to us going to the next stage? Because, you know, it's asking that the C paragraphs be approved. We've already done that. And the recommendations for the housing, etc. We've already approved all the minutes. This speaker's kind of reading this, that's why I'm asking the question.
So yes, Provost, that's correct, and effectively there's no approval then required, given that that's been done already. As you know, most of the report was for noting anyway.
Apologies to cut in. The volume of minutes you approved earlier related to the committee cycle up to April, where you would normally have approved those minutes at the April council meeting, which obviously didn't take place. The C paragraphs referred to in this report are those which arise only out of decisions taken by the Chief Executive using his delegated powers, and bears no relation to the volume of minutes that you agreed earlier. Therefore, this should be taken on its own, completely separate from the volume of minutes. They relate
Thanks
to
very
completely
much. I
different
just
reports.
wanted to seek clarity in that. Councillor Damasio, point order. Councillor Damasio, you've
Hi
got
there.
it up for a point of order.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to question Archie's train of thought.
That's not a point of order.
That's already been asked. That's not a point of order.
Well,
As I said, I've said
again-
earlier, if people, he's a monitoring officer of the council, we have to take legal advice of them. If you do not take the appropriate legal advice of the monitoring officer, everyone could end up in serious trouble. So therefore, as I said, any of these issues that you're saying that you feel the officers have given wrong advice or different advice, please feel free to take that with the chief executive, the monitoring officer, etc. after the meeting. I've got some speakers. I'll do the speakers that I already had in my list. Councillor Burrows.
Provost, I'm seeking a bit of clarity. Whenever a motion or an amendment is submitted, it's getting checked for accuracy and competency. In this instance, from what I understand, and I may be wrong, this amendment came in today. Why is it then that the competency of this amendment was not picked up? Now, I do accept that Archie was saying that they are busy and whatever. I'm just seeking clarity. Am I right in assuming that the amendment that came in today, this morning, should have been checked? Because Archie is ruling it against it at the moment, as I understand it. Thanks, Provost.
Archie, do you want to give some clarity in that? Obviously,
You're happy.
like everybody
happy
else,
to do
Bob,
that.
I'm seeing this for the first time at the moment.
You're happy to do that, Provost. We've got a procedure in place for motions and amendments, and we've been refining that over the years, where members are getting more and more, hopefully, advance notice of the business to be considered, and officers like myself who have an advisory role, equally having some advance notice of what's to be considered. I'm not seeking to criticise any member when I say that I've only had sight of this morning, and I simply wasn't in a position to start getting into a debate with the members who had submitted the amendment. I'm happy, and I've indicated previously, I like to think I make myself as available as possible, even given the current climate, and I'm happy to engage with members at the earliest opportunity to have discussions like this. But I would be failing in my responsibilities if I didn't use this opportunity to flag up my concerns.
Councillor Stubbs.
Thanks, Provost. My question is on the decisions that were taken by the Chief Executive and in the appendix, and specifically in relation to planning. I'd raised my concerns at the time of one of the planning meetings. That there was protocols issued from it was either Chief Executive or the Planning Department about what decisions would be taken and which would be put off. And one of them was any major planning development, and specifically major planning developments that are contrary to the local development plan, would be delayed unless there was a specific reason not to delay it until the next meeting of the planning committee, when councillors were able to look into it in a wee bit more detail. There were two specific decisions taken in my ward that went against this protocol, I would argue, and were granted. I would like a wee bit of information about why that was, because I was never able to get an answer exactly what the specific reasons for going against the local development plan and for major applications on these two, and what recourse is available to elected members, particularly members of the planning committee, if they're unhappy with any decisions that have been taken. I mean, being in any other committee, once the famous six come through over, the committee can look at a decision and overturn it in a lot of cases. That's not going to be the case, I would imagine, if there's already boots on the ground building things that have been granted. And similarly, decisions that were taken to refuse, what recourse is available to members of the planning committee when time comes to look into these.
Des, do you want to respond to that, or do you want?
Of course, Provost. So the protocol that was approved in terms of planning applications and issued to all elected members of what was applied during the delegated period. To make it clear, those planning applications which Councillor Stubbs is referring to, they were not in any way separately identified by me. The planning service applied that protocol. They made the determination of what they should bring to committee based upon that agreed protocol. And those planning approvals came forward with a recommendation which I supported. So that was the process that was followed. There was no decision overruling or undermining or rejecting anything that hadn't already been through the process of that approved planning application, and that had not been in line with the recommendation of the planning service. And in relation to what comes next in terms of appeals process, it's as per the planning system we have here in North Lanarkshire. There's nothing distinct in any way, shape or form about what's been applied to date. Thank you, Provost.
Mark, who's going to speak after that?
Provost, I've got Councillor Barclay, followed by Councillor Damasio and Councillor T Johnston, and there's a couple after that.
Thank you, Provost. Conversation's moved on, so I've got nothing to add at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Just to say that the kernel of this motion is 9, which I think is a good idea. Councillor McPake came up with something, I didn't quite pick it up, to be added there, but I think that 9 is a very good idea. The rest, 1 to 7, is basically endorsement of reports. If people think there's complications in there, I think that could be dropped, and I think that the kernel of the thing is 9, and that could be simply moved as a motion on its own, I would think. I can't remember what Councillor McPake wanted to add.
Councillor Johnston.
Whether it was, I can't remember.
Councillor Johnston, you've just remembered me, and subject to the removal of number 8, the amendment hasn't been proposed or seconded. I'll go back to the speakers once I do that, and that will be up to Councillor Lennon if he wants, what changes he wants to make other than dropping number 8. So Councillor Lennon, you were going to propose amendment.
Thank you, Provost. Well, we would continue to propose option 9 on its own with no other amendments to it. That we request that a members' officer working group be established to aid the development of the COVID recovery and act as an advisory group in the event of a subsequent wave of coronavirus. Provost, this is currently being done in other local authorities. I think that we, along with a few others, were the only authority to hand over all delegated powers with collegiate working between elected members and senior officers in other authorities. But yet, in our authority, it seemed to be that obviously due to the pandemic and the concerns surrounding it, we felt that most appropriate is that we officers. However, as the pandemic has obviously progressed, then we are fully aware of obviously a number of issues and things that could have been addressed a lot easier, especially with elected member involvement. So I'd like to propose the amendment and hope that members support it.
Councillor McManus, are you seconding this?
Yeah, I've got nothing to add for.
Provost, there's 3 more speakers wishing to come in.
I've still got Councillor Damasio on my list, and who's after that?
We've got Councillor Hogg and Councillor O'Rourke.
Councillor Damasio.
Hi there. I would just like to comment. It's critical moving forward if we find ourselves, we're not going to go out of the immediate situation anytime soon, and indeed it could get worse again. Frankly, we can't have a situation again where elected members are, more or less locked out of decision making and oversight in terms of carrying out their civic duty and carrying out that civic duty in behalf of constituents. So yeah, I think it's imperative that everybody backs this. Number 8 again could be looked at on another day, but number 9, I would hope that all parties back that. And none.
Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Provost. The mute button was slow getting off there. I'd like to record some concerns about item 8. and they are as follows. We are all public servants. And I think historically, it's my belief that anything we all do as public servants should have some sort of transparency. There should be no censorship. I'm aware that if there was some sort of regulations that our chief executive was tied into, if that information is unavailable to the public, it's going to make us look as though there's some sort of decision making that the public are not allowed to have access to. And as long as we have a democracy, I will always be demanding that every decision any of us make collegiately or as a council, we represent the people. And a second wave, my concern is that under item 9, if the second wave of this pandemic occurs, which is clearly threatened from the powers that be, a working group that I would hope colleagues who are on that working group are not tied legally to keep stuff secret and kept from the public. I would like to see transparency in everything that we all do, and that includes officers, even the chief executive, because I make sure that happens with what I do and any decisions I do in representing the people. So that's just my comments on that. Thank you.
I mean, during the process, the chief executive had to make some commercially sensitive decisions, and some of the information that was shared by the health board was shared for chief executive use only. I mean, I'm happy to let Des or Archie back in on that point if they want, but I don't think anybody's trying to be secretive, and 100% trust that the chief executive will share all information that is legally possible with us after taking guidance off the monitoring officer. After all, Archie is the monitoring officer of this local authority, and we have to take guidance off him. I don't know if Des or Archie wants in on that point.
If I could just say, Provost, without preempting anything that Des might wish to say, but perhaps to be fair to Des, to take the focus and the spotlight away from him. This is very much my position, Councillor Hogg, in relation to my knowledge of the information that was provided to the Chief Executive and my knowledge of the basis that was provided, namely personal undertakings. And Des isn't alone in that, as I say. I'm sure that was the case across the length of the country. So we're not in any way trying to be secretive and not be transparent. But as monitoring officer, I'm bound to advise council in any situation where I have a concern the disclosure of information held would be a breach of assurances and undertakings that have been given. And quite separately, a number of the matters discussed in the Gold Group fall within the exempt paragraphs in Schedule 7A of the 1973 Act and would be exempt indeed for any elected member or member of the public's sight unless they had a particular reason as a member of a particular committee or whatever dealing with that exempt information. So it's not only undertakings that have been given, it's the categories of information in terms of the legislation. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Archie. Can I add, Provost, because there was a couple of comments there which seemed to infer that the level of delegation in North Lanarkshire was somehow more extensive than it was in authorities across the rest of Scotland. The legislation around delegated authority is a legislation around delegated authority. It applies equally across all chief executives. And I would remind elected members that in terms of the relationship between the delegated powers, the role of Gold Command, which is again is the same across all 32 local authorities, and the reporting of developments, was approved by Special Full Council of North Lanarkshire in March, which included the formation of a weekly leadership forum to which I reported every Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Rourke.
Thank you, Provost. Under another lockdown, I'm not exactly sure how any member officer group would meet. And if it's under these situations, going by the experience that I've had today of this meeting, I would have serious concerns about members getting in the way of a Gold Command under emergency situations.
Thank you. Mark, have you got any more speakers indicated?
Yeah, Province, there's another 3 speakers indicated. We've got Councillor Wilson, Councillor Larson and Councillor Lennon.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Provost. Under the terms of the amendment that are being submitted, we obviously, the Chief Executive's obviously relayed the position in Gold Command there, but I think also a working group would aid the democratic process of decision making in North Lanarkshire and give elected members more of a role to have input on that. And just responding to Councillor Rourke's point, I mean, in WebEx, you would have the technology to put in place some sort of working group. So, you know, the Conservative group aren't opposed to, you know, point 9, and we are quite happy to support that today.
Councillor Larson.
Thanks, Provost. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great, sorry. I wanted to agree to a large extent with what Councillor Hogg said a moment ago. If such a group was created, and I agree with such a group's creation in principle, but I think it's important to remember we are all elected on an equal footing, and that would be, you know, if some people had information, then that information should be accessible and transparent to others for the democratic process. But just, I want to ask a question to Des and Archie as well about what they said, if possible. And I accept what you're saying, but I'm just wondering, have you consulted post the delegated powers with other local authorities, monitoring officers and chief executives to determine whether or not they have been sharing that information with councillors?
Provost,
when you go back to
thanks, Des. No, I think we do, as a matter of course, as officers, liaise through our various networks, some of which are more informal, some of which are formal. Des and Solace, myself in Solar, Derek in ADES, etc., etc. There's a number of national organisations within the kind of umbrella of local government where experiences and best practice are shared. I have to say personally, as this council's monitoring officer, I will draw the line about being guided by what other councils choose to do. If I'm very clear, as I am in this case, the disclosure of that information would be a breach of undertakings that have been provided by the Chief Exec. And while Des might take a different view, I would be strongly counselling him against any release of that information, certainly in the form that it's in at the moment. I'll maybe let Des take over.
Yeah, I think that we need to be careful here that we need to separate out 2 things. Gold Command is part of the council's business continuity planning arrangements. It is an officer operational forum that deals with live operational issues on an hour-by-hour, day-by-day basis. And that is the same format information. It may involve different individuals, non-political parties, officers I mean, and indeed partner organisations, officers from partner organisations and individual councils based upon their circumstances. What you then have separate to Gold Command, which I say is an operational forum, is then the relationship to the political organisation, which is the council, and that varies quite wildly across the different local authorities. Some had a weekly executive cabinet type meeting. Others, like North Lanarkshire, had a weekly leadership discussion, which took place every Tuesday. So we need to be careful that we don't take those 2 separate forums and bring them together as one. Gold Command is an officer operational forum, which is bound by very strict regulations and guidelines, including the management of official sensitive data, which comes from, for example, bodies such as the Scottish Government on a daily basis, which we cannot share and are prevented from sharing, quite rightly so, because of the sensitive nature of it.
Mark, Councillor Lennon, I've got you down in the list as the next person to speak, but you will get an opportunity when you get to sum up your amendment to speak again. Mark, is there anybody who has not been on and ask the question on the list still wanting in?
Yeah, there's two speakers who have not been in, Provost, Councillor Sophia Coyle and Councillor Logue.
Councillor Logue will get a chance to sum up the report because he was the one that moved the report. Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Thank you, Provost. Just obviously it's a comment to say to Des and Stephen Penman as well. Thank you personally for all the hard work that they've done and the way they've dealt with us through this whole hard time, and all the staff included, because they've helped like my constituents when I needed them most. So
thank you very much for that. As I say, Councillor Logue will be summing up the report because he moved it. So we'll move to summing up the amendment. Councillor Lennon.
Provost, thank you. I think rather than going with a traditional sum up at this stage, I think it's important to highlight the SNP's intention in relation to both 8 and 9. Number 8, which has already been touched upon in relation to the minutes of the Gold Command meeting, I don't think for any second that anybody's under any false illusion the different structures that were at play during the pandemic. But I think that, again, coming back to that, redactions could have easily been made in relation to those minutes, despite commercially sensitive.
We've already agreed to it. Can you sum up on everything other than number 8? Actions already.
I'm about to, Provost, if you let me finish, I'm about to clearly go into that. But I think under section 9, I think that, again, we have an opportunity here. And I think that, again, Sophia's just summed it up there. The task ahead of the executive team and the council was quite staggering, to be perfectly honest with you. This amendment is basically to try and obviously ensure collegiate working as we move forward into the future, especially for this second wave. Again, officers shouldn't be on their own, in my opinion, in relation to dealing with a pandemic. And I think that, again, if more councillor involvement, whether it be whatever guise or structure, a working group, then that support could be provided in the future. So I just wanted to stipulate to members to make sure that we're all perfectly clear at the fact there was no hidden intent behind these two elements. It was basically for openness and transparency and to ensure collegiate working moving forward if a second wave hits. Thank you.
Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue, your mic doesn't seem to be off.
I mean, I'm glad that we're moving slightly and hopefully we can get a position established here. In terms of the Gold Command, I started worrying where that was drifting to, and I'm glad there's been a retrenchment and a move back from some of the issues that have been highlighted, which some members think emanated from Gold Command. However, I am not adverse to sitting down and reflecting on what has happened. I think, first of all, we should point out no officer was left on their own in any capacity. As Archie Aiken highlighted earlier on, I mean, COSLA have been heavily involved in giving advice. SOLAS has been involved. SOLA's been involved. ADES has been involved. ADSW have been involved. There's a whole range of professional organisations out there sharing experiences.
Sorry, Jim. Councillor Damasio's got a point of order.
Oh, you can't interrupt to sum it up. It's not in standing orders.
Just to be clear, tried to come in before Councillor Lennon wasn't taken, and I tried to come in before Jim spoke.
You had already been in earlier in the debate, so that's not a point of order. Councillor Lowe, back to you.
Debate.
Councillor Lowe, Councillor Damasio, I'm going to ask the officer to cut your microphone off. Councillor Lowe, back to you.
When this goes public, because I mean what we're seeing today is manifestly puerile and grossly not representative of good decision making. Can we try and focus on and make decisions in the best interest of the residents of North Lanarkshire? I think I've made my comments about Gold Command, and hopefully, I mean, that's the position. In terms of the one about setting up a working group, I'm not adverse to any issue-based, short-term working group looking at the experiences that have taken place since the council meeting on March 19th. I have no problem with that at all. Where I do get extremely nervous is when we start talking, there's reference there to an advisory board. An advisory board starts drifting towards operational issues, operational matters. And elected members should not be involved directly in the delivery of operational matters. Standards Commission abundantly clear, we're there strategic decision makers. Let us retain that role. It's a distinctive role, different from the officers, and rightly should be different from the officers. So if there is a consensus coming, but now we need to reflect on what's happened, then I think probably the best way of doing this would be for the leaders, along with the chief exec and whoever he wants to come from his management team, to sit down and reflect on, look at what's happened over the last 5 months. Look at exemplars from other authorities. Are there good practices out there? Some members seem to think there were better practices elsewhere. I'm sure we can access that information through the professional organisations. Let's sit down and look at that. And in the fullness of time, a report will come to policy and scrutiny, highlighting the observations of the leaders and the officers. And I think in terms of trying to make progress today, I think that would be the best logical way forward. And I'd ask for support in terms of that.
So you're moving the report and with the subject to looking at setting up a short-term working group?
No, let's not call it a short-term working group. Let's call it a meeting of the leaders, along with Chief Exec.
We're going to move to the vote, the amendment from Councillor Lennon and the motion from Councillor Logue with the addition onto the report that a group will be set up with the leaders and the chief executive to look at what we can do in best practice going forward. Can we go to the vote, Andrew?
Yes, I'll conduct the vote by roll call. If I could ask you, I'll call your name out in turn. If you can indicate whether you're supporting the motion, the amendment, or if you're abstaining. Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf. Councillor Ashraf. Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Baird.
Amendment.
Councillor Barclay.
Amendment.
Councillor Beveridge.
Motion.
Councillor Branham McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess. Councillor Burgess.
Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Councillor Cameron.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carricker.
Amendment.
Councillor Carson.
Motion.
Councillor Castles.
Motion.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Amendment.
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 Thank you. So I was just muting people because there was background noise. Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Cullen.
Motion.
Councillor Curran.
Motion.
Councillor Curry.
Amendment.
Councillor Damasio.
Amendment.
Councillor Doherty. Councillor Doherty, are you here? Councillor Dinesh Ashraf, you indicated you were here. Can you please provide me with your vote?
Okay. Amendment.
Amendment, thank you very much. Councillor Doxey, here. I can see you're on the call.
Motion.
Motion, thank you. Councillor Doolan.
Amendment.
Councillor Douglas.
Amendment.
Councillor Duffy.
Motion.
Councillor Farouk.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gallagher.
Andrew, there's been an issue with the votes. So, Councillor Cullen by accident. My vote's amended.
So I didn't catch the first part of your what you said there.
Someone voted for Councillor David Cullen in error.
Okay.
Councillor Cullen hasn't voted.
That was me, Andrew. I thought you'd said Councillor Cullen and you'd actually said Councillor Cullen, and I voted for the motion.
Sorry, it's my pronunciation. Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldsack.
Motion.
Councillor Gooley.
Motion.
Councillor Graham.
Motion.
Councillor Hogg.
Amendment.
Councillor Hume.
Amendment.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jones.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr, are you on the line?
Amendment.
Amendment, thank you. Councillor Larson.
Amendment.
Councillor Lennon.
Amendment.
Councillor Linden.
Amendment.
Councillor Logue.
Motion.
Councillor McGregor. I think Councillor McGregor's left the meeting. Councillor McGowan.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Marston is an apology. Councillor McCulloch.
Motion.
Councillor McKendrick. Councillor McKendrick.
Motion.
Motion, thank you. Councillor McLaren.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor McManus.
Amendment.
Councillor McNally.
Motion.
Councillor McNeil.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor McPake.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Mooney.
Motion.
Councillor Morgan. I think Councillor Morgan's left the call. Councillor O'Rourke.
Motion.
Councillor Pettigrew.
Amendment.
Councillor Quigley.
Motion.
Councillor Reddit.
Motion.
Councillor Rorty.
Motion.
Councillor Shevlin.
Motion.
Councillor Shields.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen.
Amendment.
Councillor Stevenson.
Motion.
Councillor Stocks.
Amendment.
Councillor Stubbs.
Amendment.
Councillor Alan Valentine.
Amendment.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
Amendment.
Councillor Watson.
Amendment.
Councillor Weir.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
And Councillor Woods. Councillor Woods.
Motion.
Motion. Thank you. So the amendments received 37
Go
votes.
back and get Councillor Cullen again. I never heard that, sorry.
Nobody, Councillor Cullen's on the call.
I voted for the amendment.
Amendment.
It's kept coming up and up.
Thank you. So the amendment has received 38 votes and the motion 32, with no abstentions, so the amendment is carried.
Right, thank you very much.
SNP on it.
Agenda item 5 is the filling of council vacancies. What can people put their... I don't want to hear everybody's conversations. Can we get a mute, please?
SNP voted the Tories voted them.
Can we get everybody? Mark, Andrew, can you put everybody on mute? Because I'm hearing lots of conversations.
I'm just doing that now, Provost.
Provost, we've got a point of order for Councillor Anderson.
Councillor Anderson, point of order.
Thanks, Provost. You beat me to it. There's a lot of background noise. People have got their mics off mute.
I know. Andrew's trying to keep an eye on it, and if he sees a lot coming off, he's trying to put them off. But during the roll call vote, it's difficult for him to do both. It's really imperative that we don't hear dogs barking and phones beeping and whatever in the background. I think mine's just beeped in the background there as well. So come on, agenda item 5. It's the filling of casual vacancies. Ward 13 for Tissot and Ward 14 Thornywood. There is submitted a report by the Head of Legal and Democratic Solutions providing an update in respect of the filling of the casual vacancies which exist within Wards 13 and 14. Colleagues, can we note the report unless anyone is otherwise minded? Agenda item 6 is the 2020-21 revised. Councillor Baird, you never put in the chart that you wanted in. Councillor Baird, you need to put it in the chat, or we don't know you want in. Are you waving at me, or are you just waving at somebody else?
As much as I like waving at you, Provost, I was waving at the whole group. No, I wanted to say something. I was actually asked, what other potential arrangements is there? Is there any potential of doing a gentleman's agreement when it comes to the by-election, if the circumstances change? As a cut of cards, or the potential of only one candidate standing in each to save time, if that was agreed between all the parties, I suppose, or does it have to be run in full if it does?
I'm happy, Provost, to deal with
do you want
that.
to handle? I'll hand over to you as the returning officer and the advice you've been given about running elections.
It's more a legal matter, I think. Provost, I'll pass to Archie at this point.
Thanks, Des. Yeah, I think firstly I can assure members, and hopefully it comes across in the narrative in the report, that we in the election team, in conjunction with the returning officer, are doing everything in our power to ensure that these two by-elections do take place on the 19th of November. However, like everyone else and everything else at the moment, we're subject to the guidance that's in place at any given time. That being said, Catherine Johnson, the coordinator, is very much gearing up to be prepared and is carrying out the necessary risk assessments in line with not just our internal requirements, but also the national ask from the Electoral Management Board. In terms of gentlemen agreements and cuts of cards and so on, it wouldn't be, I think, for any of us as officers to make any comment on what political groups or indeed anyone else might seek to do. Clearly, if there was only one candidate for a seat, then there would be no requirement for a poll. And we will be updating members as we go through the process to let you know. And certainly, as the report says, by a point 50 days before the 19th of November, when a decision will have to be taken.
Yes, and Archie will keep us updated through the whole process. Can we move on to agenda item 6? The 2020-21 revised financial forecast, impact of COVID-19. There is submitted a report by the Head of Financial Solutions advising of the Council the forecast financial position of the General Fund and the impact of the Council's response to and the recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. Elaine Kemp, the Head of Financial Solutions, will speak to the report. Elaine.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, everyone. The 2021 revised financial forecast is on your agenda today to give Council an update on the scale of financial challenge facing the Council as a result of COVID, once account has been taken of the estimated full year costs of COVID, all funding confirmed to date, and mitigating action which has already been taken by CMT. The financial position at the time of writing is best summarised in Table 2 of the report, and I'll summarise it for you. The Council faces a deficit of 21.705 million by the end of this financial year. This deficit recognises the additional costs of COVID, which total 46.945 million, and also recognises income provided by Scottish Government to address these costs, which total 16.803 million, leaving a net cost to be managed of 30.862. Mitigating actions to the value of 9.157 million have been identified and implemented to date, but even after taking account of known funding and actions taken, there's still a remaining balance of 21.705 million to be addressed. However, although this was the position at the time of writing, the financial position is extremely complex and rapidly evolving. The figures have changed and will continue to change. Since the time of writing, we've received clarity through COSLA around funding for the reopening of schools, and that has allowed me to recognise an additional funding amount of 2.7 million at this time. Taking together that with a minor adjustment to cost assumptions, there's a positive movement that I can report to you today in the budget deficit, which is shown in the papers in front of you. The revised deficit, which needs to be addressed as at today, and I stress as at today because it will continue to change, is estimated now at 18.326 million. That's a reduction of 3.379 on the figure of on the report you have in front of you. However, there are still massive uncertainties around both funding and costs, which will be further refined, and this projected deficit will undoubtedly change again as we move through the recovery phase. However, regardless of that positive movement, the level of deficit will remain challenging, particularly when we consider it alongside the approved savings which we're already implementing within the 2021 budget. The additional challenge, however, at this time is the short timescale that the Council has to resolve the financial position to make sure that it comes in on budget by the end of this financial year in little over 7 months' time. Finally, the report recommends that a cross-party sounding board is established to take regular updates on this changing financial position and to consider a route through which the budget can be balanced. The Council will continue to seek additional funding through every avenue available from Scottish Government and to request flexibility around issues like allowing us to borrow to fund the deficit if, as an alternative, no further funding is available. But in the absence of either of these actions, the Council needs to identify and agree actions to manage the remaining burden, which as at today is 18.326 million over the next 7-month period. So without going through the detail in the report, I'm happy to take questions on it. obviously caveated with that things have since moved on. However, the overriding message remains the same. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. As was pointed out, colleagues, the report, recommendation 4, seeks the creation of a sounding board. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the report moved, and I see that Councillor Johnson is going to move an amendment. We'll get them posed and seconded, and then we can open it up to questions and debate. Councillor Logue, I understand you're moving this report.
Move the report, Provost.
And who's seconding it?
Second the report, Provost, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnston, you've indicated that you're going to move an amendment. Has the officers got it? They can put it on the screen, or are you putting it on the screen?
I have the amendment, Provost. I'll put that up now.
Thank you. Hopefully everybody will have had a chance to read over the amendment. Councillor Johnson, to move your amendment. Councillor Tom Johnson.
Hello, yes. If you look at the amendment, essentially points 1, 2 and 3 are commentary. Obviously, it has to be updated in the light of what we've actually heard from. But it's commentary on the report. The essential thing is paragraph 4, where we note next steps and actions required. And the key thing is we agree that officers will facilitate a series of briefing sessions which will be open to participation by representatives of all parties and none within the Council to help inform the setting of further measures to ensure the Council operates within the available budget for 2020-21. So what we are saying is we don't want a sounding board, but we are more than happy to take part in simple briefing sessions where the officers provide the information, and we may or may not want to ask questions. We may take information away with us and notes, and the SNP, as far as the SNP group's concerned, we would then draw up our own budget. But preferably, we would hope there'd be time for what happened the last time, where officers could in fact visit the different political groups. And there seems to be talk that the emergency budget would be round about the 17th of September, halfway through the financial year. And if until then we've got 4 weeks. Okay, it's a rush, there's difficulties, but we would hope to have the SNP group meeting with officers as before, and other groups could do the same. If that's not possible, we'll just have to accept that a series of briefing sessions, and we've got the word series in as well, briefing sessions for all councillors. We would just have to accept that. I think we should, obviously there's a huge challenge here to find 18 million, but it may be that when we were dealing with a full budget before, we were dealing with dozens and dozens of options. It may be that the number of options is actually down, and we can go through the key painful options. They may be more painful, but there may be fewer to decide between. So there may actually be room for officers to meet with political groups as groups. But that's what we're moving. No sounding board, a series of briefing sessions open to all parties together and people of no party.
Andrew, are you able to take that off the screen? I can't get that removed from the screen at the moment so that I can see who's voting in. Thanks. Councillor Linden.
Thank you, Provost. I welcome the opportunity to follow Councillor Johnson in seconding the SNP amendment today. My remarks will be uncharacteristically brief, as I believe Councillor Johnson's covered much of the reasoning behind the amendment. However, I do wish to place on record my thanks, as always, to the Section 95 officer and to our team who have been working throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, not only to exercise the functions of Financial Services Department in the Council, which I imagine will have been even more challenging with the demands on the service against the context of social distancing, isolation, etc., but indeed the challenge of considering the very real impact which COVID will have on the finance of the Council and preparing to provide members with the financial forecast that we have seen before us. Today's amendment and the recommendation outlined at Recommendation 4 recognises the significant pressures on the time of the Section 95 officer, her team and indeed other officers of the Council. And therefore I reiterate that the SNP group, in wishing to be constructive about the need to set further measures to ensure the engagement with one another that the Council operates within its available budget, will be happy to engage with briefing sessions which shall be hosted by officers and attended by all parties and none to help inform the process. In so doing, I think it's important that recognises the challenges ahead, not only for our budget in North Lanarkshire, but as we'll discuss later today, the challenges which face our local and national economy, as well as Scottish Public Services, against the backdrop of what's been a challenging global pandemic. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. There's a pile of comments coming up the chat bar. That's not what the chat bar's for. Can you contact the officers direct? You were given phone numbers to contact officers direct. We're now clogging up the chat bar with issues that are not related to this. Before I bring in any speakers or questions, Des or Elaine, do you want to add anything to what you've heard so far?
I'll go first if that's okay, Provost. I would welcome the opportunity to work with joint briefing sessions, and I thank Councillor Linden for his positive comments there. I would suggest at this stage that we have a 4-week period until the provisional date for Council, which has been set. So I would be looking to set up very quickly, working with business managers and leaders, 4 meetings which would start to look at the options that officers are in the process of developing at the moment. Starting from next week, I'll work with you to arrange a suitable series of meetings, but I would recommend 4 at this stage. And I'll pass over to Des if he wants to make any further comment.
Thank you, Elaine. It's just in relation to some of the comments there from Councillor Johnston. So members are all clear. The Section 95 officer and myself, as Chief Executive, had a discussion in July, as obviously the situation was unfolding, about what we would be able to support in terms of budget review process from a resource perspective. And we made that clear to the meeting of the leaders, business managers and deputies in early July, that we could not facilitate individual briefings or individual budget groups within individual parties. I appreciate this is a sounding board, not a budget group as such, but we will not be able to facilitate individual discussions over and above this commitment. We simply do not have the resource to do that. We are still in the middle of an ongoing COVID-19 response, an extensive recovery programme, and obviously preparations for what comes next in terms of the autumn and winter. Thank you.
Mark, have we got speakers that want in?
Provost, there only one speaker that's indicated they want to come in. It's Councillor O'Rourke.
Councillor O'Rourke.
Thank you, Provost. To me, this amendment sounds like a play with words. They're happy to commit to briefing sessions, but it seems they're not going to take part in a sounding board. So if the motion passes, are they seriously saying that they're not going to come to a sounding board? But if we call it briefing sessions, they'll come to briefing sessions. I think this is a waste of time.
Have you got any more speakers?
Yeah, one further speaker's come in, Provost, and it's Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Provost. I mean, I think Councillor O'Rourke has largely covered my point. The amendment we're seeing from the SNP is effectively a smoke and mirrors job. I mean, I don't see what's particularly different about the SNP's call for briefing sessions and the sounding board that is being proposed. It seems to me that the SNP don't want to sign up to a sounding board because of the big song and dance they've made in the past about refusing to join ones. So they want to call it something else, so they can spin themselves out of not joining a sounding board. The sounding board and the briefing sessions are the same thing, and I think the SNP really should withdraw the amendment and support the motion. There's no material difference from what I can see.
Mark, have you got any more speakers?
There's no further speakers, Provost.
Provost, it's Councillor. So right, it's Councillor Burrows.
Could you wait a minute, Councillor Burrows? I'm just going to say, coming up in my chat bar, I've got Beveridge, Burrows, Castles, Gallagher and Larson.
Can I move the report at some stage?
Pardon?
Can I move the report?
Yes, on you go. Well, can you, I mean, ask for the report to be moved and you never spoke at that time. You just, but on you
Move the report, but anyway, I mean, if we go to page 37 of the report, you'll see the 4 recommendations there. And I would move it, we said the recommendation 1, 2, we amend recommendation 3, 18.326, and recommendation 4, that we agree to set up a sounding board. And that sounding board, it consists of 5 from the administration, 5 from the SNP, 3 from the Conservatives, and 2 independent. And as the Section 85 also has already highlighted, arrangements should now be put in place to allow virtual meetings to take place as soon as possible, and certainly starting in the week beginning August the 17th. Can I say to you, I'm sitting here and I'm absolutely baffled at the hypocrisy of the SNP. They didn't want a briefing sessions for the report on COVID, but they wanted briefing sessions for a report on a shortfall of 18 million over the shortfall which we identified in the budget in February, somewhere in the region of over £40 million. And they think that that business can be transacted by, what do you call it, briefing sessions. Councillor O'Rourke and Councillor Wilson are absolutely spot on. They have dug a hole for themselves when it comes to sounding boards. They've made their position categorically clear. They will not, never will join a sounding board. And that's at variance with the recommendation of Audit Scotland, who say that every other authority in Scotland uses a sounding board in a very effective and transparent manner, and recommended to the SNP group in North Lancashire that they should plagiarise and follow suit. But no, not to be. The challenges, as Section 95 has sort of highlighted, are very, very severe. It's a fluid situation. It has improved over the last few days, as Elaine highlighted. It could get worse over the next few days. We don't know the outcome of the pandemic that we're in just now. It is extremely challenging. And even at this late stage, and I think it's critically important, and I think the residents in North Lancashire would expect us all to come together to adopt a very mature, measured way of addressing the challenges that we face as an authority. Because the simple feature is the SNP do not want to come into a sounding board and have to take the financial responsibility, the fiscal responsibility for making difficult decisions. Because what they want to do is indulge in grandstanding and oppositional politics. And it is absolutely reprehensible. It is time they grew up. It's time that they recognise the challenges faced us. Let's adopt a collaborative approach here. Let us now work together to address what really is the most serious financial situation that any of us in this room have ever faced. And I would make that plea So that would be the recommendation from the administration.
Here.
Councillor Beveridge.
Thanks, Provost. I'll go back to something that my ward colleague, Councillor Coyle, said, and she knows fine well what's happening in my ward. Our constituents have been through hell this past couple of months. My family's been through hell. We've been in here shielding. It's been a horrible time, and I'm just asking, I'm pleading, please come together. And if I can make a wee suggestion, as opposed to calling it, go with what Councillor Logue was saying regarding the numbers, but as opposed to calling it a budget sounding board, what about making it a budget briefing board? Would that maybe satisfy my SNP colleagues? Thanks.
Councillor Burrows.
Provost, thank you. I think a couple of things I wanted to say the leader has said, but the chief exec and the leader is right. This is incredibly, unbelievably serious. And we've only got about 4 weeks to try and resolve it. That's the problem. If we're all in this together, we can move this forward. And I'll bet you, Provost, right now, I'll bet you that a number of SNP councillors watching this now would want their group to be involved in this. But the politics are taking over here at the top level in that group, clearly, because we need to be together. There's some aspects I need to say, see, on reflection, going back over a few budget years, there's some aspects of the budget that the SNP put forward, right? If they had been in the budget sounding board, they may have got them through, but they decide not to, and then they come in and politics takes over. I don't think the SNP want to be involved in anything of this, like the leader said. What they want to do is to sit on the side, accept our communities is going to take a hammering, and they're not willing to come into the middle grounds and let's see if we can work together to get this resolved. This is shocking politics. I'm fed up with it.
Councillor Castles.
Points have been made, Provost. Thanks.
Mark, I'm putting these up for the chat. I don't know if you're getting these names up in your chat.
Yeah, my chat's now updated, Provost. So the next three speakers want to come in are Councillor Gallagher, Councillor C. Johnson and Councillor Larson.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Provost. The Conservative group will be voting for the motion today. Ignorance of some of the SNP members because they don't understand exactly what a sounding board is. I have tried to explain it to them on many an occasion that it's not a voting board, it's merely an information sharing board in terms of what the SNP group do as a group, but only you're in with other political parties. So the SNP can call it whatever they want, they can put up whatever amendment they want, but at the end of the day, whatever option is picked today, it is still a sounding board. Thanks, Provost.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Sorry, Provost, I didn't want to come in.
No problem. As I say, we'll all of these wee glitches in the system as we go along.
I think Councillor Tom Johnson wants to come in. Sorry, Provost.
Councillor Tom Johnson will be allowed in at the end to sum up his amendment. Councillor Larson.
Thanks, Provost. I think Councillor Logue is correct in the sense that the pandemic is going to have long-term and horrendous economic consequences for the people in North Lanarkshire and indeed Scotland. But Scotland has overwhelmingly been supportive of the SNP's direction of travel when it comes to dealing with the pandemic. And the people of North Lanarkshire, to my mind, have been similarly supportive. What we want in the SNP, make no mistake, is independence, and we want an SNP council returned at the next election so that we can work more cohesively with the government rather than in opposition to the government, and have a much more joined up approach. The SNP at every possible turn has taken a more humanitarian turn. And I think if Labour really do want to see the best for the people of Scotland and the people of North Lanarkshire, they should think about changing their party policy to support independence, because it's fast
Sorry,
becoming...
Councillor Batson, somebody's come in with a point of order. Councillor Wilson, a point of order.
Yeah, Provost, Kirsten last view on the Scottish Government's response to the coronavirus and independence has got nothing to do with a sounding board.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to come to the sounding board now, if that's okay, Provost. There are many reasons that we don't want to sit in the sounding board, but one of them is a worry and a concern that it will end up that our ideas and the administration's ideas are not too easy to separate in parts. And we believe democratically that the people of North Lanarkshire, given how close the election results were for the administration, deserve a clear and distinct and separate choice. And if we're on a sounding board, then that's not what they're going to get. If a sounding board and a briefing are the same thing, why are we so hesitant to move towards briefings? And if it did come to a briefing section as opposed to a sounding board, I think we would be looking for, although I can't speak on behalf of the group on this, I do think we would be looking for clear assurance that we would be briefed and that questions could be asked separately. Thank you.
Councillor Damasio.
Hi, Leah. Hi. I do think I've got a brief point and a question, to be fair. I was disappointed in Megan's comments, which I felt were highly patronising, I have to say. I would like to clarify, because I didn't quite catch, if noted in the terms of the paper, but the sounding board, he mentioned the numbers. I'm hoping I misheard, but I thought I heard 5 Labour, 5 SNP, 3 Conservative and 2 Independents. If that's really what the leader of the council is proposing, it's quite ridiculous, considering the proportionality of the SNP representation in the council. Can
Leader did
Jim
read out
clarify
numbers,
those
and I'll
numbers?
ask him to go over them again and he's summing up so that when people are voting, they understand what he said. Councillor Hogg.
Thanks, Provost. Could I just reiterate, as I've said in the past, my huge respect for Elaine's work and for the Chief Executive and the team during these shockingly unprecedented times. I wasn't questioning any of their professionalism earlier, but what I would like to say is reiterate the same point the leader came out with and Councillor Beveridge and others. We in Scotland have never went through an economic crash so brutal as this, worse than 1929. And the real hit is going to come when we get next to no rates revenue coming in next year. So I respect the work and the firefighting our senior executives under the Chief Executive have done. There was no economic impact assessment by the SNP government. They went into a lockdown of our economy, knowing the statistics that there was a death rate of 0.1%, and the real science tells us that 99.9% of our people were never going to be adversely affected by this virus. So a lot of the decision making, I question, comes from the top. And I think it's time we got our heads together and grew up and got some collegiate thinking, because we are in one hell of a bloody mess and we need to get together and sort it out. Thanks for that.
Mark, have you got other speakers wanting in?
Yeah, Provost, we've got Councillor Brannan McVeigh, followed by Councillor McNeill.
Kevin, Councillor Docherty's put up something privately, I think by mistake, so I think he might want in as well. It's just, obviously it's a trial and error for people. Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Good afternoon, Provost. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you're all well. We find ourselves in absolutely extraordinary times. We've had to confront things in our communities, in our country, in our world that we never even dreamt possible. So I suppose my plea is, please, in these extraordinary times, let us do something for North Lanarkshire that is extraordinary. Work together, collaborate, be collegiate. For me, the difference between a sounding board and a briefing is quite simple. The sounding board offers a continuity of membership. We want to optimise the time, the very valuable time that of our officers during this ongoing pandemic, and actually work together so that we're not duplicating presentation. We're not there's no misinformation by misunderstanding, and we are hearing and seeing, and there's not that replication of replay, because the people who are in the room have continuity to be in that room. So for me, if this is a bit about a name, a rose is a rose, and as a councillor, and as a proud Labour councillor, I will happily work with any government who truly values local government. But sadly, for 13 years, we have not had that. So let us demonstrate in North Lanarkshire that we can do something better and we can do something more and have a truly collaborative sounding board. So I would urge my colleagues who sit on the other side of the chamber from me usually, please come together so that we can do this important work and save any future tragedies in our community. Thank you.
Councillor McNeill.
Thanks, Provost. I think Councillor Larson has just left the bag. It's not about the pandemic. It's not about £28 million, or sorry, £18 million that this council are currently short of. It's all about independence. Unbelievable. We're sitting here today, we have been for almost 3 hours, and we've not even got to the because of politics that are being played and semantics. What we need to do is we need to agree to listen to the advice of officers on how best to solve the financial catastrophe that we're in the middle of. And the way to do that is by everyone working together, listening to what the officers say and coming forward to solutions, which will be very painful indeed to the people in North Lanarkshire. And it's shameful that an SNP member sits here and says it's all about independence. It really is.
Councillor Docherty, you put up a wee note privately. Is that because you wanted in, or was it just you were trying something out in the computer?
I don't see that argument here, because the Chief Executive has made it crystal clear he doesn't have the resource to provide these briefing sessions that they're asking for. And no matter what they're asking for, they know they're not going to get these briefing sessions, so they just really don't want to be involved in anything that we're going to be doing here. They know it's going to be very, very distasteful, these cuts that's going about, and they want to distance themselves from it.
Mark, have you got any more speakers?
Yeah, Councillor Kerr wants to come in, Provost.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. It was just in terms of the political makeup of this sounding board. As of today, there are now equal numbers of independent members as there are Conservative groups. So I would have expected the actual makeup to be 5, 5, 3, and 3.
Have you got anybody else? Mark?
Yeah, Provost. Councillor Graham has indicated he wishes to come in.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Provost. I would appeal to colleagues across the chamber, especially in the Yellow Tribe, who I know most of them to be reasonable, to let's try and come together, as my colleague Brand McVeigh said, or is it they just don't want the DNA over difficult decisions?
All right, we don't.
Councillor Larson, you made a point of order.
Yeah, I don't know if it is, Provost, but I think that was abusive language to call us the Yellow Tribe.
All right. Councillor Graham, Councillor Larson seems to think the Yellow Tribe's abusive language.
Well, apologies, Kirsten should know none would be intended from me. It's just a figure of speech.
Thank you. Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
I'm unsure about what the whole fight about is here. I mean, the only distinction here is that we want to have the information provided to the SNP group at the same time as the Labour and Conservative group in the room through having these briefing sessions. And the alternative, which is being proposed right now, is something which has long been referred to as the sounding board. And we don't want to work along, we don't want to be placed in a situation where after the sounding board meetings take place, that the decisions that the SNP group make can be conflated alongside the decisions of the Conservative group or the Labour group, because we've been burnt in the past where we've sat in a room disagreeing with budget decisions and the finger has been being pointed back at us saying, well, you should have spoken about that in the sounding board. We want to make our individual decisions about what we believe is the best for North Lanarkshire Council and propose those budget decisions at the due time, which I believe is in September. So as individual parties and as individual groups, we can make those decisions in the room at the same time and then later on come up with our own proposals to be debated at the same time in September. And that is what a democracy is. We can all come up with our own individual proposals and bring them to that meeting that will be there in September. So I'm unsure about what all this yelling's about. I mean, if you're saying it's the same thing, the sounding board and these briefing sessions, then I suppose that, like, if you want to indulge us, then remove the semantics. Don't call it sounding board, call it briefing sessions. Otherwise, I guess we'll be going to the vote and putting our proposal forward.
Go to the vote, Jean, now.
I've got one more speaker and then I'm going to go to the summing up. Councillor McNally and then we'll sum up.
I mean, Provost, it really is quite extraordinary what has been sort of articulated over the last 20 minutes or so from members of the principal opposition group in North Lanarkshire. What Councillor Ashraf has just said surrounding the briefing sessions that they are putting forward is exactly what the sounding board is. The SNP seem to think they know a lot about the sounding board, which is fascinating given the fact they've never sat on it. But it's not a decision-making body. The members come together, they get presented with the information, and then each individual group presents a budget. That's what happened a few months ago. There was the Conservative group, which sat on the sounding board, presented a different budget to the administration, but they were subject to the same information as were the SNP group. What the Chief Executive is clearly saying is that his officers are not going to be going from group to group to provide the same information to members when that can be provided in one forum, which is absolutely the right thing to do. And it has been the right thing to do, by the way, for the entire duration of this council, when we've been facing a staggering financial challenge. And for Councillor Larson, unbelievable stuff to actually suggest that independence and the SNP group winning the next election is their reason for no coming onto the sounding board. I'm glad somebody's finally admitted it. You know, it's taken the best part of 3 years for somebody to finally admit it. So I'm grateful that Councillor Larson has admitted that that is the SNP's position and likely has been from the get-go. So let's cut this nonsense out. Let's get together as a sounding board. Let's listen to the information, and then each political group will take their decisions. That's what's happened for the best part of 3 years, and that's what we've got to continue. I'm thinking, Provost, that's me.
Councillor McNally, Councillor Lennon came in with a point of order.
Thank you very much, Provost. It's just for the information of Councillor McNally. We're all independent supporters. I think that none of us have ever skirted away from that aspect.
Sorry, Councillor Lennon, it's not a point of order. And I said that Councillor McNally was the last speaker. Councillor Baird, you've come in at the wire there. As long as you're brief, I will let you in, and then I'm going to sum it up. Councillor Johnson will be Tom Johnson will be the next speaker after you to
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. Not again. You keep it on, put your mic off, put it on and leave it on.
Okay, can you hear me now? It was just basically, the usual toing and froing between sides, and the Yellow Tribe and not the Yellow Tribe, and it's the sounding board versus the
One of the
briefing.
members has already been pulled up for using that terminology because one of your members took offence at it. So if you can stop using that terminology, then
I'd be offending myself. No problem.
at the end of the day, one of your members was already offended by that. So if we don't use that phrase, then nobody will be offended.
Right. Get back to the gist of it. No, I think the one thing that has come out and probably really should be expanded on is, what is the sounding board? What is its purpose? Because I think there's a lot of confusion around it, especially within our own group. There are people who are dead set against it, and that's their purple. That's their position. I'm not looking to change it. I've been in favour of it a few times. I don't believe that's a secret. But part of the reason, I think, is there's been a bit of misinformation or whatever put about it. And it goes right back to the very first one that was set up, because our delegates who went along didn't keep the group advised. And they actually were signed up to collective accountability. So it was actually at that point, about having a budget setting agreement between the parties. And I think that's carried on, that there is somehow this collective accountability, that if you go along and the officers present you with choices, then you are not allowed to make a selection. Take that back to your group and make a selection you're agreeing within that actual group. And I don't think that is actually the case. And I think that needs to be clarified to take it forward. So I really find it strange that we're prepared to accept briefings if it's called a briefing session rather than a sounding board session, but we've got to do it in isolation to others just because people might think we're agreeing with the Tories, or we're agreeing with Labour, or we're agreeing with independents. To me, that's a kind of argument, and that it belongs in the primary one. We have decisions and hard decisions to make, and I don't think it. Personally speaking, it beholds on the SNP that we're seen to be moving away from them and maybe putting an accusing figure. Because if we do become the ruling group post 2022, then these hard decisions will be even harder for us to take. So I think it's we really should get rid of the semantics, have clarification what the rules on the terms of agreement are, so that councillors can make an informed decision, that there is no collective accountability on it, just a requirement to turn up, hear the information, and then take that back to your group to then make up your own budget. And I'd appreciate comment on that. Thanks.
I'm sure Councillor Logue will touch on what it means in his summing up, because that's really the main crux of it. Councillor Johnson, do you want to sum up your amendment? Tom Johnson.
One of Jim Logue's. Hello?
Councillor Damasio's come in for a point of order. What's your point of order, Councillor Damasio?
Yeah, I would just like to ensure that Jim Logue is going to provide us with the rationale around the numbers and explain his reasons why.
Councillor Logue will give some of that I'm sure in his summing up. I don't know what he intends to say in his summing up, but I'm sure he'll give it. Councillor Tom Johnson.
to say that what the SNP are wanting is all parties involved in a series of briefing sessions. And this seems to have caused an awful lot of trouble and panic and all sorts of people joining in that it's wrong to get briefing sessions and you must have a sounding board. And if you don't join a sounding board, then you don't get briefing sessions. In other words, a party which represents 38% of the electorate at the last local elections will not be briefed on £18 million budget cuts. That is making history in local government. That the biggest party is May 17th will be barred from getting information from officers on a budget. It's absolutely amazing. And they're trying to tell us that there's no difference between a sounding board and a briefing session. Well, if there's no difference, call it a briefing session and we'll come along and you won't have the embarrassment of telling 38% of the electors in North Lanarkshire that their people will not be briefed on budget cuts. This is absolutely amazing. The normal thing in any government is you have an administration which administers and an opposition which puts pressure on the administration to make sure that things go correctly. Now, in May 2017, when we had 38% of the vote and Labour slumped to about 35% of the vote, we suggested that we work jointly in a coalition as Labour and SNP did in Edinburgh and Stirling and Dumfries and places like that. But no, the door was firmly shut then. Now that the hard decisions have to be taken, suddenly you have to be their pals and be in with them, sharing in the hard decisions. They don't want to be seen as the administration now. They're running, they're panicking. The SNP must be on board with Labour and the Tories and the Independents because we're all working together now. But there was no working together at that time. And Councillor Lowe was telling us that the Audit Commission wanted these things and had a serious face on at that point. But he's never told us that the likes of the position that Councillor Gallagher now holds, he was against that position going to opposition parties for years. He ignored the Audit Commission and any other commission at one time until it suited them later on to do these sort of things. So we'll have no lectures about that sort of thing. And we will make our own budget. We will sit and we will go through these hard cuts that have to be made and we will make the same hard decisions that everybody else has made and we will present them at the budget time. We'll do that. We haven't shut from anything at all. But if you want us on board and you want 38% of the electorate on board, you simply have to call it, what's the word, a briefing session. Refuse to call it a briefing session. You're going to cut us out of all that information for 38% of the North Lanarkshire electorate. That is absolutely and totally amazing. It really is. It leaves me breathless that at a time like this, you won't have joint briefing sessions because you keep telling us, oh, it's not a sounding board. So why do you insist on calling it a sounding board? Because you want to
refuse to join the people last year and represent the people last year.
Kevin, your microphone off, Kevin.
You're desperate to cover up the fact that these hard decisions have to be taken by the Labour administration. When the hard decisions are there, Labour Party administration runs for cover from the SNP to make it a joint.
1 minute.
So if you in administration, act like one, show a bit of backbone and leave the opposition to oppose you, and we will come up with our own budgets. Thank you.
Before I hand over to Jim to sum up, Des, can you confirm that they will get financial briefing papers if requested, the same as the sounding board will be getting, just that they won't be sitting on it? I just want confirmation that they're definitely not being cut out completely by refusing to go on it.
Absolutely, Provost. It'll be the same as previous years. Information produced by the Section 85 officer and her team will be shared equally and fairly across all elected members. The point I was making previously is that officers do not have the capacity in the current circumstances, which are unique, to attend and participate in fairly lengthy, as everyone will know, budgetary discussions, which can go on now in partial parts of each week. If we're doing that 2-3 times over and not managing the ongoing COVID response and recovery plans, then there's a clear conflict of interest. But in relation to the information, it would be shared equally and fairly across all elected members.
Jim, can you sum up, please?
Yeah, I've no intention of rewriting history. I've no intention of rewriting history. I've no intention of going back over what has been said. We're 3 years into the administration. The SNP have taken an entrenched position from the elections 3 years ago. It's patently clear to me and to everybody else, there's no intention of deviating from that position, none whatsoever. No matter what I say or what encouragement I would give, it's not going to make one whittle of a difference. I think David Baird was extremely revealing in his comments, and I thank him for his honesty. When we hear some members saying, what is the role of the sounding board, then clearly there's a requirement for broader elected member training awareness in North Lanarkshire. Citation, as I've said from the very beginning, all we are asking is that we do the same here as 31 other authorities do in Scotland. Is there something fundamentally, intrinsically wrong with that? Why do the SNP in North Lanarkshire want to be different? What is the onus to be different in this? At a time, and we all recognise the challenges, surely now, if ever was a time, let's come together. I move the recommendations contained in page 37 and amended by myself in the earlier summary. So move.
I know you've finished summing up. Councillor Damasio asked you to confirm the numbers again.
I made it absolutely clear, the numbers, when I was summing up, when I was presenting in the first instance. It would make no whittle of a difference if it was 8 SNP and 3 Labour. Let's not go into off at a tangent. It's abundantly clear the SNP will not join, regardless of membership, regardless of composition.
Answer the question, Grant.
For themselves. They will never join a sounding board. End of story.
Answer the question.
Damasio, you've got a point of order.
Question, please.
No, it's you put up for a point of order.
Your rationale.
Once a person sums up, there's no opportunity to come back. Can we maybe adhere to standing orders?
Can we go to the vote, Andrew?
Yes, Provost, we have a...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Kerr, you've asked for a point of order. Councillor Kerr, what's your point of order?
Yeah, I want a clarification on the numbers on the boards with the change of physical makeup of the council. Thank you.
The numbers were given earlier on, but I don't know if Councillor Logue's got them to hand to give them again.
Well, they're now incorrect.
I'm not prepared to say any more.
Right,
so you're about to deny the independent members an equal footing to the Conservatives as we are equal members.
Can you mute Councillor Kerr's microphone? He's talking over the chair again. Can we go to the vote, Andrew?
Yes, Provost. We have a motion by Councillor Logue and an amendment by Councillor Tom Johnson. I'm going to call your name if you could indicate your vote. Councillor Anderson. Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Baird. Councillor Barclay.
Amendment.
Councillor Beveridge.
Motion.
Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess.
Motion.
Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Councillor Cameron.
Motion.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carricker.
Amendment.
Councillor Carson.
Motion.
Councillor Castles.
Motion.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Amendment.
Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Amendment.
Councillor Cullen.
Motion.
Councillor Curran.
Motion.
Councillor Curry.
Motion.
Councillor Damasio.
Amendment.
Councillor Doherty. Councillor Doherty. I've unmuted you, Councillor Doherty, if you could speak now.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Doolan.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Motion.
Councillor Duffy.
Motion.
Councillor Farouk.
Amendment.
Councillor Fisher.
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gallagher.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldsack.
Motion.
Councillor Gowley.
Motion.
Councillor Graham.
Motion.
Councillor Hogg.
Motion.
Councillor Hume.
Amendment.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jones.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Amendment, thank you. Councillor Larson.
Amendment.
Councillor Lennon.
Amendment.
Councillor Linden.
Amendment.
Councillor Logue.
Motion.
Councillor McGregor. I think Councillor McGregor's left. Councillor McGowan.
Amendment.
Councillor McCullough.
Motion.
Councillor McKendrick.
Abstain.
Councillor McLaren.
Motion.
Councillor McManus.
Amendment.
Councillor McNally.
Motion.
Councillor McNeil.
Motion.
Councillor McPake.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Motion. Councillor Mooney.
Motion.
Councillor Morgan. I think has left. Councillor O'Rourke. Councillor O'Rourke.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pettigrew.
Amendment. Amendment, Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Quigley.
Motion.
Councillor Reddin.
Motion.
Councillor Rorty.
Motion.
Councillor Shevlin.
Motion.
Councillor Shields.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen.
Sorry, my laptop fell. Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Motion.
Councillor Stocks. Councillor Stocks.
Councillor Stocks is having connectivity issues, Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Stubbs.
Amendment.
Councillor Alan Valentine.
Amendment.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Motion.
Councillor Weir.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
And Councillor Woods. Councillor Woods.
Motion.
Thank you. The amendment has received 26 votes, the maximum 41 with 1 abstention, so the motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Now move on to agenda item 7. Membership of committees, subcommittees, panels and outside bodies. Colleagues, the list of proposed amendments has been issued to you in advance of the meeting and a revised list was issued today. May I agree the proposed amendments?
Paid.
Who's Councillor Damasio?
Aye, you hear me okay? Yeah, we've got one further change. I know the officers got a few changes from us earlier. I would just like to clarify that one of our earlier changes was made. There's been a few different versions of this, obviously. You had Councillor Barclay to be replaced by Councillor Stubbs initially. That has been changed in the most recent edit, hasn't it? First of
Can you
all,
confirm which committee you're referring to, please?
sorry, my apologies. Adult Health and Social Care.
Yes, Councillor Barclays is now not to be replaced.
Right. Okay. So we did have it was Councillor Barclay wasn't the person B. To Councillor Alan Valentine.
Apologies, that cut off. If it's all right with the council, I'll speak with Councillor Damasio after the meeting. And
I was just going to say we're about to get a break in the next few minutes anyway. I was hoping to get more agenda item done before we get into that break. If there's nothing.
I'll communicate with Councillor Damasio privately and get clarification if council's happy for me to do that and make the changes.
Again, councillors, we're getting messages up about low connection, etc. Contact the officers direct and they will try and assist you to prevent that happening. Can we now move on to agenda item 8? It's a notice of motion from Councillor Linden and Councillor Barclay. Councillor Linden, is this the one you declared an interest on?
Correct, Provost. This is the one I have an interest in, but doesn't preclude me from participating in the business.
Right, I'm just clarifying that because I know you register interest. There's no amendment indicated to your motion. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, we've discussed this in advance, Provost, and it's an important subject. I'm sure you'll appreciate.
You did promise to be brief.
Aye, well, I tried my best, but Councillor Barclay has assured me that. Thank you, Provost. As members know, the experience of care that people have and the lifelong impact it has is an issue that's close to my heart. Indeed, when I saw the motion today had not received any amendments, I was quite emotional, as it articulated to me that members across the chamber appeared to have seen the merit and importance of the motion and taken us forward a step in improving the experience of care for those in our communities. I use the phrase a step forward because I consider the publication of the final report of the Independent Care Review to not be an end in and of itself, but rather a stimulus for the significant and whole system change that is required across Scotland for care experienced people. Nonetheless, the promise reflects over 5,500 care experienced children and adults, families and paid and unpaid workforce, and what they told the Care Review and the hope that Scotland is listening. It tells Scotland, and I consider by extension North Lanarkshire, what it must do to make sure its most vulnerable children feel loved and have the childhood they deserve. In preparing for my contribution today in the Chamber, I spoke with the Provost, but subsequently I spoke with care experienced people, and they wanted me to understand their hopes and ambitions for the promise and what it means in terms of changes by local government. They also articulated where the promise isn't clear and what more therefore we can all do. I want to share some of the feedback from that dialogue, as I believe it challenges about why has something already. Young people told me from residential care, where I listened intently to the experience that they've had, where they've come through the system. I was told of the upset of being moved from placement to placement and the impact that has on them. I listened to what was described to me as a battle to obtain social worker care records when a person wants to understand their life story. I heard of the lengthy delays and the refusal to give these documents over. I listened as a young person told me that their story of their life consisted of records that were heavily redacted, contained information about their first panel meeting, engagement with the police, and a host of other items. It was put to me that children and young people growing up, from the moment they are born, record moments like first words, fingerprints, and their first day at school, memorable moments. And we should ask ourselves as corporate parents, who keeps that record, that story, for care experienced young people? And one of the most saddening and frankly upsetting facts that were shared with me is that at present there is no accurate recording of the deaths of those who were care experienced. It was asked of me by those young people, who loves and misses them? How do we remember them? Provost, we must do better. I spoke with Emmy Beth Maya, who allowed me to share a thread she posted on Twitter a few days ago when the announcement was made of the cancellation of the Argos catalogue. I want to share it with you all today. She said, I wonder what other care experienced people felt when they heard that the Argos catalogue was going out of print. That book, with its bright pages with every product you could imagine, has a particular meaning to me. One of the many weird things about being moved around in care is the need to build up new relationships each time. Getting to know people is hard work. Sometimes I didn't bother, and sometimes the people caring for me didn't bother either. I kind of get it. Being one of many staff members in a house that has a revolving number of young people living there must make it difficult to get to know people. They get some knowledge of me from my records and the rest would just depend. Like many people will remember, I was handed the Argos catalogue around the time of my birthday and Christmas. Unlike many people, I was also told what my budget was and that I could only get something from Argos. It turns out the council had an invoicing agreement with them. This was also going to be all she got. Friends would talk about the surprise big present that came with the stuff they asked for from the catalogue. There was no surprise present for her because no one knew her well enough to get her something that she'd love. Care experienced people are just like everyone else. All I wanted was someone to show me that they knew I existed, that I mattered and that I was loved. It's hard to feel that when the basis of your birthday and Christmas is what's easiest in terms of admin. I asked directly, Provost, what councils like mine in North Lanarkshire need to do to make a difference, and the response was clear. Recognise what has gone wrong before, take account of it, recognise the lives of care experienced people, and work to fix the issues based on their voice. Provost, I'm coming towards the end of my remarks today. I do not wish my contribution to be entirely solemn, but I do want all of these experiences to put into sharp focus for members the challenge that lies ahead and the opportunity we have to make a difference as corporate parents. Through working in collaboration with the Scottish Government, care providers and all other relevant partners to work towards the necessary changes to care, this Council will consider and I hope deliver on the actions we need to keep the promise. In so doing, we can help deliver on our now shared ambition that children and young people in North Lanarkshire and across Scotland who grow up in care will have a lifetime of equality and grow up knowing that they're safe, respected and loved to ensure that they realise their full potential. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. I'm delighted to second this motion today, although delighted really isn't the word. I think it's more appropriate to use the word just humbled. My colleague, Councillor Linden, has spoken eloquently, and there isn't much I can add, except for two personal experiences when we as a council do things right. The first thing was an incident occurred in the community involving children in care, and my expectation was that there would be anger and a possible backlash. There wasn't. And this was because of a number of things: how council officers dealt with it, how the management of the care home dealt with it, but actually more importantly because of the people in the community who spoke up about their own experience in care. The community listened that night and they actually heard what was being told to them. This was from other people within the community that they'd known for a long time. They thought they knew, but actually didn't know what their life experience was all about. I learned an awful lot that night, as did every other person in that room. I also learned about my community and about the strength and compassion from those that were in it. The second involved someone who came to me needing a bit of help. I was able to liaise with the different council departments, including finance, housing and social work, and more importantly with their advocate. Everyone pulled together and spoke to each other, got the whole picture, not just the bit that would have been pertinent to their actual department. The strength came from the person with the care experience, who I was and am so immensely proud of. Their voice was listened to and actually heard. The outcome was so positive, but it could have been so different. And that's why, one of the many reasons that I became a councillor, and I know that many that are listening to this feel exactly the same thing. These prove just how crucial it is to give care experienced people a voice. And my two examples show when things go right. The report shows that there more needs to be done. And I know that this council is up to the challenge because of the officers, the staff, and the people that are within it. So I am absolutely delighted, and as I say, humbled to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agreed that we would have a break round about 5 o'clock. It's now 5:05. I just think a short 15-minute break to allow people to refresh their cups of tea, cups of coffee, get a leg stretching away from the computer. So I suggest we're back at 20 past. Do not leave the meeting. I mean, Andrew will talk you through what to do before we go into this. Andrew.
Thank you, Provost. The meeting on WebEx will remain open. I'll be pausing the recording, and you're recommended to turn off your camera and your microphone, and I'll keep an eye on that as well. And then when you're ready to return to the meeting at the time the Provost is indicated, you can turn your microphone back on. You can turn your camera back on. Leave your microphone off until you're ready to speak.
Thank you. I'll see everybody back at 20 past. Back to the agenda. Now, agenda item 9 is a notice of motion from Councillor Carragher and seconded by Councillor McManus. Councillor Carragher.
Thank you, Provost. Over the last couple of years, I have become increasingly aware of a significant amount of inquiries from constituents with regards to vermin sightings. On seeking information from the relevant department, I realised there was a gap in the information recorded by the Council. It came to my attention that data is only recorded if the report leads to a pest control officer visiting the constituent's home to carry out investigations. For council tenants, this doesn't include an upfront cost. However, for owner-occupiers, housing association and private tenants, it requires an upfront fee of £47.75 for the pest control officer to visit their home. My understanding is this fee covers the costs until there's no more evidence of the vermin at their property. I also discovered that the council do not record data of sightings of vermin in public spaces. I'm sure that we all believe that an evidence-based approach to decision-making relies on the best available evidence. If we only keep records of a specific type of inquiry, we will not be able to ascertain any emerging problems. So there's a real potential for areas of our communities to become problem spots. This is what led me to raise this motion. We have the ability through our digital NL Business Intelligence Hub and Customer Service Hub to capture and tag all reports. This data would allow officers to monitor and identify problems as they arise. It would help determine the strategy best required to resolve issues and to prevent them from escalating. This could be via information on waste control, how to store household bins, or the best available advice on baiting. It would also help our comms team to put out preventative information via social media. I would also request that a report is provided at regular intervals to the relevant committees to keep elected members informed and to guide them in the best approach moving forward. It's my belief that this is a simple and straightforward motion. It's to allow us as elected members and as a council to be in possession of the full facts to best help the constituents that we represent. I therefore call on all elected members to not play the political blame game, to do what we know is best for the people of North Lanarkshire and to support this motion unamended. Thank you, Provost.
Sorry. Councillor McManus.
Cheers, Provost. I've been dealing with extreme amount of rat issues across my Murdiston ward for the last year and a half. And at the end of last year, I hosted 2 public meetings that was well attended by council staff and the general public. And I'd like to thank the staff for the work we've done within the Remains area, although it now seems the issue is getting worse and more recently. The motion is straightforward. It's asking for an evidence-based approach to how to best deal with the issue across North Lanarkshire and better collection of the data. But my question is more along the competency of the Tory motion, because it's more or less asking the same thing that our motion is proposing. Thanks, Provost.
An amendment from Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Provost. So, Councillor McManus, there are legitimate concerns relating to rats. I don't disagree with this, as my casework has been inundated with constituents who are concerned about this very issue. I've been sent photos of rats and I've visited properties pre-lockdown, and the evidence is there. However, Provost, if we do look at the finances and the number of services reduced or the number of services stopped because of the lack of funding from the Scottish Government, this might explain why we don't have the resources to tackle this issue head on. And I know council finance is an uncomfortable topic for the SNP. They have underfunded local government over a decade, and I'm sick of having to explain to constituents that the reason that we don't have plentiful resource is because year after year, services such as pest control are on the chopping block. We all know that the Scottish Government does not prioritise local government funding, and COSLA, alongside individual councils, need to fight tooth and nail for the scraps that they are fed. Now back to the motion. It's my understanding that the council already captures this data. However, it is important to highlight this and make sure that hotspots are identified. I'm interested in the approach moving forward, as if more cuts are on the horizon, I can't see how the council will be able to continue providing limited services that it does. We have lost pest control officers due to SNP cuts, and I doubt the service will be able to take another hit. Perhaps next time the SNP will come to the full council meeting with a real motion and a real solution, instead of glossing over the issue by a highlighted process already in place. I do hope that Councillor Carragher and Councillor McManus feed this back to their SNP colleagues in Holyrood, as I would like to be able to tell my constituents that North Lanarkshire Council is adequately funded. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Provost. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this topic today, as it is self-evident there are concerns amongst the people of North Lanarkshire about infestation of rats. In the past year or so, I've certainly received emails and phone calls from constituents in relation to that problems, and many other members, as we've already heard from the early contributions in this debate, have found themselves in the same position. Not only has complaints about rats been brought to my attention in Motherwell, South East and Ravenscraig, but I'm aware from friends and family of similar incidents in other parts of North Lanarkshire. There are local concerns that need to be looked into, and the council should reassess further actions to tackle the matter. Alongside the motion submitted by the SNP, there also has to be recognition that the poor budget settlements forced onto North Lanarkshire by the Scottish Government largely explains why there is such problems with rats in the local authority. The derisory funding settlements from the SNP government has decimated the local authority's finances to the tune of 260 million in the past decades. Sadly, SNP cuts have led to an unavoidable reduction in the council's pest control and other related services. And to be candid, this has damaged the local authority's ability to effectively resolve problems with rats. If the Scottish Government had properly funded local government, the extent of the rat problems we see today wouldn't exist, because the council wouldn't have been required to make the changes and service reductions as it has to pest control and other related services. But apart from the fact that any credible motion calling for new solutions in this area should acknowledge the reasons for why we are with rats today in North Lanarkshire is largely due to SNP government cuts, I'm of the view that the contents of the motion is merit and is worth taking forward. So I'm pleased to second the amendment.
Thank you. Mark, have we got any speakers?
Provost, 4 speakers, in fact that's now 5 speakers have indicated they wish to come in. I'll give you the first 3. We've got Councillor Tom Johnson, Councillor Larson and Councillor McKendrick.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
To point out, Provost, that the Tory government in the UK cut the Scottish Government budget by about £2 billion over recent years. So, except to say that there is an increasing problem with rats and we need to be aware of it. Thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Thanks, Provost. I just want to add to the debate that I smell a rat, and that rat is in the form of the Conservative group motion, in the sense that this is a very clear and straightforward motion that in my mind doesn't have a huge cost implication. It's not talking about FTEs, it's talking about how we record information to inform the way forward. And all it's asking is that we take an evidence-based approach, we record all calls as they come in so that we understand the problem. And as for decimation of funds, I just want to agree with what Councillor Johnson said a moment ago. We're clear on where those cuts are coming from and the direction of travel that the cuts are headed in. And I would call again, like Councillor Carragher, for this motion to be supported. Thank you.
Councillor McKendrick.
Thanks, Provost. My constituents have had rats in the Cambusnethan, Cleland and Coltness areas of the Murdison ward, but mostly in the Newmains area. One of the causes was untidy gardens. We have had untidy gardens at council properties and untidy gardens at private properties. A clean-up took place in Newmains in February. That helped, but there are still, after all this time, there are still private properties which North Lanarkshire Council have done next to nothing about. 4 properties are still a complete mess. Pest control officers, we've done away with quite a few over the years, and now we've recruited 1. I'm not so sure that that's enough, Provost. Feeding wildlife. People have been feeding wildlife for years and we've never had rats. Special uplifts. We've done away with the free uplift, and what have we got now? If you own or rent your home in South Lanarkshire, you're entitled to 1 free standard uplift from your property each year from April to March. And when you do away with special uplifts, you've then got the fly tipping. Every man and his dog knows that the fly tipping has gone through the roof. People used to go to the quiet back roads and do their fly tipping. Now they're just tipping their rubbish in the pavement outside their own houses. The GIS system, I've been trying to get that for a few months now, and I know that there is a more modern system. But the latest I got in the GIS system was progress is being made towards eradicating persistent rat infestations. Note the word infestations, plural. Provost, my constituents have suffered rats in their streets, rats in their gardens and rats in their homes. I watched an elderly lady over 80 suffering from cancer was moved out of her own home to go and live with relatives. I have watched the Waynes from Newmains terrified in their homes. There are lots of horrendous stories. Finally, I am absolutely disgusted today at people trying to score petty political points on this serious rat issue. The 3 political parties in this meeting should be working together to help our constituents all over North Lanarkshire. Colleagues, come out of the playground and join the real world.
Thank you. We get more speakers.
Provost, there's another 2 speakers want to come in. Firstly, Councillor Beveridge and then Councillor Sinead Ashraf.
Councillor Beveridge.
Thanks, Provost. I echo what Councillor McKendrick just said. I know that Councillor McKendrick and Councillor McManus are working hard in their area, which to be complimented on. This is a good motion. It shouldn't be about political point scoring. This is a problem in Scotland and indeed UK as a whole. I've had complaints in my area regarding this, but my constituents and I are reassured with the actions taken by the relevant officers and indeed the procedure is working well in North Lanarkshire, although as Robert says there's a big picture here that should maybe be looked at. However, we need to reassure our residents that we are tackling this problem. This motion will help with that reassurance It's a good motion intended for the benefits of the residents of North Lanarkshire. Thanks.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
I'm completely just. I don't understand the Conservative amendment. I mean, this motion is literally just here to say that we should be recording the rats which are being cited. To anybody who's on the street, to any of our constituents, if they call up North Lanarkshire Council, they would assume when they report that they've seen a rat, that somebody would be writing this down somewhere. And that's literally what the motion says, is that we should just be recording the sightings of rats. So I'm unsure as to why it's been turned into this amendment that's essentially the same, but just adding on a bunch of political garbage, essentially. I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Beveridge just said there, and for that Councillor McKendrick. And I believe that also we should just speak to the issue that is happening here. There's a rising rat issue due to a number of issues. We need to record the rats which are being reported by the community, and we need to work on this collectively to make sure that we can ensure that North Lanarkshire Council stays clean. So I would ask that the Conservative group stop politicking. We've got a very long agenda here today, and let's just get back to work.
Mark, the last speakers are you?
Yeah, there's two more speakers, Provost. Councillor Gourley and then Councillor Cullen.
Councillor Gourley.
I'm really amazed when I hear about the rats. There's no place more infested with rats in my own area. I've had them out on several occasions. Unfortunately, everything that we do costs money. Whether we like it or not, recording with 2 people is what we've got. We would cut from 62 for the whole of North Lanarkshire, and we expect them to do 6 months' work, an impossibility. Let's get the price of what it would cost before we decide to do anything about it.
Councillor Cullen.
Thank you, Provost. To do it. 2 motions ago about finance, SAB chose to speak about independence. Then they've got the hypocrisy 2 motions further along the line to accuse the Conservative Party of talking about budget cuts. Councillor Larson mentioned budget cuts to local authorities coming from Westminster. We all know there's been cuts over the last 10 years of austerity from the UK government to the Scottish government. But that pales in comparison and the level of cuts that have been passed on to local authorities. It costs money to deal with that issue. As a result of budget cuts from the Scottish government to local authorities, we've had to prioritise. And unfortunately, pest control has been one of the areas that's been prioritised over has not been prioritised over other service areas. So as a direct result of budget cuts that we're in a position, don't recognise boundaries. Why do homeowners get charged £47 for a pest control officer to come out when the neighbour next door could be a council tenant? It doesn't get charged. We're all council taxpayers, whether we're council tenants or not, and rats don't recognise boundaries between private and owner-occupied properties. That's all I've got to say on the issue. Thanks, Provost.
I don't see any other speakers, so we'll move to the summing up the amendment. Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Provost. I think my colleague Councillor David Cullen summed up the politicking very well in terms of how the SNP have been politicking all the time that we've been on this meeting so far. Just to sum up, I do welcome the need to discuss issues such as rats. I think we all agree that it is very important. However, we do need to be honest about where these cuts are coming from. I've got nothing further to say, Provost. Thank you.
Councillor Carragher to sum up the motion.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not going to take a long time summing up. I just want to pick up on some points that were made there. Councillor Gallagher, in her statement, admitted that she has legitimate concerns but also raise that the council also captures this data. The data that I'm requesting is captured. If that was the case, the motion wouldn't have been deemed competent. So just maybe have a wee bit of a thought on that. Again, Councillor Wilson also stated that there was legitimate concerns on this. Whenever any budget decisions are made, we're guided by officers. I believe right now we are operating under the statutory duty as far as pest control is concerned. This motion isn't speaking about that at all. It's about us being able to see the big picture, to capture all the data. Every councillor that spoke here today said that there is a rising concern with regards to vermin and within North Lanarkshire. It's simply to record the information to allow us to move forward. I'm absolutely astounded, actually. Sorry, Councillor Gourley. You've just said that you believe your ward is the most affected by this, but you want us to do nothing at the moment. We need to do something, and recording the data is the correct way to do it. It's not going to cost us money. It's going to allow us to decide the way forward. And that could be about giving out information to constituents. We've got social media, we've got a comms department. We can put out the information on that. We can help people understand that if they leave food waste about, that it might increase the presence of rats, that if they use certain types of baits, it actually encourages rats to come into their garden. We need to inform people. We can use the systems that we've already got in place to do that. Finally, I just want to quote a few earlier comments actually made by the Leader of the Council. Please stop grandstanding in oppositional politics. Let's make decisions in the best interests of the residents of North Lanarkshire. This is what my motion is asking. So please vote for the motion unamended. Thank you.
Andrew, can we go to the vote, please?
Yes, Provost. We have a motion from Councillor Carricker and an amendment from Councillor Gallagher. And I'll call your name out until you can indicate your vote. Councillor Anderson.
Motion.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
Motion.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Motion.
Councillor Baird.
Motion.
Councillor Barclay.
Motion.
Councillor Beveridge.
Motion.
Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess.
Amendment.
Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Councillor Cameron.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carricker.
Motion.
Councillor Carson.
Motion.
Councillor Castles.
Motion.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Motion.
Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Motion. Motion, please.
Thank you. Councillor Cullen.
Amendment.
Councillor Curran.
Motion.
Councillor Curry. And Councillor Curry away from the call. Councillor Di Massio.
Motion.
Councillor Doherty. Councillor Doherty, you're on mute.
Do you want somebody to unmute your mic for you?
Motion, thank you. Councillor Doolan.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Amendment.
Councillor Duffy.
Motion.
Councillor Farouk.
Motion.
Councillor Fisher.
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Motion.
Councillor Gallagher.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldie.
Motion.
Councillor Goldsack.
Amendment.
Councillor Gourley.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Motion.
Councillor Hogg.
Motion.
Councillor Hume.
Motion.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Jones.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor Larson.
Motion.
Councillor Lennon. Councillor Linden.
Motion.
Councillor Logue.
Motion.
Councillor McGregor. Councillor McGregor's not been here all day. Councillor McGowan.
Motion.
Councillor McCulloch.
Motion.
Councillor McKendrick.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren.
Motion.
Councillor McManus.
Motion.
Councillor McNally.
Motion.
Councillor McNeil.
Motion.
Councillor McPake.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Mooney.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan, are you on the call?
Left.
No, he's. Councillor O'Rourke.
Motion.
Councillor Pettigrew.
Motion.
Councillor Quigley.
Motion.
Councillor Reddin.
Motion.
Councillor Rorty.
Motion.
Councillor Shevlin.
Motion.
Councillor Shields.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Motion.
Councillor Stocks.
Motion.
And Councillor Stubbs has left the meeting. Councillor Alan Valentine.
Motion.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
Motion.
Councillor Watson.
Amendment.
Councillor Weir.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
I was going to tell Anne Key. Amendment.
And Councillor Woods.
Motion.
The amendment has received 8 votes. The motion 60 with no abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Catherine Jones, Councillor Catherine Johnson, can you your mic on? I can hear you talking over the tone. Thanks very much. Before we go to the next item, during the break, and I just picked that up, Councillor Carson indicated that she should have declared an interest in agenda item 8, but it was academic because we didn't go to a vote. So Councillor Carson, it will be noted, but there's no problem because there was no vote on it and no divide on it.
Thanks, Provost. Sorry, I didn't do it at the time.
No, it's fine. I should have picked it up when we come back. Agenda item 10 is notice of motion from Councillor McGowan and Councillor Anderson. Colleagues, the amendment previously notified to you has been withdrawn and an amended motion has been submitted as detailed on the updated list of motions and amendments. There is no amendment indicated to your amended motion. Councillor McGowan, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, Provost, I would like to speak as I feel support for mental health issues is even more important during the pandemic. I also want a chance to publicly commend a group who I feel are effectively supporting youngsters on strategies to deal with mental health issues. So I would like to speak, please, Provost.
On you go, that's fine.
Thank you, Provost. This motion was due to be debated at the full council meeting, which was cancelled due to the coronavirus. But I think it's even more relevant now as the isolation and uncertainty of the coronavirus is exacerbating mental health problems in North Lanarkshire, and even more action needs to be taken. In Psychology Today, Sandro Gallio, MD, wrote an article printed on March the 14th, 2020, entitled Mental Health in a Time of Pandemic: The Psychological Effects of an Outbreak. He said, the mental health effects of COVID-19 can shape health for many years, long past the events that precipitated them. We are focusing correctly on saving lives and mitigating the short-term consequences of COVID-19, but the long-term consequences may be equally, if not more important. While it can be difficult to take a long view when the events of the moment are so compelling, it is necessary if we are to ensure the steps we take now are in the best interest of public health once this pandemic passes and our task moves from one of response to one of recovery. North Lanarkshire's strategy, published in 2019, is called Getting It Right for Every Person and states, "We wish to see a Lanarkshire where we understand there is no health without mental health, know how to support and improve our own and others' well-being, and act on that knowledge. Know it is good to talk about your mental health without any fear of stigmatisation. Actively listen to each other, are treated with compassion and hopefulness, have non-judgmental practice and behaviours." On Thursday, the 6th of February 2020, Dale Rugby Club ran an event called Time to Talk, organised by Elaine Nielsen as part of the Time to Talk Day run by See Me. Discrimination, which happens on the first, end mental health discrimination, which happens on the 1st of February. It aims to get people all around the country talking about mental health. Their comment is, the more we talk about it, the better life is for us all. What a heartwarming event. On a beautiful clear night at Dale Park, 160 youngsters from P5 to seniors took part in a rugby tournament. We talked about how to support people who are suffering from unhappiness, anxiety or depression. They were divided into all age teams from P5 to 50-year-old coaches and players from all the age groups. The enthusiasm was palpable. Laughter, cheering and joy were evident. Teamwork, friendship, partnership were all in show. Every session a team wasn't playing, led by a group of enthusiastic volunteers, they discussed how to talk to friends and family who they thought might be unhappy, anxious or depressed about something. From P5 to seniors, the ideas flowed. Ask them to go for a walk, invite them to your house to play a computer game, go to a cafe, go out on your bike, go for a run, go to the park. They also suggested different people that could be contacted for help. Parents, guidance teacher, minister or priest, youth group leader, rugby coach and friends. This was all discussed in an atmosphere of trust and friendship. All different ages sharing their ideas and thought in a safe environment. The strong message was talk. Share your problems and take part in sport, which helps to alleviate the pressure. What an amazing event. Well done to Dale Rugby Club, Elaine Nielsen and all the team who acted as coaches and managers. The message was clear. The more we talk about it, the better it is for all of us. The Council acknowledges that building on this successful initiative, the Council and its partners have agreed to train some coaches and other ages of players in techniques to talk about and support positive mental well-being. Believes that we are a council with a conscience and therefore agrees to support authority by training to them over the forthcoming 2 years to show our commitment to improve mental well-being for all. Support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Provost. My colleagues across the chamber know my strength of feeling on mental health issues, so I won't add to what Councillor McGowan's already said.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 11 is a notice of motion from Councillor Damasio and Councillor Barclay. Colleagues, this matter was dealt with at agenda item 2 and therefore in accordance with Standing Order 37, This item of business now falls. Agenda item 12 is a notice of motion initially from Councillor Logan Kelly. Colleagues, a composite motion has now been agreed as detailed on the amended list from Councillor Logue and Councillor Lennon. There is no amendment indicated to your motion. Councillor Logue, do you still wish to speak?
I'll be extremely brief, Provost. Provost, I think the contents of this motion are self-explanatory. I'm also aware that most of us, if not all of us, have over the last 5 months openly articulated and demonstrated our own personal appreciation and respect for the endeavours, commitment and resilience of our own staff, NHS Lancashire staff and staff from the third and independent sector and all the volunteers who are heavily involved. However, I also think it's important that our comments, sentiments should be publicly recorded. Whilst we recognise that COVID-19 has changed this council and the world forever, what has not changed, despite the uncertainty and anxieties which still exist, is the commitment and value base of all staff. There have been and are so many instances of this. The waste collection staff who maintained a full collection service during lockdown, the teaching, non-teaching, catering, cleaning, janitorial staff who ensured that free school meals and community hubs continued. The numerous staff across the council and NHS who made shielding calls, delivered food parcels, prescriptions, and became a very reassuring, supportive voice to vulnerable residents. I also want to acknowledge the staff who administered £35 million business support grants in order to maximise every employment economic benefit for employees, employers and residents in a very difficult financial environment. I want to acknowledge the staff who supported residents with council tax, housing benefit, rent relief funds and income maximisation. I want to thank the staff who voluntarily retrained to undertake alternative duties. In addition to the various tiers of management who from the initial stages worked well beyond the call of duty. I know that all of these trends were replicated in partner organisations, from the inspirational volunteers, the third sector staff, our health, social care staff. I truly believe everyone has played their part and done North Lancashire proud. It is truly a privilege to say that I am the leader of such a compassionate and inspirational council, and I think it is thanks to our staff, partner staff and volunteers. On behalf of all the councillors involved in this meeting here today, I would like to say thank you to each and every one of those who have been acknowledged. Thank you.
Councillor Lennon.
Provost, thank you very much. And then my colleague, Councillor Logue, who's eloquently put as usual his thanks and appreciation towards our workforce. I think it's fair to say that one of the biggest assets that North Lancashire Council has is its people. And quite a lot of those people during the middle of a pandemic quickly changed their skill sets to obviously adapt to the current situation and climate. I think that we have to pay full respect to the fact that many of those people during uncertain times weren't fully aware of what the current situation was, but at a moment's notice came in duty to make sure that others were supported throughout the authority. On behalf of the SNP group, it is a pleasure and a privilege to be presenting this motion today in full recognition of each and every staff member within North Lanarkshire Council and what they have done to ensure that we ended up at the other side of this pandemic. And moving forward, that the resilience is still there within the authority to ensure our most vulnerable are supported throughout this crisis. Provost, I'm happy to second this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hogg, you've indicated you want to come in, but when a motion is unamended, we don't allow any speakers in. So apologies, but you won't be getting in this. Agenda item 13 is a notice of motion by Councillor Gallagher and Councillor Wilson. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Provost. Since the beginning of the coronavirus outbreak, we've experienced some of the biggest challenges in modern times. Lockdown was tough, as most of us were unable to go to our place of work, see our family or friends, or visit our favourite restaurants or shops. As Scotland continues its easing of lockdown, many people throughout North Lanarkshire will be concerned about jobs and economic uncertainty, both locally and nationally. During the lockdown period, the UK Government has recognised the need to provide support to people and businesses to ensure job certainty. This has been outlined within the Chancellor's Plan for Jobs, which will help Scotland bounce back from the coronavirus and provide vital help for Scottish businesses. The plan includes the introduction of the Job Retention Scheme, the Kickstart Scheme, expanded work search support, the introduction of the Eat Out, Help Out scheme, and a cut in VAT to 5% for goods and services supplied by tourism and hospitality sectors. Since the introduction of the Job Retention Scheme, 49,500 jobs have been protected throughout North Lanarkshire. This is 7,700 more than quoted in my original motion. If you look at the Scotland-wide figures, the Bounce Back Loan Scheme has paid out over 1.8 billion across 63,000 loans, and 587 million has been given to businesses through the Coronavirus Business Interruption Loan Scheme. New figures show that the UK Government has invested 2.3 billion to support more than 65,000 Scottish businesses during this difficult time. This shows that the UK Government is doing whatever it takes to protect jobs across Scotland and the whole of the UK. Last week, the UK Government's Eat Out to Help Out scheme was launched. Everyone will receive 50% of meals out, up to £10 per person every Monday to Wednesday, and businesses can claim the discounted money back from the government. The hospitality industry is a vital ingredient to our economy, and it has been hit hard by coronavirus. And like many others, I've already taken advantage of this scheme by meeting friends at our favourite local restaurants. It's a fantastic way to support and help safeguard the vital industry and the millions of jobs it provides. This will continue throughout the full of August, and I urge all councillors to get out there and do their bit to support our communities. Another scheme introduced by the Conservative UK Government is the Kickstart Scheme. This scheme will create hundreds of thousands of high-quality work placements aimed at those 16 to 24 who are on universal credit and are deemed to be at risk of long-term unemployment. Funding available for each job will cover 100% of the relevant national minimum wage for 25 hours a week, plus the associated national insurance contributions and employer minimum enrolment contributions. I'm pleased that during the crisis, the UK Government is looking to support young people back into work. Overall, the UK Government has provided roughly 15 billion to support Scotland through coronavirus so far. This includes the 6.5 billion in Barnett consequentials, nearly 4 billion in furlough payments, $1 billion through the Job Retention Bonus Scheme, the Kickstart Scheme, the VAT cut, and the Eat Out to Help Out scheme. Nearly $1 billion to support self-employed, and hundreds of millions in business loans and benefit increases. This proves that the UK Government is dedicated to supporting all parts of our United Kingdom during this crisis. The reason for my motion today is to highlight the support available to people in North Lanarkshire. This should not have caused any divides amongst political groups, but sadly there are members here who can't put their partisanship aside for 5 minutes to acknowledge the efforts that have been made to help constituents within all of our wards. My colleague Nathan Wilson will detail his contribution and the reasons why we will not support the Labour or SNP amendments today. I'll leave it there for now. I'm pleased to propose this motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Provost. What we've all lived through since the full council this year has been unprecedented, and the circumstances required an equally unprecedented response from government. As part of this jobs, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak introduced the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme, meaning that for the first time ever, the UK Government would intervene to pay 80% of people's earnings up to £2,500 per month for the livelihoods of those put at risk because of COVID. Since the Conservative Group motion was first submitted, the figures from HMRC have been updated, and the total number of jobs which have been protected in North Lanarkshire by the UK Government Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme now stands at an incredible 49,500. The number of people in North Lanarkshire protected by the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme is now an impressive 9,000. Broken down by the 4 UK parliamentary constituencies covering all or part of North Lanarkshire and taken together, both schemes have protected jobs and livelihoods totalling 14,900 in Airdrie and Shotts, 17,400 in Coatbridge, Christen and Bells Hill, 15,300 in Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Cartmcalloch East, and 14,900 and Motherwell and Wishaw. These unprecedented financial aid measures illustrate with devastating clarity when it comes to crises such as coronavirus, we are so much better protected by being part of one of the world's largest economies, able to take astonishing actions such as stepping in to protect almost 1 million jobs in Scotland. Provost, I will now turn to the amendments submitted by the Labour and SNP groups and outline some of the reasons why we're unable to support them. Starting with Labour. Whilst the support from furlough has been remarkable and clearly the correct policy to pursue up to now, it's important to note that it can't go on forever and will conclude for all sectors of the economy in October. Calling for endless extensions, as Labour are doing, is, I'm afraid, just as irresponsible it would have been had the Chancellor chosen to bring the initiative to a close back in June. Given the stage we are at in Britain's coronavirus response, what we need to do is not continue with furlough indefinitely, but instead to look at how this approach can be evolved, and that is exactly what the Chancellor has done by introducing the jobs retention bonus. This means that when employers bring staff back who have been furloughed, the UK Government will pay a £1,000 bonus per employee, with financial expenditure of £9 billion set aside for the policy. Now, turning to the SNP amendment, there are 2 points I wish to focus on. Firstly, the amendment submitted by the SNP makes the claim that support from the Scottish Government for business adds up to a total of £2.3 billion, and that this sum is higher than Barnett consequentials from the UK Government. This is an interesting comparison from the SNP, given the Conservative motion states quite clearly that at the point the text was submitted, total support from Barnett consequentials stood at £4.6 billion. In the period since the motion was lodged, that has risen to £6.5 billion and counting. Now, I am certainly no genius at maths, Provost, but it ain't difficult to work out that £6.5 billion is more than £2.3 billion. If Councillors and Johnson wanted to enter into a game of tit-for-tat comparisons between UK Government and Scottish Government support initiatives, they might have at least tried a bit harder to get their facts right. Secondly, the SNP business support grants in offer. This scheme originating from the UK Government and partly mirrored by the Scottish Government, it has provided vital financial assistance to businesses in Scotland, and this is welcome. However, what the SNP amendment fails to mention is that the Scottish Government initially broke their commitment to Parliament in March that the grants would be available on a per outlet as opposed to a per business basis in Scotland, and only reverted to the original stance following intense pressure from small firms and Scottish Conservative MSPs. This forced U-turn represented just a partial reversal, and businesses applying to receive a grant for more than one business property only receive 75% of the total amount for all other outlets. In England, firms receive 100% support for all properties, meaning decision-making from the Scottish Government in this issue put businesses in Scotland at a competitive disadvantage to firms in other parts of the UK, and this was simply not acceptable. I'll leave it there, Provost, and conclude.
Thank you very much. There's 2 amendments. The first amendment's from Councillor Johnston. I'm presuming that's Councillor Tom Johnson. It just says Councillor Johnson in my list. Councillor Tom Johnson. Tom, are you?
In now.
That's right.
Right. What to point out in the SNP amendment was we're getting a lot from the Conservatives about how generous the UK Government is. You've got to remember that the UK Government is the only sovereign government that can actually raise the amounts of cash that are required to get us through the COVID crisis. The Scottish Government is not allowed to raise cash. But to put things in perspective, I would point out that the Council notes the global nature of the economic effects of COVID, and we would point out that our neighbours in the European Union are getting a €700 billion recovery plan. If you take the Republic of Ireland, which is a small country slightly smaller than Scotland's, where incidentally they recorded the most successful anti-COVID campaign in the British Isles by far, that were smarter and faster than the massive UK government. And they have a recovery package of 7.4 billion euros. That was announced in Ireland about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I point out that the Republic of Ireland does not collect money from the European Union. About 5 or 6 billion of that is in fact Irish raised funds. Ireland is a net contributor to the European Union and remains a net contributor to the European Union after this huge package. So that's what they're raising in the Republic of Ireland, more than is getting spent in Scotland. And of course, Norway, which looked after its sovereign oil wealth funds, has a massive 35 billion to spend. Now, obviously, Norway's exceptional, but there's 2 countries neighbouring Scotland, and they are well looked after. The German budget is to spend 4% of GDP on recovery. So the other point to make is people maybe get the impression that Scotland's being handed handouts. That is not the case. A normal Scottish tax raising, I mean, we're talking about VAT, business tax, etc., is 63 billion a year in tax. I get 35 billion back in a block grant. The rest, of course, is used for UK funding. But let's just get this in perspective. We're not sitting here lucky to get handouts from London. It's their own money coming back in a crisis. So I just wanted to get a sense of balance in there when we're looking at this. And that's all I've got to say on the matter at the moment. The Labour amendment is interesting to the Tory one, which I think it's an important amendment. But that's another thing. We're putting our amendment up first, of course. Thanks very much.
Councillor Linden.
Thanks, Provost. The amendment to the motion today takes the opportunity to acknowledge the significant concern about employment and the associated economic uncertainty which is being caused by this global pandemic. In so doing, it recognises that Scotland, and in that spirit therefore North Lanarkshire, is not immune from these impacts, and therefore it's an important opportunity for members to reassure business and local people against that backdrop. Indeed, crucial to that is recognising and promoting the existing packages of support being offered to businesses during the coronavirus crisis, packages of support which I recognise have been provided by both of Scotland's current governments. I was therefore disappointed, frankly, to hear Councillor Gallagher's contribution moments ago to say that we are being partisan by ensuring that the measures delivered by Scotland's own government at Holyrood are rightly recognised, particularly given their direct relationship with North Lanarkshire. Moreover, I think it's even more regrettable to hear points being made about the alleged strength of our disunited kingdom, and shows that the Tories are nothing short of hypocrites, quick to critique us for when we mention the Constitution, but happy to do it for themselves when it suits. By way of reflection, Provost, to date, North Lanarkshire has seen 3,595 applications to the Scottish Government's £942 million Small Business Grant Scheme and Retail, Hospitality and Leisure Business Grant Scheme. The total sum of those applications has equated to some £38.8 million being received by businesses in North Lanarkshire, ensuring that vital financial support gets to businesses who needed it during this most challenging time, and in so doing reiterates, I believe, the importance we place on small businesses and their role in shaping a vibrant economy. This specific funding for businesses is of course set against the backdrop of the significant wider financial package provided to support the economy during coronavirus by the Scottish Government, a package which, as other members have reflected upon, sits at £2.3 billion of support, and as the amendment articulates today, includes a £230 million Restart the Economy capital stimulus package to continue to stimulate the economy following the pandemic, ensuring that we only support business and the economy during the pandemic, but beyond to recovery too. Provost, in turning to recovery, I believe it's incumbent to provide reassurance to businesses and the people of North Lanarkshire that we here in the local authority and indeed the Scottish Government will work together to continue to promote the announcements and initiatives that will benefit the economy and, crucially, business across our authority. Key to that will be recognising that despite the scale and impact of the challenge of COVID on our economy, we should also recognise this as an opportunity to do things differently and, crucially, rebuild a stronger, fairer and greener economic future in North Lanarkshire and indeed beyond. To do so, the Scottish Government has outlined a number of key actions that it will take will have an impact on North Lanarkshire. And these actions are in response to the Advisory Group on Economic Recovery's report published recently. The actions announced include the investment of at least £50 million of investment to support youth employment, including the Scottish Job Guarantee, the embedding of foundation and graduate apprenticeship places as part of the party's wider college and university provision, as well as extending Fair Start Scotland services, the introduction of a transition training fund to support individuals facing redundancy and unemployment in those sectors most exposed to a downturn, providing opportunities to upskill and transition into employment, and finally maximising help for those facing redundancy through the Scottish Government's PACE initiative. These measures and so much more will, I hope, have a significant impact as we move to recover our local economy and support businesses. Ultimately, these measures supporting the economy and supporting business will mean that we are getting the help to many in our communities across North Lanarkshire, and I believe that by working in partnership with government, be it Scottish or UK government, we will ensure that our communities recover and that we build an even more resilient local economy that will continue to make North Lanarkshire the place to live, learn, work, invest and visit. Thank you, Provost.
We have a second amendment. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Provost. I've interesting commentary from the previous speakers. However, let me say our amendment is both timely and relevant given the recent batch of economic death. I would suggest to my colleagues in the yellow corner and the blue corner, and hopefully this will be a PO-free zone this time, is that both jurisdictions are going to have to get a lot more used to state intervention in an economy as opposed to the casino economy we've had over the last 10 to 14 years. Now, can I also give people, members, a heads up that whilst Edinburgh and London will be, let's say, vacating the turf as regards business support in coming weeks and months, we, North Lanarkshire, will not be. We will be putting forward proposals for additional business support at the Enterprise and Growth Committee, which I'm sure everybody will welcome. And can I also say, Provost, at this juncture, and I know the leader touched upon it, and as Councillor Lennon touched upon earlier on, is that I would like to thank the Enterprise team for their sterling work in delivering the business grants. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor Cashin.
Thank you, Provost. I don't think anyone at the meeting today could deny that the support given by both the UK Government and the Scottish Government has provided a lifeline for many businesses, not just across North Lanarkshire, but right across Scotland and the UK. And the schemes put out by both governments have protected thousands of jobs. And I don't think anyone here is asking for an endless extension, as intimated by Councillor Wilson, but I worry that when the job retention scheme comes to an end, as intended in autumn, we will see a mass job losses as businesses, particularly small businesses who make up the majority of the Scottish economy, will struggle to retain staff. Even one job lost in North Lanarkshire is one too many, as far as I'm concerned, which is why I second this amendment from Councillor Graham and urge the UK Government to extend the job retention scheme to enable businesses which have been hurt by this while they recover over the coming months. Thanks, Provost.
Mark, is there any speakers indicated they want in?
Provost, no speakers have indicated they wish to come in on this item.
I'll go to the summing up then. First, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Provost. I think my comments have already been, my comments are fine. I'm fine for what I've said previously. I don't think I need to add any more commentary.
Councillor Tom Johnson. Councillor Tom Johnson.
Yes.
Right.
That's just to sum up. Obviously, we support the SNP amendments, which will be taken against the Labour amendments, as I understand it. I don't think there's anything I really want to add. Said. The Labour amendment also covers a point that we're all worried about, of course, the scheme. Right, thanks.
Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Provost. The reason for me submitting this motion today was to highlight the schemes available that were introduced by the UK Government to help people and businesses throughout North Lanarkshire. This was not meant to cause political divide, and I'm really disappointed that it has, and I'm really disappointed it's tit for tat. You know, UK Government does one thing, Scottish Government's got to go that one step further. It's just, you know, it's petty politics and it's pathetic at times. It really, really is. I'm urging people to vote for this motion today because we've not made it political. We've basically highlighted the schemes that are available, and we're wanting to make sure that as many people can access these areas as possible. So please vote for the motion and let's not divide over petty politics. Thank you.
Andrew, for the vote.
Thank you, Provost. We have a motion by Councillor Gallagher and two amendments, one by Councillor Tom Johnson and one by Councillor Graham. So there will be two votes in this item. So the first vote will be against the motion by Councillor Gallagher and the amendment by Councillor Johnson. So I'll now call your names out in turn. Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Baird.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Barclay.
Amendment.
Councillor Beveridge.
Abstain.
Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Abstain.
Councillor Burgess.
Motion.
Councillor Burrows.
Abstain.
Councillor Cameron.
Motion.
Councillor Campbell.
Abstain.
Councillor Carragher.
Amendment.
Councillor Carson.
Abstain.
Councillor Castles.
Abstain.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Cullen. Thank you. Councillor Curran.
Abstain.
Councillor Curry. Councillor Curry. No. Councillor Damasio.
Where is that?
Councillor Damasio. I'll unmute you. I think you might be having connection problems. Councillor, yes, I can hear you now.
Right. Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Abstain.
Councillor Doolan.
Amendment.
Councillor Douglas.
Motion.
Councillor Duffy.
Abstain.
Councillor Farouk.
Amendment.
Councillor Fisher.
Abstain.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gallagher.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldsack.
Abstain.
Councillor Gooley.
Abstain.
Councillor Graham. Councillor Hogg.
Abstain.
Councillor Hume.
Amendment.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jones.
Abstain.
Councillor Kelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Larson.
Amendment.
Councillor Lennon.
Amendment.
Councillor Linden.
Amendment.
Councillor Logue.
Abstain.
Councillor McGowan.
Amendment.
Councillor McCulloch.
Abstain.
Councillor McKendrick.
Abstain.
Councillor McLaren.
Abstain.
Councillor McManus.
Amendment.
Councillor McNally.
Abstain.
Councillor McNeil.
Abstain.
Councillor McPake.
Abstain.
Councillor McVeigh.
Abstain.
Councillor Mooney.
Abstain.
Councillor Morgan. Is not here. Councillor O'Rourke.
Abstain.
Councillor Pettigrew.
Amendment.
Councillor Quigley.
Abstain.
Councillor Redding.
Abstain.
Councillor Rorty.
Abstain.
Councillor Shevlin. Councillor Shevlin. Councillor Shields.
Abstain.
Councillor Stephen.
Amendment.
Councillor Stevenson.
Abstain.
Councillor Stocks.
Amendment.
Councillor Alan Valentine.
Amendment.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
Amendment.
Councillor Watson.
Motion.
Councillor Weir. Councillor Weir. You've muted. There you are.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
And Councillor Woods.
Abstain.
Councillor Kerr, you put up a point of order. Councillor Kerr.
Yes, it can be dealt with after the.
Right.
Thank you. So the amendment received 28 votes, the motion 7, and there were 31 abstentions. So the amendment has been carried and will now become the substantive motion to be taken against amendment number 2. Did you want to deal with point of order now or at the end of the item?
To do the point order. Councillor Kerr, do you want to do the point order before we go into the next item? Next vote.
Yes, I have been made aware that a member of this council is sharing my image on social media. I will advise that person to remove this item now, and I will seek legal advice directly. Councillor Heather Brannan McVeigh. I will be reporting you to the police instantly.
Can you, do you want to speak to the monitoring officer offline in this?
Yes, I will. I'm the
Right,
police,
thank you.
don't worry.
Can we do the rest of the vote?
Yes,
Andrew?
yes, promised. So the second vote is now between the substantive motion, which was the amendment by
Sorry,
Councillor Tom Johnson.
sorry, Councillor Linden's come in for a point of order.
Thanks for that, Chair. I'm just wondering how one goes about suggesting a composite motion by adding the texted Labour amendment to the end of the SNP group motion, which is now the substantive motion, if that was something that would be of interest to the other political group.
Councillor Graham, you moved this amendment. What is your view?
My view would be things stay as they are.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so I'll now call your name out in turn. Councillor Anderson.
Andrew, Sorry, Andrew, before you go to the vote, the Labour motion is to add at the end of a motion that's now been defeated. So would that motion just simply stand alone, because the amendment second received says add to the end of motion, but that motion has now been defeated and there's now a substantive motion which was the amendment first received.
Provost, I wonder, sorry, if I could come in here.
And you go, Andrew.
So I take Mark's point and it's well made. However, I think my interpretation of it would be that the Labour amendment is adding those words to the narrative that was in the motion that's been defeated. So unless any member wishes to disagree with that interpretation, that's certainly my understanding of it. The motion as it stood, which has been voted on, was without those words about furlough. Those words about furlough added to the motion makes it a different issue entirely.
Is everybody clear on that? Andrew, over to you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Motion.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
Motion.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Motion.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Baird. Councillor Barclay.
Motion.
Councillor Beveridge.
Amendment.
Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
The Labour amendment.
Councillor Burgess.
Abstain.
Councillor Burrows.
Amendment.
Councillor Cameron.
Abstain.
Councillor Campbell.
Amendment. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Farragut.
Motion.
Councillor Carson.
Amendment.
Councillor Castles.
Amendment.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Motion.
Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Motion.
Councillor Cullen.
Abstain.
Councillor Curran.
Amendment.
I've been told Councillor Curry's left the meeting. Councillor Damasio.
Motion.
Councillor Doherty.
Amendment.
Councillor Doolan.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Abstain.
Councillor Duffy. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Farouk.
Motion.
Councillor Fisher.
Amendment.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Motion.
Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain.
Councillor Goldie.
Motion.
Councillor Goldsack.
Abstain.
Councillor Goley.
Amendment.
Councillor Graham. Amendment. Councillor Hogg.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Hume.
Motion.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Jones.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor Larson.
Motion.
Councillor Lennon. Motion. Councillor Linden.
Motion.
Councillor Logue.
Amendment.
Councillor McGowan.
Motion.
Councillor McCulloch.
Amendment.
Councillor McKendrick.
Abstain.
Councillor McLaren.
Amendment.
Councillor McManus.
Motion.
Councillor McNally.
Amendment.
Councillor McNeill.
Amendment.
Councillor McPake.
Amendment.
Councillor McVeigh.
Amendment.
Councillor Mooney.
Amendment.
Councillor O'Rourke.
Amendment.
Councillor Pettigrew.
Motion.
Councillor Quigley.
Amendment.
Councillor Reddin.
Amendment.
Councillor Rorty.
Amendment.
Councillor Shevlin.
Amendment.
Councillor Shields.
Amendment.
Councillor Stephen.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Amendment.
Councillor Cox.
Motion.
Councillor Alan Valentine.
Motion.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
Motion.
Councillor Watson.
Abstain.
Councillor Weir.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Abstain.
And Councillor Woods.
Amendment.
Thank you. So the amendment has received 28 votes, the motion 27 with 10 abstentions. So the amendment by Councillor Graham has been carried.
Councillor Lennon, you put in for a question after we'd started the vote. There should be no other questions once the vote started.
Oh, they were the casting vote, of course.
Agenda item 14 is a notice of motion from Councillor Douglas and Councillor Cullen. There's been no amendment indicated to your motion. Do you still wish to speak?
I do, Provost, thank you. The United Kingdom has a long history with the people of Hong Kong, stretching over 180 years. The current crisis between Hong Kong and the People's Republic of China, both and historical, complicated discussing these in details here. On the crisis situation, Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab said, "We will not look the other way in Hong Kong, and we will not duck our historic responsibility to its people. We will honour our commitment to change the arrangements for those holding BNO status and continue to stand up for the people of Hong Kong." With this statement in mind, on the 1st of July 2020, the Foreign Secretary announced that the UK would extend residence rights for British national overseas citizens or those in Hong Kong. This would see an unprecedented extension of visa rights to eligible Hong Kongers. These new immigration rules will allow BNO citizens the right to live and work in the UK for longer and to give a path to full British citizenship. This is something I'm sure all members will welcome. As you may know, Hong Kong has some of the best healthcare and education in the world, not to mention a highly developed economy with a very industrious population. These are all qualities that North Lanarkshire is looking to promote and expand on locally. Due to a convenient location between Edinburgh and Glasgow, North Lanarkshire is a natural home for new start business or business relocation. There's one thing Hong Kong is world renowned for, and that is work ethic and business prowess. This council and the Scottish Government must be ready to promote North Lanarkshire as a natural business home for our friends from Hong Kong, be it through advice, grants, business loans, encouragement or friendship. I'm confident that we can learn much from the people of Hong Kong, not only in business, but equally so in the fields of health and education, where they lead the world in many aspects. This really is an opportunity that we must grab with both hands. The whole of North Lanarkshire and its people will benefit greatly if Hong Kong BNOs choose our towns and villages to settle in, be it to live, learn, work, invest or even visit. I thank all members for their time and urge you to support the motion and welcome our friends from Hong Kong with open arms. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cullen.
Thank you, Provost. I'll not take up much time. Anybody's, and I feel it's important for North Lanarkshire Council to signal its intent to support British national overseas passport holders should they wish to make the UK their home in light of the issues that have gone on in China. And I think it's an important message for us to send out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to agenda item 15, which is a notice of motion by Councillor Lennon and Councillor McGowan. Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Provost. The SNP group is presenting this motion on behalf of the many home to school operators that currently deliver school transport contracts on behalf of the council and now find themselves in financial hardship due to the decisions taken under delegated powers. Provost, I would like to start by highlighting that home to school contract operators are not just taxi drivers. Many of them provide support, comfort and care to the individuals they ferry. And given the complex needs of our young people, they're a vital service in transporting our young people to and from school. Now, like many at the meeting today, I was only made aware of this situation via a number of constituents wishing to raise concern over a contract decision which had affected many of their livelihoods. I was presented with varying and conflicting information which operators had received from NLC officers and councillors in relation to a contract award figure that NLC had imposed on operators, and I take it I'll leave it situation. Contract operators informed me that they were initially told that a 75% rate of contract would be awarded. Given at that time the COVID situation, many agreed to this and found it acceptable given the circumstances. Within 24 hours, this decision was retracted and dropped to 20%. Without consultation and placing many operators in financial uncertainty and hardship. I'm fully aware that my colleagues in the opposite benches are presenting an amendment to this motion, highlighting or perhaps even attempting to scare by referring to the councillor's code of conduct. And it is not the role of the elected members to interfere in operational contractual matters. However, this motion is based on those decision-making processes executed under Goal Command structures. This motion is being presented for the purposes of scrutiny, and quite rightly a request is being made for that decision to be reviewed. As to date, no reasonable explanation has been provided as to why this arbitrary decision was taken in the first place. Provost, as I started to listen to the many operators throughout the authority raising concern, it became apparent that North Lanarkshire awarded one of, if not the lowest contractual settlements for the contract of this nature. For the purposes to inform those members who are perhaps unaware of the value of these awards and what other authorities awarded for similar contracts, taxi contracts are paid for the school transport budget, which no political party proposed to reduce at this year's budget. The total value of home school taxi contracts in the period of April 2020 to June 2020 was estimated to be in the region of 1.5 million. The service implemented a 20% payment, which comes to £302,694, again for the same period. The saving for this decision equates to 1.2 million and change. To date, no rationale has been provided regarding how this decision was reached, and I have merely been provided with one paragraph extract of Goal Command minutes, which has no explanation. To put this into perspective, Provost, in relation to other authority awards, South Lanarkshire 75%, Eastern Bartonshire 80%, Renfrewshire 75%, Falkirk 100%, Stirling 100%, West Lothian 75%, North Lanarkshire 75%, then overnight changed to 20%. In further communication with education officials, I was advised that each authority has made individual decisions with regard to ongoing payments to taxi operators within authorities have taken account of national guidance and local contractual arrangements. Upon further investigation, I was made aware that NLC's decision to reduce to 20% was a complete contradiction to COSLA recommendations and briefings available at that time. Again, for the purposes of informing my colleagues, I would refer them to the COSLA briefing 47, issued in April 2020, and under that paragraph at 6.6, it stipulates payment for ASN taxi contracts will also be at 75% of contract payments. In a briefing number 30, issued in May 2020, again, it gives background and briefing in relation to what the contract awards should be, or advice and guidance in them. The decision to reduce the contract award to save North Lanarkshire Council 1.2 million.
1 minute.
Have I received any information as to what the council intends to use that saving for? To put this in perspective, I'm still receiving reports the operators dealing with the financial hardship operators are facing, with many having to leave the industry entirely due to this decision. The advice is continually presented as operators can seek financial assistance for government schemes via NLC business support teams. However, many do not qualify for this assistance for varying reasons. The only assistance on offer to many is universal credit with 5 to 6 week wait times, placing many in even more financial hardship. Despite requesting current information, I have no doubt this decision is impacted on the current contract awards for this year, with many operators fearing that a second wave occurs, the NLC might decide to reduce further. Provost, I'm aware that many councillors on the benches at this meeting today have responded to operators' communications, advising them if they had an opportunity to vote, they would support a 75% settlement. Provost, the SNP group are presenting that opportunity today. Then I would urge all colleagues to support this motion and do the right thing for the operators across the authority. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGowan.
Thanks, Provost. I'm happy to second the motion. I'd just like to say a few words. I would like to express my concerns regarding the decision-making process during the pandemic, which resulted in taxi and coach remuneration being reduced from 75% to 20%. Some taxi drivers seem to be having difficulty accessing government grant funding. I hope this doesn't turn out to be short-sighted by North Lanarkshire Council. A council spokesman actually describes my concerns in a newspaper article. We recognise that the health emergency could have a significant impact on businesses of all sizes, and that there is a need to support providers of services so they are better able to cope with the current crisis and to resume normal service delivery when the outbreak is over. The phrase that worries me is to resume normal service delivery when the outbreak is over. As education lead for the SNP and a member of the ASN review group, I would like to make the following comments. According to the Scottish Government, schools are now starting up fully on August the 13 for the pupils today. If taxi companies have gone out of business, will there be enough service to cover all the home-to-school contracts? Taxis will also be needed to transport senior pupils studying for advanced hires to the school which is presenting in their desired subject. It is not only numbers I'm concerned about. Youngsters with ASN often build up a relationship with their taxi operator, and the operator becomes skilled in supporting the particular needs of the child and their parents' carers. I would be extremely worried if we were to lose this expertise. Due to the pandemic, there will be many challenges for the council. Schools, parents and carers, as the schools start again this week. I hope the council have ensured that taxi companies have enough funds to remain in business to honour their contracts from this week, or this will be an additional challenge. And actually, I had experience of a child who wasn't picked up yesterday and today. But I've got to say that North Lanarkshire reacted very quickly, and hopefully it will be resumed tomorrow. But we did have a problem these 2 days. I hope that isn't multiplied over the authority. We need to support our very necessary taxi drivers and bus companies. I'm just seconding this point of concern for our young people. Support the motion, please.
Thank you very much. There's an amendment from Councillor McNally and Councillor Kelly. Councillor McNally.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks very much. Good afternoon, members. The amendment in my name has been circulated in advance. I'm sure members will have the chance to review that. But I do want to make one thing absolutely clear from the start. The council fully supports our taxi contractors or transport contractors who have been essential in getting our young people to and from school every single day across North Lanarkshire. And it has been discussed on a number of occasions today. These are truly unprecedented times. The impact of COVID-19 has been colossal. It's affecting all of our services and all areas of service provision. The budget crisis, as was highlighted by the Section 95 officer, has deepened, while the demand for our services has increased and will likely to increase further. and throughout it our staff have gone above and beyond to support local people and local businesses. As members know, the Council took the decision to pay 20% of the contract value for taxi operators for the period 1st of April to 24th of June 2020. That decision was taken through the structures unanimously put in place in the spring because of the pandemic. The decision was based on the fact that taxi contractors can apply for a number of supports from central government and can access relief schemes that are available for the self-employed. As the amendment makes clear, taxi operators should be accessing the self-employment income support scheme. The scheme provides a grant to eligible self-employed individuals or partnerships worth 80% up to a cap of £2,500 a month. The Council has then, of course, topped that up effectively to 100%. Furthermore, unlike the furlough scheme, the grant allows providers to continue to operate. Now, I know Councillors Lennon and McGowan were saying that there were some difficulties surrounding this, but the guidance is quite clear that those who can apply are those who have submitted their income tax assessment return for 2018-19, traded in tax year 19-20, or were trading when they applied or would be exempt for COVID-19, or if they intend to continue to trade in 2021, or if they've lost trading profits because of COVID-19. Now, this decision was taken with the advice and support of legal, finance, procurement and audit officials as part of that Gold Command process, and of course in line with COSLA and government guidance. So I do find aspects of the motion that's been presented by Councillors Lennon and McGowan quite troubling, because on election all councillors are expected to understand responsibilities under the Councillors Code of Conduct and the Standards Commission. It's absolutely right that councillors have the opportunity to represent constituents' views and ask questions of officers, and I know that many councillors have done that throughout this process. This was obviously something that there was a lot of communication about, and of course there was coverage in the local news and the national news. But let's be crystal clear. The guidance, the Standards Commission and the Code of Conduct is clear that councillors shouldn't try to undermine or interfere in operational contractual matters and present effectively a motion like this, which seeks to reverse a contractual decision that's gone through the appropriate decision-making framework. Now, it is of course, the wider issue is of course subject to the audit and process, but I think we have to be very careful when motions like this come before council that's looking to effectively reverse contractual decision that has been taken through the appropriate frameworks of the time. So I would urge members to reflect on that this afternoon, to recognise the supports that have been available in deeply difficult circumstances and support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Provost. I have a few comments to make in seconding this amendment. Firstly, as Councillor McAnally just stated, we fully support our transport contractors and the vital role they play in getting our young people to school. We can completely sympathise with the difficult times they have faced due to the coronavirus. Like so many residents, the coronavirus has impacted them and their ability to do their job. However, as Councillor McAnally stated, council officers have gone above and beyond to support our transport contractors and so many others in line with Scottish Government guidance. Secondly, I think most critically, at the end of Councillor McAnally's speech, he touched on the standards and expectations expected of elected members. Critical to upholding these high standards is to abide by the Councillor's Code of Conduct issued by the Standards Commissioner. I refer to a couple of key points from the Councillor Code of Conduct in 2018. 7.5, you must never seek to pressure officers to provide a particular recommendation on quasi-judicial or regulatory application, and you should not seek privately to lobby other councillors who have responsibility for dealing with such an application. 7.4, to reduce the risk of your or your council's decisions being legally challenged, you must not only avoid impropriety, but must at all times avoid any occasion for suspicion and any appearance of improper conduct. The code as outlined above is why I find it very uncomfortable that today we've been made to discuss matters which are contractual in nature and which are not matters any councillor should be seeking to influence. It's unfair for the transport contractors to have been led to believe by some councillors that they could somehow influence current decisions. As outlined, to do so could be viewed as being a breach of the councillor's code of conduct. And I would say it's very disappointing that the motion is blaming officers for any hardship. There seems to be a trend growing here with SNP. We saw last week Tom Johnson and his party blame our hard-working teachers for the SQA scandal, and now we see councillors Lennon and McGowan blaming our officers for hardship. We all know we're in the midst of a global pandemic, the like of which the world has never seen. The council, like many local governments, are doing the best they possibly can to support local residents. I think our staff at every level of the council have been outstanding in their efforts to support everyone during the pandemic. I second the amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Mark, is there any speakers indicated?
There's no speakers indicated, Provost.
Oh, I think one's just come in there now.
Yeah, Councillor Hogg's just come in, Provost.
Councillor Hogg.
Thanks, Provost. I'm a bit surprised at the coercive language there of colleagues that I respect very highly, because I don't see any contradiction with the code of conduct in the group gathering here who can determine policy. We're not criticising, or I'm not criticising any senior executive making decisions on the council's behalf at all. But it would seem if there was any code of conduct issues at the moment here in North Lanarkshire, surely there must have been some in the other places where there's been 75% paid. I've had one or two people complaining to me, and I don't promise that any changes will be made. There's no cash transactions. I am incorruptible completely. And I'm aware that all of our senior staff are of the same ilk. So I'm not questioning anyone whatsoever. But I take on board the complaints of my constituents, and as a representative of them, I will speak clearly their voice on their behalf. And I would say that it's inconsistent of one council to make a judgment that makes it seem publicly, in terms of perception, that another council has made a decision where people are going to be like cats in a bag. And I don't mean us, I mean one group of taxi drivers or whatever in one area complaining that it was inconsistent. I think the government or someone should have made a choice here that it was equal across the board. I think there's a perception of things being seen to be wrong. We can all accept that the drivers and people that we respect doing the job that we expect them to do, and they do it efficiently, did not see this coming. They had costs to pay, and I do respect the Chief Executive's decision. But at the same time, I also respect my constituents, and I think there should be a consistency across the board. So I'm going to support this motion.
Mark,
thank you.
Some more speakers?
Yeah, Councillor Junaid Ashraf, followed by Councillor Goldie, Provost.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Hi, so I've had a number of constituents get in touch with myself regarding this issue. And I think Councillor Lennon described most of the issues the best from the contributions that have come so far. I mean, essentially, there was a lot of confusion around what had actually occurred. Firstly, they were granted that they were going to get 75% of the contract money back, and then quite suddenly the tune was completely changed, and only 20% was being handed to taxi drivers. And then, being one of the councillors earlier on, after this has been brought to my attention, I tried to look for some information, and there was varying sort of information being given to different taxi drivers, different constituents, random people I could speak to, other councillors, and there seemed to have been no sort of continuity in terms of what was actually happening. And if it was confusing for us and the other councillors dealing with it, I'm sure it would have been confusing for taxi drivers. So to hear that after some level of research that other councils have granted 75%, 80%, 100% of the contracts that were agreed previously with the council, and then for our own council to only be granting 20%, it seems really shocking that we seem to be at odds with other local authorities in providing this money to people who are essentially our partners in delivering our key services regarding children, and children who are at risk at times, additional support needs. So I think there needs to be a level of respect in terms of how we are dealing with our taxi drivers, and I believe in this instance that North Lanarkshire Council has got it wrong. Certainly, I have a number of taxi drivers waiting to hear what happens with this debate, and it's a really pertinent issue. And I would agree with what Councillor Hogg was just saying there in terms of the last point that he was making, that obviously there. But just going back to the motion at hand, I do believe that there needs to be clear communication, and what has been wronged to these taxi drivers who were left at the loop and were left without a considerable amount of their income. Going ahead as our partners, we need to treat them with respect, and I do think that this needs to be fixed in this instance. So I would urge everybody to support the motion.
Councillor Goldie. We're having problems hearing you, Councillor Goldie. You're still breaking up, Councillor Goldie. Councillor Goldie, unfortunately, unless it's only me, but I don't think anybody can hear you at all.
The message just came up. I came up on my screen. I don't know if it came up on anyone else's. That Councillor Goldie was having low bandwidth, so therefore he's breaking up.
Right, no problem. Mark, I don't see any other speakers.
There's no other speakers, Provost.
Right, Councillor Goldie, that you can have a see if we can hear you now.
Provost, it's been back on. It looks as if there's connectivity problems at Councillor Goldie's side.
Councillor Goldie, I'm really sorry, but I know you wanted to contribute to this debate, but we're having problems hearing you. I see you put your comments up on the screen. There's no other speakers, Mark, is there?
There's no other speakers, Provost.
Councillor McNally, to sum up.
I think we know what Councillor Goldie is going to do when the vote comes in a couple of minutes' time. But no, I mean, I take the points that have been raised by members. But again, I would say that there is not a taxi provider in North Lanarkshire who should have been seen their profits impacted by the coronavirus pandemic, by accessing the self-employment income support scheme and having that top up from the council. That should have represented the value of a contract. Now, of course, the general position that's been taken is, of course, subject to the audit and scrutiny process, and that may very well happen. That's not for me to decide. That may very well happen, but it is not the responsibility of councillors to sit in a full council meeting and determine the value, effectively, of a contract. So I'll leave it at that, Provost. The amendment has been presented, and I would encourage members to support it.
Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Provost. to be perfectly honest, Provost, I'm not quite concerned that some of the rhetoric that I've heard today, considering some of those councillors that I referred to earlier are the very same councillors that have spoke today, especially in preparation of this amendment. I think that Paul Kelly needs to be careful with those that throw stones at glass houses when he considers a breach of the code, considering the fact that the leader of the council had actually stipulated that 75% would be paid to all operators, hence the confusion. Now, for me, Provost, I think there's a number of things that need tackled within this motion. I think that firstly, in relation to being able to access government schemes and grants, as I stipulated in my opening remarks, many of these operators, for varying reasons, do not qualify. They qualify for one, which is universal credit. The majority of us had emails from our constituents in relation to that, highlighting their plight in this current situation. Now, at no point am I turning around and making demands that 75% is awarded to contract operators. Quite rightly so, that would be a breach. That is not my position. I am requesting a review, Provost, a review to come in line with other local authorities, not making demands and not stipulating anything other. I think that using terminology to scare members in a debate, which again is under scrutiny, I think that is quite concerning, to be perfectly honest. And again, one of the key things for me I would encourage members to listen to their constituents in this case and back the motion, rather than backing rhetoric. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Andrew, can you go to vote?
Thank you, Provost. Yes, we have a motion by Councillor Lennon and an amendment by Councillor McNally. By calling name out into it. Councillor Anderson.
Motion.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
Motion.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Motion.
Councillor Baird.
Motion.
Councillor Barclay.
Motion.
Councillor Beveridge.
Amendment.
Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Amendment.
Councillor Burgess.
Amendment.
Councillor Burrows.
Amendment.
Councillor Cameron.
Amendment.
Councillor Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Carragher.
Motion.
Councillor Carson.
Amendment.
Councillor Castles.
Amendment.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Motion.
Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Motion.
Councillor Cullen.
Amendment.
Councillor Curran.
Amendment.
Councillor Damasio.
Motion.
Councillor Doherty. Councillor Doherty.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Doolan.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Amendment.
Councillor Farouk.
Motion.
Councillor Fisher.
Amendment.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Motion.
Councillor Gallagher.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldie.
Motion.
Councillor Goldsack.
Amendment.
Councillor Gowley.
Amendment.
Councillor Graham. Councillor Hogg.
Motion.
Councillor Hume.
Motion.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Jones.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor Larson.
Motion.
Councillor Lennon.
Motion.
Councillor Linden.
Motion.
Councillor Logue.
Amendment.
Councillor McGowan. Councillor McCulloch.
Amendment.
Councillor McKendrick. I think Councillor McKendrick's left. Councillor McLaren.
Amendment.
Councillor McManus.
Motion.
Councillor McNally.
Amendment.
Councillor McNeil.
Amendment.
Councillor McVeigh.
Amendment.
Councillor Mooney.
Amendment.
Councillor O'Rourke.
Amendment.
Councillor Pettigrew.
Motion.
Councillor Quigley.
Amendment.
Councillor Reddin.
Amendment.
Councillor Rorty.
Amendment.
Councillor Shevlin.
Amendment.
Councillor Shields.
Amendment.
Councillor Stephen.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Amendment.
Councillor Stocks.
Motion.
Councillor Alan Valentine.
Motion.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
Motion.
Councillor Watson.
Amendment.
Councillor Weir.
Motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
And Councillor Woods.
Amendment.
The amendment has received 34 votes, the motion 30, and there were no abstentions, so the amendment is carried. Before you proceed, Provost, I'm just going to allow Councillor McVeigh back into the meeting because he had declared an interest.
Right, thank you very much.
Can I just check, is Councillor McVeigh back with us?
Councillor McVeigh, are you back in the meeting all right?
Just here.
Right, thank you. Can we move now on to agenda item 16, which is a notice of motion by Councillor Burrows and seconded by Councillor McNeill. Councillor Burrows.
Thank you, Provost. My motion today is very simple. This council needs more money to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. It's as simple as that. I'm delighted that the UK and Scottish Government have provided additional finance to North Lanarkshire, but I need to say it's not enough. I know finance is a devolved matter, but the UK has a responsibility during this pandemic period. No government wanted COVID-19, and certainly no council is in a position to pay for the substantial additional costs incurred to date and for the rest of the financial year. I am aware that the Scottish Government does not have full resources for everyone during this pandemic, but what we do want is that Scottish Government prioritise funding to local government if additional COVID funding is going to be available. When I penned this motion, it was on the basis of information available at the time. Two financial reports at the start of and end of June indicated North Lanarkshire Council would need in excess of 40 million. As stated earlier, funding from the two governments has reduced to what was a funding gap of 22 million. It's now 18 million. The financial figures are not plucked out the air. They're clearly detailed in the Section 95 officer report given today. We set a financial budget in February, and we're now sitting at the moment with a potential £18 million overspend. It was bad enough trying to set a budget with a multi-million pound deficit. This is factual. All political parties that moved a budget in February done so with this deficit. No alternative budget was put forward by anyone, which proved there was a massive financial cut to a budget at that time. The 18 million has now made this worse. But what does that mean for us? We should now be starting meetings to set a budget for 21-22, but we'll be back here in 4 weeks to try and plug a budget gap of £18 million that has got to be made in this financial year. If we do not receive additional money from the UK or the Scottish Government, then we'll be making decisions about more cuts to our services, more pain for our communities, and potentially closure of services. Some of the other political groups here today might say, how can the government provide us with finance when they themselves are subject to cuts or fiscal pressures? I get all of that, but surely as councillors you were elected to ensure that services are vital for our community. You were all elected to fight your corner for your area and the collective of North Lanarkshire Council. There's a motion coming up later in the agenda by the SNP, which the Labour group can support, linked to capital money to support revenue deficit. We get that. I don't understand why will the SNP not agree, even in principle, that the Scottish Government should treat Scottish local government with a lot more priority and help us through this very difficult period. I am disappointed in the two amendments. I understand the Conservative amendment linked to local government being a devolved matter, but this is a UK pandemic. The UK government has given finance to local government via the Barnett consequentials, But you know something, we need more. Really disappointed in the SNP amendment with the list of resources so far put into the system. I acknowledge that at the start of my comments about Finance Today from the UK and the Scottish Government. But the bottom line is, we're facing £18 million shortfall. Does the SNP councillors not believe our senior officers at the council? Do you not believe the CEO and the Section 95 officer when they tell us we're in a very serious financial position? What part of this serious position does the SNP not accept? Our Labour group understands governments are facing a difficult time, but so are we at North Lanarkshire Council and all other councils in Scotland. Political groups today did not need to come up with any amendments. They are trying to protect their own particular government. Our motion is about caring for our community, not playing party politics. There are 18 million reasons for supporting this motion. I ask all the councillors to support it. I move the motion.
Councillor McNeill.
Thanks, Provost. Motion presented by Councillor Burrows. It is factual, it is frightening, and it's very alarming that the estimated financial cost of COVID to North Lanarkshire Council is a potential shortfall of £18.326 million. An unimaginable pandemic has wrought havoc in our community, and the hard-working, dedicated officers and staff of North Lanarkshire Council have worked tirelessly to offer help and practical support to our residents. Thank you very much to all of them. Many have gone well beyond the call of duty, delivering essential and vital services to our most vulnerable residents. We are also indebted to the many voluntary and community agencies and organisations who have been volunteering and delivering assistance to neighbours, to friends and people in the community who require some support. The people of North Lanarkshire have delivered. The workers of North Lanarkshire Council have delivered. Now it's time for the SNP Scottish Government to deliver. I urge North Lanarkshire SNP councillors to stand up for those you represent and for the people who elected you. Ask your bosses in Edinburgh to properly fund this council. Ask them to adequately resource our COVID response. It's the right thing to do. However, I won't be holding my breath. North Lanarkshire residents have seen services decimated since the SNP came to power. The SNP government has delivered £290 million of austerity cuts to the council. Yes, you heard me correctly. £290 million of austerity to North Lanarkshire Council since 2007. The Section 95 officer's report has detailed the financial cost of COVID-19 implications for North Lanarkshire. Somewhere in the region of £18 million of a shortfall is possible. The people of North Lanarkshire have suffered enough. Dreadful economic austerity, coupled with a failing SNP government's delivery of healthcare, with two failing hospitals in Glasgow and Edinburgh, and the creeping privatisation of NHS services. The failing of education and their proposed discrimination, now withdrawn thankfully, against pupils who study at schools in North Lanarkshire and elsewhere who happen to be amongst the most deprived students in Scotland. Thank goodness Scottish Labour forced a U-turn and the First Minister and Education Secretary had to apologise for the hurt, for the worry and heartache their uncaring, ill-thought-through plan was causing. The people of North Lanarkshire deserve the finest services we can deliver. The officers of this council continually strive to do so. They require adequate resources from the SNP in Edinburgh to ensure our sick, our elderly and the vulnerable receive the services they so desperately require. North Lanarkshire requires adequate funding and the SNP must deliver it. I second the motion.
Thank you. The first amendment from Councillor Linden.
Thanks very much, Provost. The amendment to this motion today takes the opportunity to outline the financial support from the Scottish Government to local government against the backdrop of coronavirus, and indeed the potential for future additional resource. I believe the amendment also takes the opportunity to address and correct the original motion statement that a severe financial shortfall has been imposed on all councils from central government in Scotland, which, as all members know, is not quite how it works in practice. It is that issue that I wish to begin with in my remarks in the debate this afternoon, albeit I intend on my remarks on that particular issue regarding the financial settlement to Scotland to be brief, as I consider the inclusion of the veiled attack on the Scottish Government in the original motion, and then frankly the contribution of Ian McNeill, to be nothing short of highly partisan behaviour in the midst of a global pandemic, and I frankly consider it to be regrettable. If Councillor Burrows and McNeill did not wish to make this party political, then why didn't they mention the UK Government in their motion? They stated central government in Scotland. They've just launched an attack on the SNP Scottish Government. It was a partisan manoeuvre. So in addressing those issues, I wish to simply remind the mover and seconder of the motion that in Scotland, independent nation, the UK Treasury is responsible for the budget settlement that it provides to the Scottish Government's core grant, and therefore with reducing UK budgets to Scotland over the last 10 years, the squeeze on Scotland's public service spending is no coincidence. Despite that, the Scottish Government continue, contrary to Councillor McNeill's belief, to provide a whole host of services, including record health spending, a record low on crime, investment to close the attainment gap, and much more, as well as a continued fair settlement for local government against that challenging backdrop. The First Minister has been exemplary in her leadership during the coronavirus battle by avoiding cheap party political points, and it would be my ambition to emulate that approach where possible today too. I just hope that other members, those who have spoken and those to come, will reflect in that same vein. In that spirit, I don't intend to linger any further, Provost, certainly not until I come to summation. However, I do wish to focus the remainder of my remarks on the extensive support already in place for local government, and in particular North Lanarkshire, from this SNP Scottish Government. Indeed, a number of supports beyond the economic recovery funding, which I've already articulated today for small businesses and our local economy, are in place and benefiting North Lanarkshire during the coronavirus pandemic. The Scottish Government's £26 million fund to assist the continuing free school meals during summer and to get food support to vulnerable people during the coronavirus pandemic saw a total of £942,000 being provided for free school meals in North Lanarkshire, and in addition over £1 million for vulnerable people food support during that time too. I understand that North Lanarkshire received £1.066 million from the Scottish Government Spaces for People Fund to increase pop-up infrastructure to encourage local people to use outdoor spaces and active travel during these challenging times. Naturally, an incredibly important initiative, given that we want to see people using the natural environment to reduce the transmission of coronavirus and the associated benefits to people's mental health and well-being. In terms of education here in North Lanarkshire and beyond, the Scottish Government have committed £100 million over the next 2 years to help local councils with the return to school impact of COVID-19. And this follows an announcement of £30 million to help bridge the gap on digital inclusion for those who need it most in local communities across Scotland. This includes the significant order of resources by way of technology to those in our most digitally excluded communities to ensure that they are equipped at this time. Finally, councils have received £405 million in advance payments this financial year, and by the end of July this year, it had risen to £455 million. That's in addition to the action by the Scottish Government in relaxing current guidance on some of the education grants to allow educational resource to be diverted to the COVID-19 response, much of which we've heard from officers already. To bring my remarks to a conclusion, Provost, there's recently been an agreement between the Scottish Government and COSLA, meaning an additional £50 million in funding will be allocated to education joint boards across Scotland to ensure sustainability of social care, and that comes on top of the £50 million previously allocated to social care in May. It's clear to me, and to any member who listens to the developments at COSLA and Scottish Government, that dialogue continues to facilitate further additional resource to support local councils, including North Lanarkshire, and I can assure members that the Scottish Government, led by the SNP, will continue to do all it can to support not only local councils, but every sector in Scotland to overcome the challenges that COVID-19 presents, to ensure that we all can continue to provide the vital public services that matter to local people.
Councillor Damasio.
From a financial perspective in North Lanarkshire,
Councillor Damasio, we're having problems hearing you. Is everybody else the same as me, having problems hearing them?
Aye, that's the case.
Councillor Damasio, I'm sorry. We can't hear you.
Situation. Can you hear me now?
Councillor Damasio, nobody can hear you. Your microphone's on. You'll need to put your microphone off, Councillor Damasio. Andrew, could you take off Councillor Damasio's microphone?
I think there's connectivity problems, Provost, because I'm trying to unmute Councillor Damasio and it's not allowing me, which probably leads me to suspect that he's having weak internet connection.
Right.
I'm sure other members would be delighted, Provost, if you want me to speak for another 5 minutes.
I think we've got enough speakers at the moment. So we'll just have to move on to the second amendment. This was always going to be the unfortunate thing. Councillor Gallagher.
Right, I've done that.
Thank you, Provost. Sorry, I think Paul's maybe trying to come back in.
Hello?
Well, we can hear you slightly. Let's see how it goes.
Right, oh, is that?
I think we may have lost Councillor Damasio again.
Councillor Damasio, I'm really sorry. We'll just get your microphone put back on and I'll go over to the second amendment. Councillor Gallagher, I'm sure when Councillor Linden's summing up, he'll cover all the points you were going to cover. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Provost. I am sympathetic towards some parts of this motion. However, the reason for the Scottish Conservative Group amendment is to highlight the Scottish Government. It is the Scottish Government which allocates money to councils. During the peak of the coronavirus outbreak, Kate Forbes used the phrase "storm in a teacup" to describe the £155 million of funding passed from the UK Government to the Scottish Government to forward councils. Although I appreciate there was a delay, Kate Forbes was accused of attempting to micromanage local authorities. The Finance Secretary has also previously said that she wanted councils in COSLA to specify the reasons why they needed additional funding. I think this was obvious, but this statement in itself was concerning as it shows that she has no understanding how underfunded councils are, and that's without the additional pressures that occurred due to the coronavirus outbreak. I will always champion proper funding for North Lanarkshire Council, as since my election in 2017, all I've experienced is cuts while setting the council's yearly budget. However, fundamentally, it is the Scottish Government which oversees local government funding and how much is allocated per council. The behaviours of the Finance Secretary in relation to additional funding to help councils with the increasing costs of coronavirus is a cause of concern. Councils need action and they don't have time to write down a shopping list of what they need money for. A little bit of trust goes a long way, and I hope the Scottish Government will provide councils with more funding to help close the gap we have here in North Lanarkshire. Provost, I propose the Conservative amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watson, you're seconding this.
Yeah, I am pleased to second the second amendment, Provost, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Good.
Sorry, Councillor Watson, we seem to have lost you again.
Yeah, I am pleased to second the second amendment.
Are you not wanting to speak, or are you just quite happy to second it?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Mark, have we got any people looking for questions?
Provost, there's only one speaker wanting to come in. It's Councillor Tom Johnston.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Thanks, Provost. It's just to point out, a lot of these motions are basically the same old story. The Tories want more money from the Scottish Government. The Tories cut the Scottish Government funding by £2 billion over recent years. We find that Labour want more money off the Scottish Government, but like the Tories, they never say what they would cut in the Scottish Government budget. Would they cut the National Health Service funding? Would they cut the police funding, education, in order to get money for local government? These things are never said. And I was looking at some figures I dug out the other day. I put them in the Air of the Advertiser. Nobody complained about them at the time. This was in May last year. They were on about all these cuts, the same stuff from Labour and Tory. And it is interesting what Jordan Linden said, how the Labour Party never attack the Tories nowadays. It's the SNP who attack the Tories. The Labour Party never, ever attack the Tories. I wonder why that is. But at the time, this is from the Council's own finance officer last year. And in the 4 years from 2016 up to 2019-20, the revenue budget grew from 733 million to 781 million. It's probably only keeping up with inflation, but that's not cuts if you're going up from 733 million to 781 million. The capital budget in the same period from the Scottish Government went up from 59 million to 101 million. Housing revenue was up from 126 million to 139 million. And housing capital was up from 74 million to over 108 million. And then the 32 authorities in 2019-20 got 11.2 billion from the Scottish Government. And this was a real terms increase in revenue. It was a real terms increase of 1.2%. And in capital funding, 21.5% compared with the previous year. I mean, where's the cuts? That's the point. Let's get all this into some sort of perspective. Thank you.
Councillor Damasu, you're going to try and get back in?
Thank you, Provost. Okay.
Yes.
Smashing. I'm going to hang up on Irene then, because she had a plan B to speak through her phone. Thank you, Irene. So apologies for that. I'll start again. I'd already said half my speech. I've got to listen to it twice. In relation to the devastating impact COVID-19 has had from a financial perspective in North Lanarkshire and in Scotland generally, the Scottish Government have to be applauded for their innovative and decisive moves to plug the extra funding resource required in what has been an ever-moving emergency situation, providing councils with tens of millions of additional funding despite many, many years with Westminster austerity. Let's not forget that. I'd like to take this opportunity, incidentally, to thank the business support team for all the hard work that they've done in processing the thousands upon thousands of Scottish Government grants, incidentally, to help our local businesses. I applaud the Scottish Government's financial handling of COVID-19, whilst of course being refused the right by Westminster, the Westminster Government, for greater fiscal flexibility, which would allow the government to deal with the pressures COVID-19 bring. And we allow for additional funding that is required in North Lanarkshire and Scotland as a whole, be that local authority, healthcare, employment, business support, etc. I could go on. Please do not be naive. The only way Scotland is likely to gain substantially more funds is by Westminster either releasing that resource to the Scottish Government to filter it through to local government level, or giving the powers the people of Scotland deserve and demand. Thank you. I second the motion.
Mark, is there any more speakers?
Provost, Councillor Hogg wants to come in with a question. Thank you.
Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Provost. It's the usual heat between parties, isn't it? I don't see anything untoward with Councillor Burrows and McNeill requesting that the UK and Scottish governments help with the financial situation we're in. We have yet to see the end of furloughing. We've yet to see the real impact when it comes to rates next year. And we are in, if people really start to see the reality, the worst economic hit since the 1929 crash. So I think the call for funding from the clearing bank, that is the Bank of England, is a wise one, but with a major caveat that we do not get financial burdens put on the public purse. What happened in the crash of 2008 was that money was technically printed, and that money comes from nothing, and it's then put on the public purse. It's called quantitative easing, and there's been a myth that the public have never understood, that the money is actually simply made up and then put on the public purse. So what we should really be calling for here is, the Tories will do quantitative easing for the bankers. They bailed the bankers out. And then when someone in the Westminster calls for bailing out the public, they go on about the magic money tree. It's ridiculous. You can't print the money. So it's not good enough for the public, but it's good enough for their mates in the banks. That's the reality. I would have nothing to do with any of this unless the British government, who is the only clearing bank, actually prints the money and doesn't put it on the public tab. They can do that. It's a political choice. And the reality here is that the SNP are actually preening themselves. I'm independent enough now to speak the truth. It was a political choice to go into the by choosing going to the lockdown. The stats were clear at the start. 0.2% was accepted in late March of the fatality rate, which means 99.8% was, were never going to be adversely affected. It was nothing going to be worse than a bad flu. In 1957 and 1967, there were flus that killed over 1 million people worldwide. This pandemic and lockdown was a political choice, and it has caused economic chaos. The people who created the economic chaos had better pay the bloody public funds and for the damage they have done. That is my assessment, and it's the truth. Thank you very much, Provost.
Thank you. Mark, I understand Councillor Docherty's trying to wave at us to get in. And are there any other speakers other than him?
Yeah, Councillor McNally has indicated he wishes to come in, Provost.
Provost.
Councillor Docherty.
Provost, it's a question for Ian McNeill. I wasn't sure about that figure that you mentioned, but would you ask him to clarify this? Was it 200?
Sorry, it's no question and answer session. It's a wee bit of a debate. If you want to clarify the figure with Ian offline, you can go ahead and do that.
Offline.
Thanks very much, Provost. I mean, we tend to be in this. We tend to be in this situation. It feels at every full council meeting, where, and especially at the budget, when the leader of the principal opposition group effectively engages in this type of nonsense that suggests that it's all a pack. Well, I'm not going to use the word lies, but it's all a pack of nonsense, and that the budget cuts don't exist. And that's what we heard a minute ago. There is absolutely no denying the scale of the challenge that North Lanarkshire has faced over the course of the last 13 years. And that is intensified because of the challenges related to COVID-19. Every year
sorry to interrupt, Councillor McNally. Provost, Councillor Damasio's coming with a point of order.
Councillor Damasio.
It's fine, Provost.
Right, thank you. Get back to Councillor McNally.
Thanks, Provost. Again, we highlight the information that comes from Audit Scotland, that comes from the Accounts Commission every single year, which shows that councils have been consistently bottom or very close to the bottom of the funding priorities of the Scottish Government. £23 million was cut in 2012, £21 million in 2013, £19 million in 2014, £14 million in 2015, £31 million in 2016, £25 million in 2017, £20 million in 2018, £27 million in 2019, and we were all there just a few months ago when we were having to take yet more devastating cuts as a consequence of the financial settlement that's been provided to North Lanarkshire. Now that is intensified because of COVID-19, and the challenges are even greater than they were. And what is the real solution that seems to be coming forward from the government? Raid your existing budgets, raid your pupil equity fund, raid your 1140 budget, raid your Scottish Attainment Challenge, use that money, which is additionality because of the challenges that councils like North Lanarkshire face. That use those budgets because we are not going to give you anything else. That's the reality of it, and that is going to be the reality moving forward. The government are basically saying that now. We've got no more money to give you, so we're not going to do it. And to hell with the cuts that you've had to endure over the course of the last several years. And Tom Johnson asked for the solution. He always asks for the solution. It's as if he never listens to us when we every single year put forward the solution to Tom Johnson and to the SNP group, which they're never willing to accept: taxation. If you are experiencing a challenge, a budget challenge in terms of public financing, you look to taxation and you look to ask those with the broadest shoulders to bear a greater burden. But you're not willing to do that. They've never been willing to do that, Provost. And we'll see what happens now if this global pandemic is going to make any difference. But you know what? I won't hold my breath. Because they've not been willing to do it up till now, and frankly, it's communities like ours and the people in North Lanarkshire who've suffered as a result.
Mark, I can't see any more speakers. Do you agree with that?
There's no further speakers, Provost.
Can we move to the summing up? First and second amendment, Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Provost. I don't anymore. I think each political group is going to vote for their own amendment, so I think I'll just leave it there, and I'm happy to propose the Conservative amendment once more.
Thank you. Councillor Linden.
Thank you, Provost. I'll take the opportunity to reflect on the contributions from a number of members given the debate and a number of things that have been said. I'm sure that comes as no surprise. I want to begin firstly by addressing the point that Councillor Hogg made, because he has now said it twice in this meeting, and I am concerned by that contribution. It's the second time in this meeting that he has repeated that the lockdown was a political choice. I think that that's deeply unfortunate and insulting. I think that the priority for taking the decision to enter lockdown, whether in Scotland or indeed across the globe, is public health and avoiding the loss of life and the impact of the severity of coronavirus. That, to coin a phrase, is the truth, and there's nothing short of disappointing to hear it being repeated multiple times. In terms of Councillor Gallagher's contribution, I would say I'm not shocked to hear that the member has support or sympathy for the Labour position, because it absolves Westminster of all responsibility. And for me, it seems to simply just forget the facts. It sees things through the prism, as you would expect, of Westminster. And we had an attack on Kate Forbes, an eminently talented and capable Cabinet Secretary who has a total grasp of the issue. The problem is that she sees through the Tories and she sees through the UK government, who are trying to get Scotland to do all it can with one hand tied behind its back. Provost, I want to turn to the point that's been made by Councillor McNally, but Councillor Johnson raised it, and it's the point around additional resource for local government. Councillor McNally has provided an answer, which is taxation, but it seems to be the only answer that's ever came forward. That's somewhat of a revelation, because parties in North Lanarkshire have never provided the answer to the simple question for where extra resource for local government would come from. Because the reality is they know that that would involve making cuts in other priority services at a Scottish Government level. Would that mean cutting investment in education? Would that mean cutting the record investment in the NHS? Would that mean cutting the funding for our justice system that's got a 43-year low in crime? Would that mean reducing the funding for our world-leading climate action? Would that mean reducing our active travel budget? Would that mean reducing the fair settlement for local government further? You know, this is the thing about Labour and the Tories. It is bluff and bluster. They have plans. We see that every year at the budget time in the Scottish Parliament. They have no plans and no credibility. It's political posturing, and they are fooling nobody. Absolutely nobody. They have no solutions. I want to turn to remarks regarding believing the CEO and finance officers on the finance. I think that was an unfortunate terminology. I, of course, listen and believe everything that officers say to us, but will nonetheless continue to scrutinise it. I've saved, Provost, in the 2 minutes that I've got left, I've saved the best, as far as I'm concerned, to last with Councillor McNeill, who, as ever, provided an entertaining contribution to the full council meeting and to his focus on the SNP. Because his attack on the SNP government, amongst a motion that was meant to be talking about COVID funding, was disappointing and really missed the mark. Because he said that we have a failing SNP Scottish Government. But as I've already mentioned, we have an SNP government delivering record health funding, free tuition, more people in employment, free prescriptions, leading the way on fair pay, £500,000 investment in the M8, 60,000 affordable homes, slash business, 100,000 businesses, slash business rates for them, and as I've said, a 43-year low on crime. And I just want to end by saying that it's testament, thank you, it's testament to the performance in this chamber and in another place this week. We see this type of partisan behaviour. I think that it's been summed up perfectly by Councillor McNeill, and I know that our record in government in the SNP is one that we'll be proud of, and as we head forward to next year, we'll have the verdict of the people of Scotland, and that's why both the Tories and Labour are languishing in second and third position, and I look forward to the SNP being returned to government and the people of Scotland's verdict once again. We see that from the polls. Let's make sure it happens next year. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Burrows.
Okay. Excuse me. Well, how do you follow all that, Jordan? Huh? Just for the record, Councillor London, I mentioned the UK government 5 times in the motion. 5 times. And I've stated I do acknowledge the funding from the UK and Scottish government. I acknowledge all of that. But we need more. What part of that part do you not agree with? I noted Councillor London was delighted on the first motion, that cross-party agreement. And I just wish that he and his group would have done the same for this motion, as our council is in a severe, difficult finance position. Councillor Johnson states, where does the Scottish Government make the cuts? Well, really, that's up to them. Whether there's an issue about whatever sector may take a hit, that's up to them. But I take the view that local government is a priority. You guys out there are all councillors. You should be fighting your corner, and you should be saying the same to your government. We keep hearing from Councillor Johnson that we have more money than ever. Can I say to you, Councillor, you're the leader of the SNP group. If that's the case, see in February, why did you guys not put forward an alternative SNP budget with all the money that we're supposed to have? Plenty of it, we're rolling in it. Where's the cuts, Councillor Johnson? You know something, we're getting fed up with the leader of the SNP group coming up with this denial. We're sick of it. The CEO and the Section 95 officer has informed us that we face £18 million budget cap. Now that's to be resolved within the next 30 weeks. This is no sum for years ahead. The next 30 weeks. No one could have foreseen the pandemic like this and the human and finance cost to us all. At a time we should be united to seek support from the two governments, whilst accepting that local government is a devolved matter in Scotland. Can I say to the Conservative and SNP that political differences should be set aside? I accept it's a devolved matter, but COVID does not respect boundaries. It would have been positive if the SNP group agreed with a motion and for them to assist with a direct request to seek financial help for the SNP government. We all know we need help from our two governments. We were all elected as local councillors to support our constituents and to fight to save services. Massive cuts to council budgets, and Frank highlighted them over the last 10 years, has no doubt had an impact within our communities. The impact will be exacerbated if we do not receive the extra help from the two governments to plug this 18 million deficit. The motion's correct. The motion is factual, and I formally move it.
We go to the vote, Andrew.
Thank you, Provost. So we have a motion by Councillor Burrows and two amendments, the first by Councillor Linden and the second by Councillor Gallagher. So there'll be two votes. The first vote is between the motion by Councillor Burrows and the amendment by Councillor Linden. So I'll call your name in turn. Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Amendment.
Councillor Baird.
Amendment.
Councillor Barclay.
Amendment.
Councillor Beveridge.
He's left.
He's left. Councillor Brannan McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Burgess.
Abstain.
Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Councillor Cameron.
Abstain.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carragher.
Amendment.
Councillor Carson.
Motion.
Councillor Castles.
Motion.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Amendment.
Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Amendment.
Councillor Cullen.
Abstain.
Councillor Cohen.
Motion. Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Damasio.
Oh.
Councillor Damasio.
Amendment.
Amendment, thank you. Councillor Doherty. Councillor Doherty.
Yes.
You're not on mute, Councillor Doherty. You are now. Can you speak again, please, Councillor Doherty?
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Doolan.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Abstain.
Councillor Duffy.
Motion.
Councillor Farouk.
Motion.
Councillor Fisher.
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gallagher.
Abstain.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldstack.
Motion.
Councillor Gourley.
Motion.
Councillor Graham. Councillor Hogg.
Motion.
Councillor Hume.
Amendment.
Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jones.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Larson.
Amendment.
Councillor Lennon.
Amendment.
Councillor Linden.
Amendment.
Councillor Logue.
Motion.
Councillor McGowan.
Amendment.
Councillor McCulloch.
Motion.
Councillor McKendrick. He's left the meeting. Councillor McLaren.
Motion.
Councillor McManus.
Amendment.
Councillor McNally.
Motion.
Councillor McNeil.
Motion.
Councillor McPake.
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Motion.
Councillor Mooney.
Motion.
Councillor O'Rourke.
Motion.
Councillor Pettigrew.
Amendment.
Councillor Quigley.
Motion.
Councillor Redding.
Motion.
Councillor Rorty.
Motion.
Councillor Shevlin.
Motion.
Councillor Shields.
Motion.
Councillor Stephen.
Amendment.
Councillor Stevenson.
Motion.
Councillor Stocks.
Amendment.
Councillor Alan Valentine.
Amendment.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
Amendment.
Councillor Watson.
Abstain.
Councillor Weir.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Abstain.
And Councillor Woods. Councillor Woods seems to have left the call. So the amendment has received 26 votes, the motion 32 with 7 abstentions. So the motions remains the motion. So we'll now take the motion against by Councillor Gallagher and we'll vote again. Councillor Anderson.
Abstain.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
Abstain.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
Abstain.
Councillor Baird.
Abstain.
Councillor Barclay.
Abstain.
I was hanging up.
Councillor Brandon McVeigh.
Motion.
Motion. Councillor Burgess.
Motion.
Councillor Burrows.
Motion.
Councillor Cameron.
Amendment.
Amendment. Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Carragher.
Abstain.
Councillor Carson. Councillor Carples.
Motion.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
Abstain.
Councillor Sophia Coyle.
Abstain.
Councillor Cullen.
Amendment.
Can you say that again, please, Councillor Cullen?
Amendment.
Amendment, thank you. I'm just going to, I think Councillor Damasiu's speaking, so I'm just going to put him on mute.
You should.
Thank you. Councillor Curran.
Motion.
Councillor Damasio, are you there? I think he's on the phone. Councillor Doherty. Councillor Doherty.
Motion.
Motion, thank you. Councillor Doolan. Councillor Doolan?
He's left.
He's left. Councillor Douglas?
Amendment.
Councillor Duffy?
Motion.
Councillor Farouk?
Abstain.
Councillor Fisher?
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham?
Abstain.
Councillor Gallagher?
Amendment.
Councillor Goldie?
Abstain.
Councillor Goldsack?
Abstain.
Councillor Gooley?
Motion.
Councillor Graham?
Motion.
Councillor Hogg?
Motion.
Councillor Hume?
Abstain.
Councillor Catherine Johnson?
Abstain.
Councillor Tom Johnson?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Jones?
Motion.
Councillor Kelly?
Motion.
Councillor Kerr?
Abstain.
Councillor Larson? Councillor Larson? Right, Councillor Larson, can you hear us? No. Okay, Councillor Lennon?
Abstain.
Councillor Linden?
Ginger beer will do.
Councillor Linden?
London.
Councillor Logue?
Motion.
Councillor McGowan?
Abstain.
Councillor McCulloch?
Motion.
Councillor McKendrick is left. Councillor McLaren?
Motion.
Councillor McManus? Sorry, can you repeat that, please, Councillor McManus?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor McNally?
Motion.
Councillor McNeil?
Motion.
Councillor McPake?
Motion.
Councillor McVeigh?
Motion.
Councillor Mooney?
Motion.
Councillor O'Rourke?
Motion.
Councillor Pettigrew? Councillor Pettigrew?
Abstain.
Abstain, thank you. Councillor Quigley?
Motion.
Councillor Redding?
Motion.
Councillor Rorty?
Motion.
Councillor Shevlin?
Motion.
Councillor Shields?
Motion.
Councillor Stephen?
Abstain.
Councillor Stevenson?
Motion.
Councillor Stocks?
Amendment.
Councillor Alan Valentine?
Abstain.
Councillor Annette Valentine?
Abstain.
Councillor Watson?
Amendment.
Councillor Weir?
Abstain.
Councillor Wilson?
Amendment.
Amendment. And Councillor Woods? Who's left the call? The amendment has received 7 votes, the motion 30 with 24 abstentions, so the motion by Councillor Burrows is carried.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious it's now 8 o'clock. Do I have any proposal whether we continue or whether we come back tomorrow morning? Paul, you've got up for a point of order.
Provost, propose we continue.
Provost, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I would propose we continue so long as we're allowed to have full debate. I still think we'll be able to finish by 9 o'clock if everybody keeps it tidy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be comfortable if debate isn't going to be allowed to be concluded. I would prefer to come back tomorrow if that was the case, quite frankly.
Who moved that we continue on under Standing Order 5?
I'll move that we continue with debate.
I think it was
We
Councillor
can't do
McLaren.
that without suspending standing orders.
Yeah. Provost.
So it's
Provost,
either we
suspend
continue
the
with no debate, or we continue and or we come back tomorrow, or we get the suspension of standing orders to agree for debate.
Provost. So yes, I just want clarification that if we do suspend standing orders, that you as Provost will allow debate after 8 o'clock if we suspend standing orders to continue.
Suspension of standing orders will allow that, but you need to get 2/3 of the people to vote for
So,
suspending
For
standing orders.
suspension of standing orders.
I think someone did someone actually formally propose it in that case. If they did, I'm happy to second it. If they didn't, I'm happy to propose it.
And do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second it. Suspension of standing orders.
For the debate to continue until the business is concluded, or to a certain time?
Until the business is concluded.
No.
Can I check with Chair Andrew, is that right, or does it have to be a time scale?
Just bear with me. My light's fading.
No, I don't think there's any time scale.
Standing Order 5 does say that unless a motion to continue the meeting beyond that time for a further specified period has been moved. But I
think the specified period, sorry, Andrew, that's being suggested is until the business is concluded.
was just about to say that would be acceptable.
Is there any
Provost, we've got
otherwise minded?
Provost, we've got a couple of points of order that have been put in the chat bar. Councillor Curran and Councillor McPake have both raised a point of order.
Councillor Curran first. Harry, your mic's still on. Can you take your microphone off? Councillor Curran, we never heard you. You left it. That's it. No, you put your microphone back on. Andrew, could you take his microphone off?
I'll do that, Provost. Councillor Cohen, you can start speaking now. Your microphone's off.
Right. Okay. I'm supporting John McLaren's motion that we move till 9 o'clock, but there are no speeches. We take the motions as read and we go on a vote, because every group will vote the way their group decided. The speeches will be totally irrelevant.
John.
Councillor McPake.
Seconded by Harry Curran that we continue the meeting but have no speeches. Michael McPake.
Thanks, Provost.
Indicated you wanted in as well.
Yes, Provost. I think this is very important. A lot of important business still to go on here. We've got a duty of care to our chief executive and all his staff here, who didn't join this meeting at 2 o'clock, the same as most of us. They've been in their work since probably 7 o'clock this morning, something. It's now 8 o'clock at night, and we're proposing to go further. We're proposing to go to at least 10 o'clock here. I would propose we come back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, as it says in standing orders.
Do we have a seconder for Councillor McPake's?
Jean, there's a bad echo.
Pardon?
Everything's echoing. I can't hear what they're saying.
I'll sum it all up at the end. Councillor, you last indicated. Councillor Logan, we can't hear you.
I think it'd be illuminating to know how many members are still with us at this meeting, because when I look around, I see more and more members departing. It's all very well for us to say that, I mean, there's very important business to be transacted tonight. There certainly is very important business to be transacted. But we have to take cognizance of the fact that we have been here for 6 hours now. I do not think that lends itself to good governance decision making. I think we're all tired. I think it's been a difficult meeting. It's the first virtual meeting we've had. I think we've got to take all this on board. And just to say that, you know, let's go ahead, continue as if it would be normal, and let's go through the business and keep the business going until whenever, unlimited time. I think is absolutely farcical. Remember, this is going to go out. People are going to watch it. It has been, many of the contributions today have been very good. Some have not been as good. I think we need to take a broad view. That's why I say at the beginning, we need to reflect on the first meeting that has taken place in this format. I honestly am coming to the conclusion that I do not think continuing the meeting tonight brings any additionality. I don't think any of us are in a situation where after 6 hours of full attention is going to be on and focused on trying to transact the best decisions which still require to be done. And if you look through the motions that are still to be discussed, they are very, very important motions. And I do not think we would do them justice. On the basis of that, I'm slowly coming to the conclusion that I think in everybody's interest, we should defer tonight and not continue with the meeting.
So you're suggesting a second Michael McPake so they come back tomorrow morning?
I'm quite happy to do so.
Right, I've got 2 or 3 speakers wanting in. If it's anything different than what we've been ready asked for, I'll let you in, but if not, I'm proposing we go to the vote. Councillor O'Rourke.
Sorry, Provost.
Provost, there's a couple of points of order. One from Councillor Damasio, a point of order. Sorry, Provost, for interrupting.
Right, Councillor Damasio, your point of order.
Okay, given what's been said and the importance of discussing upcoming motions, the SNP group are willing to come back tomorrow morning in line with what's just been proposed by the Labour group.
Yeah.
Is anybody otherwise minded?
No. Provost, I'd like to move that we can. I mean, a lot of us have got other jobs and work on, and I would like to propose that we continue tonight in accordance with standing orders, which is the mover and the seconder, any amendments moving and seconder speak. There's no debate.
Can I
just say I'll be working in Edinburgh tomorrow morning, so I won't be able to attend.
I'm asking Councillor Cullen, have you got a seconder for that?
Second, Councillor Cullen.
Right, thank you very much. Right, we've got 2 proposals.
Provost, I believe that the amendment by Councillor Cullen is the same as the motion by Councillor McLaren, that the meeting continues in accordance with standing orders until 9 p.m.
So we've got a motion from initially from Councillor McPake, but others are agreeing with it, and seconded by Councillor Logue, that we come back tomorrow morning, and we've got an amendment by Councillor McLaren, seconded by
Councillor Curran.
Provost, sorry, can I come in here, please?
Yes.
So in terms of the standing orders, excuse me, the meeting would automatically reconvene at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So the motion would be the motion to extend tonight.
Right, sorry. So the motion's to extend tonight.
Yes.
And there's a kind of adjourning up is the amendment, I would say, or do we need to go to a vote on those who want to continue tonight?
Do we have an adjournment, Provost?
I would simply ask members.
We need to either finish up the meeting or we need to come back tomorrow morning. But I know the standing orders say 10 o'clock. I'm conscious a lot of people have got children starting at staggered times going into school tomorrow morning. Would 10:30 suit people a bit better? If I'm just moving that from the standing orders say 10 o'clock, but 10:30 would maybe let people get their staggered starts of young people into school.
Provost, I'll have problems tomorrow.
Right, can we go to the vote, Andrew, on whether we continue or whether we come back tomorrow?
Provost, sorry to interrupt again. We've got a point order being raised by Councillor Hogg.
Councillor Hogg.
Provost, sorry to keep this thing dragging on, but Councillor Goldsack has indicated that he would not be able to second a motion that I was planning to move, whether it was tomorrow morning. So if we adjourn till tomorrow morning, that motion probably will not get support.
The thing is, you wouldn't have been allowed to speak to anybody tonight.
Get it voted on though.
No, there would be no vote because there is no amendment to it.
Good point.
Remember.
Provost.
Yeah. But we're going to go to the vote on whether we come back tomorrow or whether we continue.
Sorry again to interrupt, Provost. There's another point order being raised by Councillor McPake. Apologies.
Councillor McPake.
Sorry to prolong even further, Provost, but every councillor in here has got a duty and to know the standing orders. And this has been rehearsed before. There was a meeting not too long ago where this happened. And we started this meeting 2 hours earlier than normal. It's got to be amended. We need to start and think what we're doing during our meetings.
Right, so we're going to the vote on whether we continue or whether we come back tomorrow.
Thank you, Provost. So the motion is.
Andrew, sorry, there's an hour point order being raised by Councillor Damasio. Apologies again for interrupting.
Councillor Damasio.
Sorry, I had pressed a few times. You can hear me okay, yeah? I thought the problem was sound again. Yeah, I mean, no, I was just going to reflect on the fact that, you know, every councillor should know standing orders, and every councillor should have known that there was every likelihood that we'd be back here tomorrow. The Conservatives and Independents who've spoken should have known that.
This is not a point of order.
That's not a
point of order.
That's not a point of order.
God
right, Andrew, we're going to the
Provost.
Thank you, Provost. The motion is to continue the meeting until 9 p.m. All I need you to say in this vote is either yes or no, or if you're abstaining. So yes would indicate that you would support the motion to extend the meeting to 9 p.m. tonight. Councillor Anderson.
No.
Councillor Dinesh Ashraf.
No.
Councillor Junaid Ashraf.
No.
Councillor Baird. Councillor Baird.
It's not here.
Councillor Barclay.
No.
Councillor Beveridge is gone. Councillor Brandon McVeigh.
Yes.
Councillor Burgess.
Yes.
Councillor Burrows.
No.
Councillor Cameron. Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I thought you'd gone. Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Councillor Carragher.
No.
Councillor Carson.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Castles.
No.
Councillor Michael Coyle.
It sounds like a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning.
Was that a no?
Oh, that's a yes.
Yes. Councillor Sophia Coyle.
No.
Councillor Cullen.
Yes.
Councillor Cohen.
Yes.
Councillor Damasio.
No.
No. Councillor Doherty.
Yes.
Councillor Doolan. Councillor Douglas.
Yes.
Councillor Duffy.
Yes.
Councillor Farouk.
No.
Councillor Fisher.
No.
Councillor Fotheringham.
No.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes.
Councillor Goldie.
No.
Councillor Goldsack.
Yes.
Councillor Gurley.
Yes.
Councillor Graham.
No.
Councillor Hogg.
Yes.
Councillor Hume.
No.
No. Councillor Catherine Johnson.
Catherine.
Councillor Tom Johnson.
No.
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 And Catherine Johnson's also no, she's telling me.
Okay, I heard her say it in the background. Councillor Jones.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Clare.
No.
Councillor Larson.
No.
Councillor Lennon.
No.
Councillor Linden. Councillor Linden. Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor McGowan.
Resounding no.
Councillor McCulloch.
Yes.
Councillor McKendrick has gone. Councillor McLaren.
Andrew, could you mute everybody, please?
Right. Councillor McLaren.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor McManus.
No.
Councillor McNally.
No.
Councillor McNeil.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Is that a yes, Councillor McNeil?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Councillor McPake.
Yes.
Councillor McVeigh.
Yes.
Councillor Mooney.
No.
Councillor O'Rourke.
Yes.
Councillor Pettigrew.
This is to come back tomorrow morning.
Yeah, if you say yes, it will be to continue the meeting tonight.
No.
Councillor Quigley.
Yes.
Councillor Redding.
Yes.
Councillor Rorty.
No.
Councillor Shevlin.
No.
Councillor Shields.
Yes.
Councillor Stephen.
No.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Councillor Stocks.
No.
Councillor Alan Valentine.
No.
Councillor Annette Valentine.
No.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Oh, sorry.
Weir. Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
So the members supporting the motion is 27. Those against is 35 with no abstentions. So the motion is not supported.
So we'll be back tomorrow and we'll continue from agenda item 17. Our next invitation will be sent out to you.
Provost, can I just clarify, prior to issuing the WebEx invitation, it's 10:30?
I'm conscious people have young people to get to school. Is everybody quite happy with the 10:30 suggestion?
Agreed.
Everybody seems to be
No,
nodding.
Provost, I'm happy with 10 o'clock. I've got other things on. There's people left this meeting tonight that should have been committed to this meeting.
What are you doing, John?
John, but I'm just conscious that we're trying to be as family friendly to people who've got youngsters and grandchildren and everything to get to school. So I'm suggesting at 10:30.
We still understand that. They're all the way to their bed now.
Well, John, the vote's been that we're coming back tomorrow morning, and I'm suggesting a 10:30 start. And Councillor Goldie, you put in for a point of order.
Yes, Provost, it's just really, if it's we not need to suspend standing orders to agree that. I think standing orders stay at 10 o'clock.
Actually, Andrew, if we do, we'll just make it 10 o'clock.
Well, Provost, I think well, the standing orders do say 10 o'clock, unless any member currently present in this meeting has an objection to it and there needs to be a vote on that, then if there's general consensus by majority that it's 10:30, I don't think there's a difficulty. We've been flexible, as you know, with start times in the past, but it's for the members present at the moment to decide if there's a majority against a 10:30 start.
Chair, you just heard John McLaren say Councillor McLaren say that he had an objection against that. So you're going to have to go to amend standing orders.
I don't need to go and amend standing orders. What I'm saying is we'll need to go to another vote if Councillor McLaren if he gets a second and wants to continue this.
Provost,
it's an extra 30 minutes. We're using being a family-friendly council and allowing people to get their young people to school. Councillor Fotheringham, I'm trying to wind this up. You want?
Thanks, Provost. I was just going to say, as a parent taking children to school, I've got no problem with a 10 o'clock start. Schools are in at 9 o'clock at the very latest at the moment, and council meetings would normally start at 10 o'clock in the mornings. So I don't see why there's a problem with a 10 o'clock start.
I was just trying to be anybody
I
that has the
understand,
primary
yeah.
ones and nursery children, because primary ones, some of them are starting at 9:40. You know, I'm just trying to think that these are the some of the older children are going to school themselves, but primary ones are not going themselves. I'm just trying to think that a 9:40 start, getting your youngster to school and getting back. But if everybody wants to come back at 10 o'clock, really, it's no skin off my
Provost,
foot.
can I?
Go for it.
Provost.
Provost, it's
Yeah.
Councillor Caldemasso here. I'm sorry, everybody seems to be talking over the top of you now. I'm doing it. Nobody seems to be going through the chair, and nobody seems to be.
I know, and I'm just going to
reading the
end the meeting,
comments.
and I'll say that unless Councillor McLaren wants to continue with his objection to 10:30, and if he does, we need to go. He needs a second, and we need to go to the vote.
Can I
Councillor
just
McLaren, will you
say, I have been
Councillor
putting the
Damasia,
Provost-
I'm asking Councillor McLaren a question. Thank you.
Provost,
It's ironic,
Provost,
I've been putting
Right, Councillor
Provost,
McLaren.
I'll be guided to you, Provost, but I'm disappointed that the rest of the councillors and all parties that are sitting down the stair now watching the telly while we're still carrying on with this meeting. They
Well,
should be invited to the meeting tomorrow morning.
As I say, we'll be back tomorrow morning. I would suggest a 10:30 to allow people to get their youngsters in particular if they've got nurseries, etc. So I'm now closing the meeting, and I'll see everybody at 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Vote thanks in the chair.
Well, thanks. We're going to finish the meeting the time we debate it that.
Provost, sorry to interrupt. There's been a point of Councillor Linden. I don't know if your meetings, if you've closed the meeting or you want to take it.
Sorry. Councillor Linden, what's your point of order? I'm told you're trying to raise a point of order. I can't hear you. Can't hear you, Councillor Linden.
I think Councillor Linden left the call. I'll just double check. Just give me a moment. I know Councillor Linden is still on the call. And your microphone is off, so you should be able to speak.
Councillor Linden, we can't hear you.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, can you hear me? I was just asking if there'll be a period before the meeting, similar to like there was today, for members to join and troubleshoot any connectivity issues they're having. I appreciate that places an additional burden on officers, Des and Archie, but even a short window before the meeting to facilitate an early joining would be helpful. And I thought it was important to clarify that before we all come off the call, Provost.
I think, Provost, I can say that Mark will be able to facilitate that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I will open the meeting if it's agreed at 10:30. I'll open the meeting 1 hour before at 9:30.
Good.
I'm conscious of the dropping in the bandwagon, wanting to come in, points of order. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10:30, and I'm now closing the meeting. Thank you.